everyone, welcome back to the second episode of Who's the Real Challenger presented by Bifrost. Today I have a different guest, which is actually our head coach.
I'm really happy to be here. My name is D2K. I'm ready to smash.
Then we start with the first question. First question is, in which country was Bifrost founded back in 2019? Was it A, Sweden, B, Germany, C, Denmark, or D, Norway?
It's Norway.
Why do you think so?
I mean, I know that it's Norwegian organization.
But technically, a Norwegian organization could be founded elsewhere, right?
Yeah. I mean, it might be in Germany as well. What the fuck? I didn't expect to just get struggling for the first question here. I mean, I know that you're from Germany, but the organization is Norwegian.
I'm just trying to make you shaky. I mean, do you want to pull a joke already?
So if I'm gonna get to pull a joker at 50-50, it might be like B and D, so I'm gonna get struggled. Let me think. Yeah, I think it should be D. It should be Norway for sure.
So do you want to lock it in or?
Yeah, I wanna lock it in.
So you're logging in D. That's obviously correct. So I tried to play with you a bit here. But D is actually correct. So we were founded in Norway in Fredrikstad, and then later in Oslo. Okay, so Iron is done, and we are out of Elo Hell. We are in Bronx now. And question 2 is, which command is used to let your champion dance with custom settings? Is it CTRL1, Alt F4, Alt D, or CTRL3?
I mean, I didn't change I didn't change the settings, and I'm sure it's like was either Alt 3 or either Control 3 when I last time danced. But since there is no Alt 3 option, I think it's Control D, Control 3. Yeah, it should be D.
D for sure?
Yeah, it should be.
That's correct as well. It's Control 3. So then, already in silver now, question 3. The following country is not represented by an NLC First Division org. Which country is it? Is it A, Iceland, B, Isle of Man, C, Finland, or D, Sweden?
So basically, Ireland is Dusty, Isle of Man is X7, Finland is Nuriki most likely, right? So, and Sweden, it's most likely than Sweden, no, because Rido is from Norway, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, which is also here in NLC? It's like Astralis, it's Denmark. It's Rido, it's Norway, if I'm not mistaken. Excel is Great Britain. Yeah, it should be D as well. It should be Sweden.
Do you think we would really take 3 times in a row D as answer possibility?
Yeah, I think you're just trying to fool me.
Okay, so D for sure, you want to log it in?
I'm sure that the other 3 is represented. Because Nuriki is Finland, Isle of Man is 6-7, and Ireland is Dusty. I'm sure in this, so it's D.
Okay, good. I am trying to fool you a bit, but I mean, you're not falling for it. So yeah, I mean, we move on. We move to gold, so to Q4. It's a question where I'm very interested if you actually know that one or not. The question is, what is the name of the Bifrost Academy support? So their in-game name and their competitive name, what they are known for. Is it A, BFR Squalito? Is it B, BFR Edward? Is it C, BFR Wildcard? Or D, BFR Pybot?
Okay, honestly, I know that it's not Squalito for sure. Spyball, I know he's mid laner. I know that I think Edward is support if I'm not mistaken. I believe it should be B.
I mean, I'm just interested, how good you actually follow the academy team as well.
Thank you.
Can give you a tip? It's not A, because Squalito's dog shit at the game.
Emotional, damn it!
I'm sure it's not A and D. It's 100%. It's basically, I'm thinking between B and C, but I think it's Edward, yeah.
What role do you think is Wildcard then?
Wildcard. Maybe he's definitely not mid laner. Then probably he should be, let's say, a top laner.
Maybe we have 2 academy supports.
Yeah, maybe you have 2 academy supports, actually.
I need an answer.
I think I would trust my memory. I think it's Edward. I think it's B. Yeah, I just lock B.
You know, if there's something wrong, like we just end it here.
Yeah. But I trust in my memory.
You made it out of gold, and we are into platinum now. It's actually Edward, and you were right. Wildcard is our top laner, our academy top laner. Okay, good. Then we go into platinum. Like now, it's getting already a bit harder, but I think as a head coach who's like always doing or handling with all of the stats in the game, it should be doable for you. So the question is, which stats do you gain from the item, the Glacial Buckler? So is it first ability haste, 250 mana, plus 20 armor, or is it B, 20 ability haste, 200 mana, plus 30 armor, or is it C, 10 ability haste, plus 250 mana, 15 armor, and 15 MR, or is it D, 20 ability haste, 150 mana, 10 armor, or 20 MR? Okay,
if I'm not mistaken, this item costs 900 gold. But honestly, I don't remember exact numbers. Okay, I believe I need to use Joker here. I mean, I don't wanna fail. Let's do 50-50. Yeah, I don't have a clue, honestly.
So you want to take 50-50?
I mean, let's do. I mean, it's really hard. Let's do 50-50.
You sure you want to take 50-50?
Yeah.
Then B and C are eliminated. And A and D are your remaining answer possibilities.
Okay, then I'm gonna go with A.
A is correct.
Fine. I mean, I was correct in the first place, but I think it was still too flippy.
Okay, 50-50 Joker gone, but you made it. You made it to Diamond, of course. Okay, good. But then we move on. Question 6, the Diamond one. The question is, which champion title is wrong? Is it A, Akshan, the Rogue Sentinel? Is it B, Annie, the Dark Child? Is it Brown, the Kind-Hearted Protector? Or is it D, Jace, the Defender of Tomorrow?
It sounds like kinda... Okay, I think I would need to use my call. Joker, because it's too hard. I think I need to... Yes, I think I should call use.
I mean, sure, yeah, if you want to.
I think he might have something.
Make sure to have him on speaker, so we can hear him as well.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello, Korax? Okay, so which champion title is wrong? First is Akshan, the Rogue Sentinel. B, Annie, the Dark Child. Brom, the Kind-Hearted Protector. And D, Jace, Defender of Tomorrow. Any suggestions?
Can you repeat the third?
Brom, the Kind-Hearted Protector.
It's Brom, because it's Brom Art of the Predator.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
He thinks it's Brom. He said it's like it's just wrong. So I'm gonna trust Korax and let's do Brom.
So you're trusting him and you lock in Brom?
Oh yeah. I mean, he asked me to repeat, and he just said that it's not correct.
That was a very good phone, Joker. Braum is correct. So Braum is not the kind-hearted protector. Jace is actually correct. Akshan is correct, and Annie is also correct. And I mean, also only 3 more questions to go towards Challenger. Question 7, the master question, is Undertow is the ability of Nautilus, Olaf, Anivia, or Mordekaiser?
I mean, I don't know any skills to be honest. Okay. Maybe actually wouldn't be that something. What is the skill? Maybe it's all of E. Actually, maybe it's all of E. I don't know. I feel like when he's punching, I mean, he's just punching with an X.
And what has punching with an X to do with Undertow?
I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go on Nautilus. I'm gonna go. It's more towards Nautilus thematic. So, yeah, A. Yeah, A. L, okay. I mean, if I was flipping, if I didn't ask you the word and I was flipping, I would probably go on all of them. Because it's like undertow, something when you just pull someone like into the ground. Bye-bye, thank you.
Thanks for watching the video, guys. Don't forget to leave a like and subscription. I hope you enjoyed this second episode together with D2K, and stay tuned for the third episode next week with another exciting guest and another exciting questions. if you have any suggestions for the format, what can we do better, how can we improve, let us know in the comments. Thanks for watching once again. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a great evening and great morning whenever you watch the video. Stay safe.
Hello, I'm Dreampool. I'm like Russian top laner. I was playing like in Gambit, Team Spirit. I have like I'm like aggressive top laner. I like to play like tanks, like also like some assassins on top lane, like this stuff. I'm like to be part of like Vanir and like playing on NLC. I'm looking to show very good performance like in the LLC, and like looking to play versus so much good opponents. Like I think like in NLC like you have like some really good top laners like, and I'm really waiting to fight versus them. And I think yeah like what I'm aiming to like go in playoffs and go into Yeomasters with this team. I think it's not very hard. We need like to fix some things.
I mean, I remember even when it was studio back days in the LCL, and we just know each other. I would say pretty well because we played with each other against each other for a long time, and it was actually one time we could play in one team. I was there tryouting for Gambit esports, but unfortunately I didn't make it through. And but yeah, we knew like we played duo queue days before, and it's actually like not my dream, but I wanted to play with Dreampool, like just to see how it goes with with him and team, because I know the good words about him in general. Like people was rooting or watching him pretty high and well, and I was playing with him in solo queue. I mean duo queue when it was before like Riot changed it. So yeah, I mean that's it.
Uh, uh, I mean, like, I knew Kriox like from probably 5th season. I don't know, like, when I meet him in solo queue, like, it was around this timing, I think, like I was always liking like Kriox playing because he playing aggressively, and in my opinion, like, uh, every meta is best teams playing in like tempo because like how we can see like China win like worlds last worlds and like last MSI, and like it's mean like what tempo always better than scale in my opinion. Not like always, but like it's very good.
Good players won't let you scale,
Yeah. And like Creox like to boost like with small windows, like to get tempo and get objectives, like this stuff. So like I'm very excited to play with him. I like how he was playing in solo queue. I like how he was playing like in some teams. And like yeah, I think that's it. Like I just like his like gameplay and how he moving on map and like this stuff.
I mean, against Bifrost we had like some plan, and but we didn't execute it properly, because we pick Udyr into Wukong. Wukong is pretty strong right now, but he got nerfed a bit in terms of jungle clearing and tempo, so Udyr can like farm so much faster, and get tempo on the map. So he gets like 2 levels ahead if like you're not making mistakes as a team, and then it makes that Wukong team is hard to play against like feed Udyr, because like he's just coming into the jungle and take everything. He can even take a fights because like 2 levels or like even 1 level is already big difference ahead to like to fight or skirmish or play for drakes and objectives. We did some like stupid mistakes, I would say, and we didn't follow the plan, so we like fall behind pretty hard in the early game, and then it was like hard to come back, and then like my champ was bad, and in general like it was hard to play game. Against Singularity, actually I was surprised for like how we played. We're trying to still figure out how how we want to like play as a team, and just sometimes randomly we're not listening to each other, like and giving random kills, and it creates a really tough or hard time for us. So yeah, I'm glad that we come back in the game against Singularity, and I really don't want us to play like this. I want us to like be confident, playing tempo macro like proper. That Flash is trying to solve issues with us on that one, and I hope we can do well by practicing this week and showing good performance against GDXL and M&M.
Okay. And my perspective, I mean, I like my opinion about like this game. I mean, like first game versus Bifrost, like from top lane, it was like pretty easy, and the opponent was not too aggressive. What I think like he should do. Like I think like Shikari was missing some like aggressive stuff on top lane to make me a little bit behind. Uh, and like what about game? Like because if it was my first game, I feel like I was missing some stuff like not like on laning phase, not on like sides, but like when you play a game, you have some small windows where you can abuse enemy players and win game. And I feel like it was like my first game. It was a little bit hard for me to like watch like these moments like in game. So like yeah, I agree with Creox what we putting behind in some moments like basics, like not basics, but it's like we just go behind because like we're doing some really obvious stuff. But I mean, like for me, like game just was looking. I was just playing versus enemy top laner. We was attacking creeps. Enemy top laner was, in my opinion, a little bit in passive situation on top lane, and he should punish me a little bit more in some moments. And after it, like game was go behind, and like in my POV, like I was maybe missing some stuff where I should come back my team. But and I think it's like a little bit harder because I was playing my first game like in 1 year, and like second game like the same like it was pretty easy to lane versus enemy to player on Ornn. Lane was really fine for me. Like even he was playing Gnar, he should be ahead on farm, but he was not ahead. He was not doing enough pressure to me like as a laner. But I was staying, like always, everything was fine. But in mid game, it was really hard for me, like to find some good engages or like some good stuff for my team as Ornn. Maybe it's because like some mistakes, maybe because it's how I play. But overall, like I think, it was really easy to me, like playing versus top laners, but it really was hard to me to play in mid game versus enemy teams. Yeah, like this, I think.
I mean, from my perspective, I think NLC level is higher league that I played. For example, because more teams playing better. Because in LCL it was always like 3 or 4 teams that good, and the others is just like turbo behind in terms of everything, like skill, macro. I mean, just like basic stuff. So yeah, I mean in LC it's more better teams. For example, like Astralis, Dusty, Excel, X7, a lot of good teams that can like show up good performance and surprise you in a lot of stuff. Plus, like drafting is different because it's a new scene, at least for me, or like and it's kind of exciting and interesting how far we can go. We have like a rough start, but I believe like if we work together and hard, we can bounce back and for sure make playoffs and even EU Masters.
I think like on top lane, what I said, I can get really pressured. I don't know what happened will be with Cruzy because like Cruzy is high level and like Kerberos maybe and like Chaizu. Chazi. I don't know what will happen versus them. But I feel like in NLC right now, I think every team close, like at least like not every team, but like so much team like close to have good macro, like we're really good at macro, and I like it, like because like how we're moving on map, how we pressure map, and like playing for some stuff. Yeah, I can say like I was looking and also how everyone was playing, and I like how like everyone playing macro. Not everyone, but like so much teams. But I can't say like about every top players because I was not playing versus them. So yeah, I think that's it. What I can say. I really like NLC macro. Like I think like it's very high level. It's like really good. Like GDXL, Bifrost, and X7 like probably best macro in NLC, and our team's a little bit below. Like I think it's my opinion about like these teams.
I mean, I like the environment, if I'm not missing the word properly, environment. Yeah. I like the how the brand organization works, because everyone is like really how to say cool. Like the Carlos, our mental coach, Fatlex, Flash is I can see that they're hard workers, and I really wanna them be looking on us and not be like frustrated, because I really wanna achieve the things for these guys. Just because I see that they try harding, they trying their best for us to perform well, like the every aspect what they can do. So I really like the logo as well, the memes, the smiles, and just everything. And yeah, I really want to make them proud, of us, and we can make proud of each other of us.
I really like in this team what you have check-ins, so players need to wake up and like to be like professional at point of players. Like I was never had.
Micromanage time.
Yeah, I really like it. In Vanir, because like I never had it, but it's I think it's very good. When every players need to wake up in this timing and do this stuff, so everyone ready to do like this stuff. And like I can't say much about like organization, because like I'm only probably 1 week like in this organization, but I like stuff. I like how we're improving, and like I like everything. I have good feelings about our organization. I can't say much. Like I like I just like it.
I mean, they're pretty cool, right? They're coming and cheering, and with the emotes, vanilla emotes, happy, sad, and all the emotes. I wanna make more wins for them, so they will be more happy, because sometimes when I'm going to stream, they was like, "Why you lose?" And I have to say a lot of things, but still, I just wanna make more wins for 1 year for my fans. And the Borg actually meme, I don't know like where it came from, because it's not was from my chat or something. They just created by themselves, I thought like Carlos said me it was like the chef or something, Swedish chef, but I don't know. Like it's just funny, I guess.
They're coming from bot lane.
Bully, one shot, nice.
Hey, watch here, okay? If they come, look my Q.
Guys, turn into what? Turn bot. Kite. Look, Camille will flash.
I think stay ulti wait.
Yeah.
We can
We're gonna.
I'm
watching.
I'm queuing here. I have shield to you.
Camille will flash.
I can't go.
We have no CC.
I'm here.
Oh.
I think that.
Oh, yeah, so strong.
What?
I vote TP.
Okay. Good job, Attila.
I know you couldn't, Nias. They inter.
Go.
Come fight. Okay, go fight.
E1. I'm looking.
Right, no flash.
You okay?
Slow.
Can go.
We win this.
Come here.
I dodged ulti.
Oh! I have Mikhail's. For Attila.
Bully.
Still have Mikhail's.
I go.
Here.
Hey, listen, I can TP.
Yeah. I'm queuing here, okay? Watch the Swain.
Oh.
Shield 1 second.
Listen, I can TP. Wait. Back. Can't kill. Oh, 이발. That's for.
Oh! Nice try. Yeah, beat him up 10. Shiba Seki.
Hey, we can fight this.
I'm queuing here.
Can fight? Look.
Yeah. Fine.
Right? Cleansman? Hold me.
Yeah. Oh, you got one shot.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Can you get mid wave, JC?
Camille here.
Queuing.
Yes, Camille.
Yeah.
I want to go.
Yep.
Look.
I'm on Camille.
I'm going on Camille.
Yeah.
Look at nice shot. Look
They
nice.
start, they
Nice
start.
track.
Nee, nee.
I have the arm away.
Oh, very nice.
I don't think we can win.
Oh.
Holy bro.
Where's Kha'Zix?
Both side, both side, both side.
Nautilus is still missing.
Okay, we see Kha'Zix mid.
Comment.
He pop goes though. Nice, good player.
Good job.
Okay, well played.
You can TP out maybe if you go like sneak, you know.
Even if you buy time by like him chasing you, it's still good.
I think I'm out.
I think you can TP here, yeah. Well played.
Gnar is moving.
Hold on.
Well played, well played.
Okay, nice.
Fucking faker or what?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship. Today marks day 12 of the summer split, and for the first time, we might get to see a new first place in the standings. And I'll let you know about it in a second. My name is Alexandre Asharon-Maya, and for the first time in the studio, I have Duckling and Tripling. Welcome back.
Welcome, dude! First time in our studio.
Great. I'm in Berlin, you know, I'm here, I'm in the studio, I'm seeing your beard in real life and it looks great.
It is glorious.
So tell me a little bit more about yourself.
Well, you know, I've been in the Danish scene for a couple of years. I've been there ever since I was like, what, 15?
Ah, great. We just got rid of Bulbok.
Go down to the age group. I was 15 when I started casting in the Danish scene. I've done some stuff for Bifrost as well up in Norway, in Oslo. I mean, I did it remotely, but it was technically in Oslo. And then also did Masters with you guys. That was great. You're a great group.
Well, not me, but eventually. Let's see what happens.
Great.
On the games of today, we need those voices, and we're pleasure to welcome back Viperoon and Nightmare.
Hey, it's the League Legends.
It's us. We're doing the casting.
We're going to be shouting at the video games today. We've got some good video games.
We have.
Well,
have you had anything else going on in your life? Any updates you want to give to the crowd?
No.
I cleaned my PC with compressed air for the first time, and I realized there were bits of it I've missed for 5 years. So that was my dumbass moment of the week. And this is my reminder to you: if you have a radiator on your PC cooling unit, might want to check it.
My dumbass moment of the week is going to be today. I haven't decided how.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for that.
We'll get there.
Back to you, I guess.
Thank you so much. We finally found Viego. It's not Victor, because Victor knows about technology, and apparently Nightmare doesn't. So,
Viego would probably not even know what a computer is.
That's him.
Yeah.
New viewer, I got you. What is the NLC? Well, it's the Northern League of Legends Championship, where the top Nordic teams, alongside Ireland and UK, are fighting on the top of the mountain to become the kings of the North, and also get an opportunity to go at European Masters to fight off LFL. And if you want to meet those teams, well, might as well show you what happened on the previous day, day 11. We started with an amazing game, one that nobody expected, M&M versus X7.
Okay, and M&M were coming out of a week where they were 1-1. They barely got the win over Singularity, and then it went on and lost over on Wednesday. And now playing against X7 that is actually on form, I didn't expect them to come in that strong. I have been the one that says that M&M get into their game with a very early game plan, and they know exactly how to progress through the game, and that was it. They played a very proactive early game with Soph on the volley by getting Michigo ahead down the bot lane, and then when Chimera became a complete beast mid to late game, their macro and the team fighting was way over what X7 brought onto the table.
I mean, it's very clear this is the biggest surprise of the day and will most likely also be the biggest surprise of the week, as they obviously did end up taking that game. But moving on, we also had Riddle going up against the side of Singularity, and Singularity, this roster is still fighting to pick up their first win. That changes. I mean, gives me some hope that they might be able to get a win soon, but Riddle, they have performed so great this split, and Stefan on the volley bear, I think he's a treat to watch, and he just dominated the early game.
And of course, when you're towards the top of the standings, and for Riddle as well, picking up wins over a team that is 0-10 in the standings is a huge statement on how dominant you can be on the map, and Riddle were dominant start to finish. Now, of course, this might be our game, this one versus the next one. I don't think it's JDXL next one, but I was trying to hint Riddle versus JDXL for later on, but it's Nuriki versus Dusty. And here, eyes on Abagnale, because this hurt that missed Hex Blast right there hurt my poor soul from Abagnale. He could have been a huge 4-man ult, but I think at the end of the day, again, for Nuriki, we mentioned how important Azator is as a hyper carry for them. This time on the Kalista on an early game, proactive hyper carry, but Linka speaking the Talia into it kind of hindered that early game aggression, and Azator could just not play the game. And of course, production will pop up this particular clip where Azator literally destroys the Talia, yeah? But trust me, guys, trust me, he couldn't play into the Talia, I promise you.
Yeah, we know the end result, right? Dusty did end up getting the win, and as you say, I think it is actually those points. The Talia just being a huge counter to what Azator really wanted to do that game, and that was carry. But JDXL, Dan on the volley bear as well, having one of his weaker early games, surprisingly this split. But in the end, I'm very happy to see that JDXL can still perform even without that early lead. And Vanir, they took the fight to them, but it simply wasn't enough.
It's 24 minutes into the game, and there's only one kill for JDXL. Dan is on the volley bear. Nothing's going on the map. What is going on, JDXL? This was one of the most flimsy early games I've seen from JDXL. The draft did not favor the early game, because when you have Zeri and Corki, do you really want to be ganking this lane? No, you don't, because they scale into the late game. Kryos got murdered 4 times in the top lane as well. He fell behind, so it felt like there were no avenues. But in the end, I feel like when you've got Corki and you have Zeri, you just end up winning.
Now this game though, I am very happy about this. Astralis talent are actually looking like a very good team. Chrisberg being a monster this game, and look how much it takes to take him down. And that just means Carlsen, the 16-year-old Danish prodigy, is alive, and he's popping up. He's excited, hopping around, stomping on Bifrost. And in the end, we can ask questions about Bifrost all we want, but Diamond Prox, I wasn't really satisfied with that build.
Oh my god, the only difference between him and Gobok is literally the voice. But yeah, I agree with you. Astralis, very clean proactive early, very clean macro in the late, and their team fighting also showing off how good Senkax is on that Akali, how well can Crispek use the Zerians these later on fights to come. And I think one of my biggest criticisms for Bifrost was that, yes, you do fall into the category of where you want to play the Belveth, but I think level 3 ganks, level 5 tower devs kind of hindered her power spike of farming, and then I'll destroy you in the late game.
So that shifted a little bit of the standing. So you know the teams. Let's see how they're faring. JDXL still in first place, but that can change today if we can get it on this side as well, because these standings are important. Tiebreakers are no longer an issue. This is how they're standing right now. GDXL with 10 and 1 Riddle looking for that double digits. Any surprises so far for you guys?
For me, not necessarily too much. I think that Bifrost going into the quarterfinals of EU Masters might be a little bit of a surprise, especially since we mentioned how Howway and Diamond Prox are an upgrade from the previous roster and are finding themselves on 6th place. Mind you, only 2 games away from 7th, 3 games away from 8th. These 3 teams, I'm sorry, M&M as well, tied in, are looking to take your position, so you definitely don't want to be here.
Yeah, I think it's funny how you don't mention Singularity. They can definitely still do the comeback, I believe. But no, as a whole-sided joke, I think Bifrost, they have had an underperformance to split. They lost 4 games in the regular season last time around, and they've already lost 5. I mean, this is clearly not up to Bifrost standard. And as you say, they've made upgrade. They were supposed to be better, guys. This is not what Bifrost is all about. And I'm so excited to see if they can bounce back because they just haven't looked that good.
I would have to say Summer Split is a little bit more tight than the spring one. So I told you that we might get a surprise today. So let's see the games of today on the schedule. We're going to start with Bifrost versus Nuriki. This to me is going to be a good one.
That's not your surprise?
No. Okay, Riddle Esports versus JDXL.
Surprise.
First place versus second place. That is going to be the match of the week. Dusty versus X7. I'm really excited about this one. X7 lost versus M&M. Dusty are really looking really clean. So I don't know what's going to happen. Astralis versus Talent, Astralis Talent versus Singularity, and then M&M Gaming after the win versus X7 to take upon Veneer. And if they win, they might steal their place.
And remember, M&M and Veneer are actually 1 win away from each other. Also chasing Bifrost, who's playing Nuriki when Nuriki has looked so strong. I think every single game matters here because especially when you mentioned that the X7 lost to M&M, that's a team that's like 3 wins down to X7, but now they're playing against Dusty, who's arguably one of our top 5 teams that we have, and X7 still looks shaky when curveballs are thrown their way. And talking about curveballs, then Voxner down the bot lane for Dusty, coming in with the Soraka, the Seraphine, the Vayne. You call it, he plays it.
What is your game for today? Pick one.
I mean, obviously, right, we have 2 Danish orcs, but I don't think that's the important thing. If Bifrost end up losing to Nuriki here, and M&M or Veneer, whoever picks up that win, we will have Bifrost potentially fighting to even get playoffs. And that is not what this organization and this roster was built to do. So if they get dragged into that top 6 battle, I think Nuriki or Veneer or M&M Gaming, even after a win up against X7, might be able to take their spot in the playoffs.
I would say Chef Kiss on the way things are going. And if Bifrost don't make into playoffs, that would be a news segment. So what are the news for today? Well, I'll toss it to Nymera and Viper to discuss on that topic.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the NLC News. I'm the Horcrux that Elton John didn't mean to make, and I'm joined by we've got Viego at home. And we're going to be bringing you the news today. We've got 3 massive pieces of news and point 4, but we'll get to that. First things first, if you like the Star Guardian skins, you're in luck. Again, because we've got more Star Guardian skins coming out, and most importantly, the Talia Star Guardian skin, 100% of the profits from that one are going towards the Riot Games Social Impact Fund, which helps a lot of good causes.
This guy just completely blasted me and gave me no chance to respond, but that's okay. We can talk about Talia, and obviously a whole host of Star Guardian skins coming out again. It's been a while since we've had, I think this is the 3rd wave of that be coming through, but particularly in regards to that Talia, it is going towards a good cause, so if you are a particular fan of the skin line, have a think about this one and see if those profits can go towards good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a skin I'll be picking up, but you should, because you should help people with your purchases.
Next one up is a little bit of a different tone because some changes will be coming to the pricing of Riot points, and also if you play TFT on mobile, on tablet, or whatever, the TFT coins, which are the currency for that, are going to go up in value. No, it's going to cost 10% more to
You have to
buy
put more money in to get the little legend.
Yes, so you're gonna get less for your money, but to kind of compensate for that in the short term, you can stock up in the short term. There's gonna be a double sale a little later in this month. So if that is something that particularly concerns you, and you want to stock up for the next skin for your champion, which that's what I do. I play Ari Taxes every year because I get a skin every year because that's my champion. I might think about doing that.
I'm a Zack and Sejuani player, so Riot hates me.
So he doesn't. Well, no. You just don't have to worry about your bank account.
Riot love me. Maybe that's the
one.
Maybe that's the thing. But let's talk about Belveth, someone who definitely doesn't love you. She's got a 78% win rate right now across competitive. Remember, we're playing on 12.12, so she's had her first round of nerfs, but not the second round just yet. They'll be coming in next week. 78%, but as Diamond Prox showed us on Monday, you can lose on this champion.
You very much can, because I believe that was our only Belveth game in the NLC.
Was, yes.
We've only had that one day of it to be played. We might see it again today, but when we are looking at this champion, you're right. Released on 12.11 is now being played on 12.12, but not 12B, which is the mid hotfix patch. So we've had one set of nerfs, not the second. I think it's taken a little while for some of our teams to understand the role that this champion plays within team compositions. It is pretty much the polar opposite of your Volibear, of your Wukongs, which facilitate for the rest of your team. You want to be doing the damage, and you want strong early lanes to make sure you can get to that point where you scale up. Some teams haven't figured that out, but of course in the ERLs has been doing very well, even despite that, with that high win rate. But that's sample sizes and statistics. I have another statistic to tell you. The average NLC game time has been rising, and I in no way have problems with statistics on very low sample sizes with lots of different things going into them. Anyway, we are having slightly longer games in this split. We worried about it with the durability patch.
Basically, the headline of this is, if your mum comes into your room and says, "Child, I'm making dinner, it'll be ready in 32 minutes and 3 seconds," you statistically won't have enough time to watch an NLC game before dinner is ready. That's really the long and short of it. We've been here, and we're going to...
Oh no! We're 50 seconds late! Throw it back to...
Ah!
Wow.
You know what? The whole pause thing, I remember when I was like much younger and I was playing WoW and we were like raiding with 25 other people, and I was trying to explain to my mom, "Mom, I can't have dinner with you. I have to eat on my PC. 24 other people cannot wait 30 minutes for me to eat food." And she's like, "Just ask them to go and do something for these 30 minutes as well."
It's not a bad argument.
24 other people, man, it's fine.
Just chill a little bit. 56 seconds. Well, that is relevant somehow, and 9meta hates those statistics. Now on to the topic of today. Game of the week, if not the split, if not of the year on the NLC. Yeah, I'm selling this one really high. JDXL versus Riddle. First place versus second one. Today, everything may be decided, but these two teams are really far apart from each other in terms of playstyle, and that's where we're going to go in. By the way, you guys can start voting on the chat on who do you think is going to win as we go through these teams and topics. So head on to the chat, tell us who do you think is going to win, vote on them, and explain it on the chat. Make a lot of confusion, and our social manager will take care of that. Don't worry.
Me. Riddle's going to win because I've bet donuts with my producer. I said...
Okay, explain.
I said that Riddle was going to win on our meeting, and he said, "Are you that sure?" I'm like, "I'm pretty sure." And he's like, "Are you willing to bet donuts for the entire production?" "Sure."
Okay.
And I'm like, "It's on." So if Riddle wins, he buys everyone donuts. If Excel wins, which means I lose, then I buy donuts for the entire production crew.
So I still get donuts.
So you get donuts no matter what. It's just whose pocket is coming out of.
Hey, Game of the Week is really good.
You get free donut.
I love Game of the Week, apparently. We need to do this more often. Okay, JDXL versus Riddle. What are their big differences? Because if you look into the junglers, they play almost the same champions, but in different ways. So let's dive in. Stefan versus Dan.
I love that, because we're talking about differences, but also similarities. And one of the biggest similarities that they have is that both of these junglers do favor the Volibear. Obviously, obviously we have Predator for Stefan coming in from Monday, their game versus Singularity, but he's also spotted the press the attack earlier on in the split. Now, traditionally for Dan, Volibear has been, you know, the top of the picks, that S tier pick. He makes it work very easily in the early game, and that's because he goes press the attack. Now, why is that? It's because Dan will take the 1v1 versus the jungler. He will take the 1 versus X, even if he's found alone inside the jungle versus one solo laner, and he will try individually to get these leads for his team. Now, Stefan has extremely strong solo lanes. Vladdy, Jaxplank, so making sure you spot the Predator right there, you can be a little bit more passive and farming in your jungle whilst Predator is down, the second Predator is up, the second you purchase these boots, you kind of zoomies all over the map, and you get these advantages for your team. And as you can see, these are the record for the guys. Undefeated for Stefan, only played in 2 games. For Dan, it's been 5 games, 4-1. But the KDA says a lot for... The KDA says a lot for the champion himself. If you haven't used my presentation on the LEC, a little bit of a self-plug right here, please do. The champion's absolutely broken.
I think it's a guaranteed pick-up ban here in this matchup. Although you can see it in the KDA, the champion in and of itself is just broken. I'm gonna be honest, I've abused it myself in solo queue. You don't need to do much. I've gotten from Platinum 1 to D2 in a couple of weeks just by playing Volibear.
Dude,
I need to
stop playing Volibear then. What the hell?
It's so easy, and I think you highlighted perfectly, right? Dan, he wants to make the action happen around him with the press the attack when I get that extra bit of damage, while Stefan, he doesn't care if he's a bit weaker because he has that much of an easier time with the Predator ganking his top lane.
And now we know that same champion, different play styles. So this means we're going to look into the entire team and see how different they are. JDXL, focus on the early game, they get those leads. On the other side, it's more about facilitating the side lanes. What do you think about this?
I definitely think, you know, Dan has done a great job in many of the games, I would say. We obviously had that last one that was a bit of a slumber, but other than that, he has been very good at getting the early game ganks. We still yet to see, though, how they will really do if they get behind in a game. Yes, they've been down a couple of K, but I want to see them get like a 10K gold deficit. How do they then climb back? Can they handle that? Because if they want to do well at EU Masters, they have to be able to do that. While inside of Riddle, it's all about enabling Jaxplank, and while it's all about Jaxplank, Vladdy has actually been very good at going low econ and being able to still get a lot of use out of it.
I think specifically for Riddle is the fact that they have a second plan, and this is always side lane pressure for the side of Riddle. And having Jaxplank being ahead, you create a second win condition. I feel like their team fights later on in the games, having Kevo, having Vladdy, having the rocks in the side of the support and the jungle role as well for Riddle has been huge, even when they fight as a 4-man, whilst Jaxplank is creating pressure on a side lane. But we've also seen him in team fights where it works for them. So for Riddle, I feel like even if the early game does not go well, Jaxplank is their win condition towards the latter stages of the game. Whilst, as you highlight for JDXL, I feel like the fact that they have yet to lose an early game is a little bit of a weakness for them. Again, going into the Riddle, thank you very much, production. Again, you can see on the side, Jaxplank right there will kill Crispberg. He will push away Senkax as well. That is 2 carries from Astralis that moved all the way back to base to try and stop his split push. While this is going on, if you look on the minimap as well, Kiba is moving towards the top side. That's 3 members to try and stop a Jax. Jax will kill one of them, which means that the remainder of the members from the side of Riddle can very easily secure the Elder Dragon 4 versus 2, and of course Jaxplank had all these flashy, sneaky, slithery snake escape as well, which was really fun. Going back to your point, of course, for JDXL, I think it is a double-edged sword for them, the fact that they have not lost an early game. Even with a loss against X7, which is their only loss this split, they were ahead. The game went wrong after the 3rd dragon, so I've yet to see if this early game goes wrong, can you bring it back? But talking about the early game, rolling the clips because the early game is clean AF, especially when they have in their hands the Volibear.
I mean, this is just a pleasure to watch as a Volibear main myself. He goes beneath, his pathing has been great. He's there on time, the flash instant, and you get the damage off with the press the attack very quickly. QW auto is procced, and that just allows him to get the kill under the turret. I mean, normally Volibear, his strength would be at level 6 when he's able to dive so easily, but Dan has been so good on the champion. He's able to do it level 3, guys. And here we see level 6 in between 2 turrets. They pick up the kill for Venza. Didn't die level 3 that game as well. So when that doesn't happen for JDXL, it's an easy game for the boys.
I would say this is really scary. I met Dan in real life, and he seems like the chill guy, really comfortable.
I thought you were going to say he's very scary there as well.
No, he's not. He's the most simple guy, really easy to talk with. He picks volley, but it's like, I chose violence today. And he just says everybody's like, you know the turrets were buffed. And he's like, I don't care. I want blood. I want blood. So these are the big differences. On one side, they're going for the lead. They want to pressure the enemy. The other side is more Ajax Plank. You do you. Be secure.
We do us.
Yeah, we do us. And if we're talking about that, let's talk about the mid laners as well. Eminence versus Vladi. A lot of differences. And look at, I mean, they only have Yone as the same champion. They're trying to play the entire pool.
Okay, someone made a pretty nice graph on Twitter. If you guys know who it is, please do link them in the chat on gold versus damage. So per 1 gold that you get, how much damage do you put out? And Eminence was top of the list for the NLC, but they also did compare LEC average versus our NLC players as well. And Eminence was almost double up on the LEC average. Now, of course, it's average right there, but still, it is very impressive what he does. The fact that he gets a 1/4% of his team's gold, but then the output is almost closer to 50%. 33.7% is an insane amount of damage to put out. And as you can see, he's first in all the stats, damage percentage and gold percentage that he takes for his team. And yes, he's more of a selfish player that if he sees a big fat wave, he's gonna go and take this for himself. But the damage output really does him justice.
Yeah, and Vladi, you know, he might be number 11, and that doesn't look good. But I want to say I'm so impressed with how he doesn't get that much gold.
It does if you watch Stranger Things.
He doesn't get that many resources. But this 16-year-old kid who came from the Greek league that was a bit more chaotic and where he was one of the main carries has been able to adapt to a weak role where he's the second carry, but still able to perform in the team fights when it matters. We saw it just there. He assassinated Vincer, and this fight where they were like, what, 8k gold behind, he made it a close fight up against JDXL. So I'm so impressed with how Vladi has dealt this weak side matchup.
And I feel like this also ties down to their champion pools, right? Because you mentioned it, he's more of a little bit of a low profile in the early game, but when it comes to later on fights, he always knows how to play the game when he's reached his item power spikes. And if you can ask us production to bring back the graphic with the champion pools as well, you guys are going to see the difference in styles for both the mid laners, because for Vladi on one side, we've got more of the scaling, sort of creating space picks, like the Azir, like the Yone, like the Victor. There was one more there. There was Ari.
And Silas.
Production, please help us. Bring back the graphic.
We're desperate here. Come on.
On the other side.
No, we need the graphic.
We know that these two teams play different styles, but they're still looking for the same spot in first place. And by the way, guys, I got the votes in.
Who won?
Who's buying donuts?
The team that the chat believes is going to win, JDXL with 40%, Riddle with 60%.
Oh, wait.
Who won?
I'm not buying donuts.
Yeah,
Let's
chat
go.
believes you won't buy donuts, but we have to see as soon as we jump into that game. That's going to be the game of the week. But the first game today, to open up the appetite, it's going to be Bifrost versus Nuriki. So we had a little bit of a chat with the strategic coach coming in from Bifrost to understand what is going to happen in this matchup. Take a look.
It's like decently big amount of job. Like I'm responsible for a long-term strategy, like on improvement, practice planning, setting up goals, both with like teams and personal goals. I'm in charge of doing reviews, both for scrims and officials. I usually lead all the meetings, like all the talks, discussions, preparations, etc. Like in the split are more long-term oriented. I'm expecting us to become decently good at proper League of Legends. Like, and the results will show up naturally because we have like really good individuals. Like regarding preparations, like I think like it's nothing special. Like always for me against Excel, like it's always hard, so it's like more interesting for me. Like I'm enjoying that, like as it's more of a challenge, like, you know, because they're playing like a lot of weird stuff like non-meta, and they're trying to punish a lot like lanes or like exact like I don't know, like some like comps. So yeah, like it's just kind of quite interesting to prepare drafts against Excel. Well, no, like I'm just like happy person, you know. Like right now we have like a really professional and working atmosphere. Everyone is open-minded. Everyone is open for constructive criticism, and like really easy to work with. Our newcomers like fits the team like really good, in my opinion. And what is really good also like that everyone is enjoying working with each other. I also really like the fact that we are having more feedback, like, and more talks as a team, like after like all the scrims, all the officials, and even inside reviews. Like I think like it's a really good sign, like for a team that wants to improve. Say would be interesting to work with Linkus, like as I think he has like really big potential, like massive potential, and big bright future, like so it should be the one. Not gonna lie, like I wanna face Nuriki and at least like finally win a game against them. It's basically the best team in the league. We just can't win against this team. Okay, jokes aside, I think they will have through the split they might have draft issues pretty often because of their like champ pools and limited niche playstyles some of their players can play. But they should be fine, like to be around average, I would say.
And on paper, I think this is a match that everybody believes Bifrost is going to take, but in my paper, I don't believe so. I believe Bifrost are not the same as they were in Spring.
Are you willing to bet donuts?
Oh man, we need a sponsor right now for the donuts.
So many donuts.
Okay, Bifrost were the kings of the regular split, and all of a sudden, they're in contention to the playoffs, as you said, when we were looking into the standings. What is happening with the team?
I think, honestly, when Diamondprox and Highway jumped in, I felt like it was an upgrade from Duel and Seaboy. I felt like one of the weakest points for Bifrost was a little bit in the jungle with Seaboy, especially how easily he was getting punished in the early game. That Diamondprox jumping in, he's bringing that early game vibe, he's bringing the proactivity, he's dropping a lot of his jungle to actually get his team and his laners ahead. But coming into the point of the last game that we saw from Diamondprox on the Belveth, we need to understand that I call Belveth a marksman Udyr. She basically just wants to stick in her jungle, farm up, take all these creeps, which give her in return a lot of attack speed, which means the more creeps you kill, the more powerful you are. So technically, if you want to compare her to a Graves or an Udyr, you can, but Bifrost needs that proactivity coming in from the jungle. And even though Diamondprox tried for level 3 ganks and level 5 tower dives, the champion just does not get stronger by just doing this and then maybe taking a summoner. You're like, yeah, okay, I'm Volibear, I took someone summoner, I can come back. You can't come back. You need to constantly farm. And I feel like Bifrost facilitating for their jungle doesn't work for them. It needs to be the jungle facilitating for the lanes.
It felt like a very off Bifrost pick, that build. Yes, it was interesting to see, but it didn't work out. And if they pick it this game again, I would be very interested to see if they change how they use the build and allow Diamondprox to actually be the carry.
They're fighting off versus Nuriki at this point. Where should we focus in Nuriki? I would say the AD carry has been showing off as well. He talked about a lot of failures in Jinx in the spring split, but what about the summer?
I mean, Azither has been the point of discussion for Nuriki. We're like, if Nuriki want to win the game in spring, give him Jinx, give him Aphelios, ward around him so he doesn't die in the early game, and then once it's mid to late game, he's going to carry your entire team to victory, which we've seen a bunch of these examples, especially when they played versus Bifrost in the first game. When Nuriki pulled it actually off, it was a battle of the two carries on who's going to output the most damage. And I think Odi was also on Twitch, but you see the difference in the styles of Spring. Spring was more Aphelios Jinx, 8 times Aphelios, 6 times Jinx. And then you go towards Summer, you've got 2 times Lucian, 2 times Kalista. His Ezreal has been pretty aggressive as well in lane. And when we talk to him, he's like, yes, okay, Jinx and Aphelios are really fun because you can carry later on, but I want to be aggressive off the get-go and I want to try and get my team ahead. And his previous game on Monday with the Kalista, I think he had 6 or 7 kills. He was very unlucky that he was playing into the Talia, but he did pop off in the early game.
I would say Nuriki is a team that, in my opinion, in the standings, they are not where they were supposed to be. Yeah. specifically because you also have a strong top planet, right?
I want to talk about Banderas. Let me talk about this guy for a second. If there's any reason why Bifrost wouldn't win today, it's because of that kryptonite. Banderas, back in the Norwegian scene, back in summer 2021, let me set the scene. Bifrost were the champions. They won Telia Esports Series Masters. They were looking like one of the best teams to maybe take that NLC spot in summer. But what happened? Rich Gang came, they took them down in the regular season, they took them down in the playoffs, and then suddenly, Rich Gang were the kings of Norway. And who was the top laner for Rich Gang? Well, it was Banderas. 8 games against Bifrost, 6 wins. And his carry style was something Bifrost, as an organization, have never been able to deal with. And we saw that at the start of this split as well. Niriki taking down Bifrost.
Okay, I'm going to ask you before we move on.
He's a kryptonite.
Yeah, he's a kryptonite, so I'm really taking on you on this one. On the post-game, we'll talk about that one. Who do you think is going to win?
Honestly, I know I've worked with you Bifrost. Michelle, I'm sorry. Niriki's going to take it.
Niriki's going to win. Well,
Niriki's going to take it.
Champion Select is starting right now.
Let's get into it.
1, 2, 3. There we go. Let's hope the button works.
We weren't, no.
We're using Wi-Fi. I keep telling you. We just have a small delay.
The latency is coming in.
The latency. It's not good. It's not good. There we go. The first champion select of the day. First game, Bifrost versus Nuriki. If Bifrost loses this one, puts Nuriki in a really good position. And Bifrost in a really tough one because Varnier are just on the ankles, just like, oh, I can take this spot.
Yeah, so Renata obviously instantly taken off the tables, one of the champs that we have seen played a lot by Bagnale. I'm personally looking towards Flipper. If you want to ban him out, I think while he hasn't had the most success on Volibear, it's a champ that I think he feels very comfortable on and that he has played a bit. Yes, the results haven't been great, but I would definitely still recommend that to be banned away from him.
Hello?
I just remember that cursed game with 0% kill participation.
He hasn't looked good, but I think Flipper, if there's anything that he should feel more safe on.
Itself.
It
on
is
Monday, he redeemed.
You're 100% right, especially since Sidestorm wants to play this more early game aggressive AD carry towards the bot side of the map. I think getting the facilitator in the likes of Wukong or Volibear will really open up that early game for you, especially towards the bot side of the map. Now, I'm seeing a lot of Lissandra bans. From the side of Fury, I'm thinking maybe an Ari Prior from the side of Bifrost. He has been needing his assassins. He likes to play the assassins. Hasn't necessarily done it this season. We've seen Senkax against him picking the Akali into Fury's face and absolutely dismantling him. So here Fury might be thinking of something like the Ari, something like the Akali to try and shine on champions that he feels more comfortable on.
So far, we still don't have any picks, but if you look, there we go. Wukong is available. Zeri is available as well. What do you think now on the second rotation?
I think here comes the handshake, right? You handshake Wukong together with Volibear. You can even go for Lucian Nami right here. Yes, Lucian has been a little bit nerfed in this patch, but don't necessarily think it impacts the game that hard. It's still a pretty strong early game champion.
Picks.
Yeah, going back to basics.
Talking about Azure Spring, he had 8 games of Aphelios, did you know?
Yep.
And did he come out of this lane completely uninterrupted? He would carry the entire game forward. I'm going to remind you, in summer, the first game versus Bifrost was an absolute freaking bloodbath among the two.
We have the Bambi.
I am very interested with the Bambi because one thing that makes this matchup pretty good into the Wukong is the fact that he's easy to see with the clone. The clone is not deceptive because when Lilia hits a spell, there's this
little
tickle,
shadow.
so you can always see where the Wukong is. That kind of removes the efficiency of that spell, but I would actually be surprised to see how Flipper will perform in this. I'm a bit uncertain, but I like the pick as a whole. But moving on, the Sari is still open. Obviously, the hover there for you, Ashram. You get your little 5 minutes of fame. You could
That's
say.
not fair.
Wow,
That's
you're
not fair.
so aggressive.
Tiana is not in the league anymore. That's not fair, mate.
What do you mean?
He would cover Katarina every time. Lock it in.
Wait, is it lock in? No, it's not. Okay, he's just teasing us because we know it's Fury.
I think this was foretold from the bans. Banning the Lissandra, you know what this is a counter to. It is the Ari. But again, I really like seeing Fury back on one of his assassins because he feels more comfortable playing this style of jungle. And the mid-jungle duo so far, having the Wukong, having the Ari, is extremely strong and extremely slippery. Now, this is very ballsy right here.
Whoa.
Because you're blind peeking.
On the red side?
Even though Banderas was an absolute menace on the Fiora, don't get me wrong, but blind peeking the Fiora right now, are you not scared of what Shikari might bring into the mix?
Usually you see Shikari on the losing side, on a losing matchup, and now you get to counter.
Yeah, but do you think Banderas care? Banderas, he knows he's going to win against Bifrost, man.
He does not
and
even
I am
ask.
very happy to see him play out carry, right? It would be very anticlimactic. We were hyping him up and he just ends up on an Ornn.
He's probably going to end up
how
on an
good
Ornn,
Banderas can be. Banderas is a beast in the Fiora and I'm very happy to see him play it. And I'm confident enough in saying that they ban out some of the strongest matchups against the Fiora, like the GP that we know Shikari likes to play, and then this Fiora will be fine regardless.
I think that GP here being banned is one of the all-time classics because when you have Aphelios or Jinx, very mobile hyper carries that want to stand still want to stand in a very short area. Putting down that Canberra is very deadly for this champion, so that is out. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think this might be Shikari on something like the Ornn right here, or maybe even something like the Sejuani, because playing immobile carries, if this ultimate actually does hit, it could be very deadly. And also playing Sejuani into Fiora, I'm not very knowledgeable about the matchup, but it cannot be like that terrible, especially in the early game.
Fiora versus Sejuani?
Yeah.
On the early game, it's comfortable, but as soon as you get at least 2 items, it's going to be terrible for the Sejuani.
Freak
You're playing for the team. You're playing for the team.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think Nuriki are taking a page out of Riddle and like, hey, Banderas, you're the Jax Plank now.
But he played it before and he was
This is
absolute
Banderas,
menace
but
on
you
the
can't do
champion.
like
It's the
that.
safe. You
He's
don't
not
know
a
who's the
cheap
apprentice, who's the
Jax Plank.
master.
He's
You don't know.
Banderas. And is that that is a lucky? That is the Veigar going up
Beauty
against
usually pulls this one versus the Ares.
So the fact that they gave Abagnale the counter pick on support right here means that they really want to prioritize Azure being safe. You've got a Veigar that's going to be playing around you. You've got a Lilia that's going to be playing around you. And you need an undivable backline as well. Because if you want to allow Banderas to create havoc on the split push side of the map, then you need a very solid bot lane to stay alive. And my head instantly went into something like potentially a Tamkens next to the Aphelios.
Oh. But the Rakan Lagan is actually very interesting because this is Abagnale's most played champion if you look at his whole history in competitive play. So that's obviously removing one more champion that he would feel very comfortable on. I'm holding my breath here to see, is that actually going to be locked in?
I don't know. That is a tough one as well. You can play around it, but...
Oh, that is Shikari's Kennen. And it's one of his 3 most played champions in competitive.
Electricity?
We haven't seen... I don't know when you mean, like what year you mean he's
Overall,
most
if
played.
you look at all his competitive games.
We have not seen Kennen in such a long time. And talking about cannon barrage, Kennen creates a cannon barrage around him pretty much. And if you don't have any tool of throwing him away of the fight, which right now, Nuriki, unless they lock a Gragas bot lane, they will not have a way of pushing Kennen out of the fight. I really like, again, the Tamkens. You need a very solid 4-man unit for the side of Nuriki, and they do have that. I think this is more to create opportunities and space for Banderas, while not necessarily being very easily engaged on. This is gonna go down to how well can Shikari flank the team fights.
Well, now that we know the champion select, I'm going to ask you again, who do you think is going to take it? And then I'll jump to you, Trouble, and you have to tell me. Duckling.
Banderas got his Fiora. It is pretty simple. I think it's going to be too hard of a menace on the side lane to be dealt with. I think Bifrost's decision-making is going to be tested to the limits. How will they deal with the split push from Banderas?
You stick with Nuriki.
Improve. So I stick with Nuriki.
What about you, Treble?
I'm not a big fan that Azure is resulting back to the Aphelios, especially in this meta where we have so many flashy bot lanes that you can play, where they're like towards early game, mid game, late game, whatever. So I'm going to give it over to Bifrost because Diamond Prox is again onto a very proactive jungler. He's back with his Wukong, and I'm expecting him to be very proactive in the early together with Fury Zari.
Disagreement on the desk. That's what I love about this. As we're about to jump into the first game of the day, we'll toss it to Viperune and Ameta with an electrifying champion select.
I don't know what, like... Oh no, Kennen! I'm confused about how Nuriki drafted.
Same.
I'm going to give it up.
Too, actually, because there were a lot of takes there in terms of how things ended up. I felt like the order of that draft from Nuriki left a lot of things on the table. I wonder whether you could have actually picked the Rakan up on 4, so you can have yourself a bit more of a better engage option on that side. Instead, they pick up the Veigar when they already know the mid matchup. They give away that Rakan. A lot of things ended up being a little strange. Even the Lilia very early into the draft, and then removing the flex of it felt a bit strange to me. So when we've ended up with this draft, it does feel like Bifrost had a lot of answers on the table. But the thing with Bifrost, though, is that they typically want to play a certain style. While the answers which they gave, actually, for me, play towards a bit of a different one. When you have a cannon on that top side, when you have that Wukong too, it feels like you want to give maybe more pressure top side than Bifrost would like to. They typically love going towards bot lane, giving that the advantage. I'm actually not sure if that's towards their identity, which has been a problem for them so far.
Yes, and this is the question that we're going to have to ask going into the game is, are they going to attempt to play their identity with the bits a bit wrong, or are they going to try and do something else? Because on Monday, we saw them pick a Belveth, which isn't an early game ganking jungler necessarily.
And they did anyway.
Don't tell Diamond Prox that because he thought it was. It proved not to be that effective after a couple of early ganks, and ultimately they lost out. We are on to the rift for our first game of the day. We've got Bifrost seeing if they can stake more of a claim on those playoff spaces. They're going up against the Ricky, who are still in the chasing pack.
And it does feel like this game will be for stabilization for Bifrost in their second half of the split. Of course, we know that they are stuck at 6 and 5. A loss here would put them to net even on wins and losses. And considering this team went to EU Masters, went through the play-ins, went all the way to the quarterfinals, sadly dropped out to a Go Rogue there, of course. This would be an important victory for them to, again, solidify their stakes on that playoffs coming into summer. But Nariki, they've already had a lot of close games. Actually, don't let that 3-8 scoreline fool you. They have taken it close against many of our top teams, and Bifrost would not want to be finally that top team which drops a win to Nariki when they have been playing quite high-level League of Legends, or at least interactive League of Legends.
Yes, absolutely. Both of these teams have been playing pretty well. I think Nariki have been playing pretty well up until they lose games,
yes.
Which is kind of unfortunate. When you look at their scoreline, you wouldn't necessarily believe me, but they've been involved in... We were talking about this a little bit when we were in the...
We were, yeah.
And we were saying, look, Nariki are part of some of the most close and exciting League of Legends games. Unfortunately, when we were discussing the ones which they've been part of, we were just mentioning games that they'd lost.
Yeah, because Nariki are always down to scrap, it feels like. They are looking for big wins across the map early on. Sadly for them, it does seem as though every time they look for the big wins, there is an equally big loss somewhere else on the map. So it means that games often do get quite scrappy, they get quite close. It does mean, though, this might be a hot take, but I would actually say Nariki are, quote me on this, the most entertaining team to watch in the NLC right now. You look at their last couple of games, last 3-4, they've had late game affairs. It does feel like Nariki always keep you questioning right up until the Nexus falls.
I think, depending on what you're looking for, again, like a lot of our viewers will be correct. There's something about the way that Dusty think about League of Legends that intrigues me. That's like a morbid curiosity than anything else a lot of the time. But certainly they've had some players who they have got some players who have really stepped up from last split. They've got some new players in. We talk about Banderas on Monday, a little bit on Desk, a little bit on Cast about how much he's doing. And Darkling was very, very excited about the prospect of both of these top lanes. Banderas on the Fiora, Shikari on, of course, his Kennen, which he loves so much.
Yeah, this is his 11th career Kennen game, and Darkling did call that on the desk. It was one of his most played. I don't know whether he said it was the most played. It's actually the third most played,
yep.
Third most played, I believe. It's Ornn and... Heck, which one's the first one? I just scrolled off of it. I believe it's Ornn and Gnar is his topmost.
What a fun guy.
Yeah. But I mean, he likes to play... I mean, all of those champions, of course, are happy to be left alone on an island to a certain extent. And as we can see in the early levels, of course, Kennen, being a ranged Doran's Blade user, means that those auto attacks give you a lot of ability to clear out that wave. Bot lane though, this is very LPL tech. Nariki using the chance to push in early, the early wave control of, well, or rather the early non-existent wave control of Zeri to get themselves control over that lane, get enough gold for a cull. Astor goes back, there's going to start scaling up into relevancy earlier into the game. Once you hit 2 items on a Fellows, you are ready to fight. It also gives Agnale a chance to just look mid, and Aero had set up that wave control to make sure that Fury was potentially in danger. So Nariki taking over the bot side of the map, which again is something that Bifrost love to have. So while this has been a bit of a weird draft from Nariki in terms of the pick order from what we were calling out, the fact that Bifrost and the fact that Diamondprox isn't down bot lane early to make a mess of things is not necessarily what we've come to expect of Bifrost early on.
And I mean, this... Oh, actually, I'm going to hold that point, because Flipper and Diamondprox have met each other in the jungle. Flipper doing a decent amount of damage.
Oh, he's in trouble now. He's actually in
a lot of trouble. The damage burning.
Big damage early.
Big smite to get himself a heal. Arrow teleporting back in to maybe get involved, but Fury's also posturing, so he gets away.
That was a max damage watch out Eve, and getting that without the sleep is quite difficult. So Flipper getting a big amount of damage down early. Of course, mid lane wasn't in a position to push and roam completely into the enemy jungle. Fury not quite on the same page as Diamondprox at that point, but Lilia, we normally see it in top lane into tanks nowadays. It's been a while since we've seen it so prominently in the jungle, but Flipper, have to keep an eyes on that Lilia because it does do so much damage as we've seen.
And now clearing out those top lane Krog, Shikari and Banderas. Shikari having priority, just ranged into melee, making Banderas feel a little bit bad, but Fiora has enough to weather through the storm.
Yeah, but Fiora's still getting the farm, and also Flipper is still getting the farm. Got that bot lane scuttle, it's been a trade across the map, so it's not like Diamondprox get an individual jungle advantage for Nariki trying to put a little more into that bot side. What we also need to see now is you see that ward just down by that Raptor pit. Keep an eye on that, because that means that you see that actually ping there from Nariki onto it, because what Lilia loves to do from jungle is take Raptors, keep going for that bargain bucket, and it's so quick to kill them that Diamondprox potentially can start falling behind even without really making that many mistakes in the jungle matchup. Lilia is so just very quick to punish that though. We'll be getting the second spawn either way. Diamondprox not going to suffer that this time. It's just something to just keep an eye on for the identity of that champion.
And of course, Diamondprox, they're giving up information where the Wukong is, even with that ward, so it's definitely worth placing down. But Flipper's going to be spotted out as Highway and Odie move all up the river, just go on a little bit of an expedition.
So this is the first time that Bifrost get control of bot side, and Diamondprox is immediately here, and they catch Flipper.
Flipper gets a lot of damage. Woo! First blood, Odie.
And you know what we were just saying very early into that game about, hey, you know, Bifrost, they don't have control of bot side. What's happening? First reset going to Nariki. They have this chance to play around it. Well, this is why you don't give bot side that pressure. They are so practiced at playing around the opportunities they do get around that bot side of the map. Kill goes over to Odie. And this Zeri, we talked about the, I was about to say the Azor, it's just the person I relate most with this champion for the NLC, but the Aphelios. Scaling up to 2 items and becoming relevant. Zeri, very similar though. Get to 2-3 items and she becomes such a menace. Giving over that early kill after the seemingly successful work of Nariki in the early game to keep things where they wanted it. That's bad news for Nariki and a sign of life from Bifrost early on. Interactive games, we said.
Yeah, something that we want to see, because some teams do have a bit of a tendency to sit back.
50 seconds longer game times, Will.
Well, that's why. This is exactly the reason, because things are taking a little bit longer. They're a little bit slower. Of course, first dragon was taken while we were talking about that. Hex Tech, it's first dragon, so it's going to be giving a little bit of an advantage over to Bifrost.
In terms of the actual stats you get from the dragon, Hextech is the best by far now. It's extra 5% attack speed, 5 ability haste, and that applies to so many different champions that love using that. Mountain up next, which does mean 2 of our stronger combat souls are going to be off the table. Leaves you a chance of course, that dreaded cloud, which in this game would not be the most successful thing for either, well, rather the most important thing for both of these teams to get. But still, those individual dragons help unlock that Elder later into that game as well. So, you know, keeping an eye on it either way.
Flipper prancing up to the top side, not going to be able to find Shikari without being spotted out on a ward, and the Cannon's going to be able to push in that wave and then move away from any kind of danger. But the 2 junglers haven't had the biggest impact so far. Of course, the assist from Diamondprox on that first blood is nice, but it was really a story of a lot of champions getting involved in that one. And this is something that we haven't necessarily... This hasn't been a hallmark of these 2 jungle players this split, particularly.
No, it has felt like both these players have been facilitators in terms of their roles within these teams. And again, we talked a little bit about Bifrost and their identity, which is largely around that jungle role, actually. Diamondprox has transformed this team from Spring, for better or for worse. We're yet to really see how that culminates, but there's been a lot of soul-searching is the word I used earlier for it, for Bifrost to see what they were going to do about this abrupt change in playstyles. Speaking of that, another neutral herald a neutral objective rather, started up by Bifrost. They got that first one, heading up towards that herald, and I have to say, Nariki, I felt like they should have more control around bot side, felt that they should be having more chance to impact the map early on from that, because your support is meant to be a little bit more free to roam, but that one mistake around bot side already seems like it's starting to hurt them.
Whether it'll be too much of a big deal moving forward into second dragon time, this early mid-game situation is yet to be seen. Odie running away from Flipper, doesn't want to be caught out by the Lilia. Abagnale just licking Highway on the way out to make sure that he knows that he's there, but ultimately there's not a lot going on at the moment, but there are rotations.
There's vision being put down from Nariki, there's been rotations, and it feels like Bifrost with those rotations have, one, taken that Herald, that's a big thing, but they've also been able to protect those Raptors, which again are kind of a big objective for Lilia. It just helps her get that jungle advantage very quickly, very efficiently. Even with Nariki giving over that Herald, it feels like they haven't managed to get into their enemy jungle and put anything more down than just wards. So that's it from the Nariki side of things. Bifrost, however, been managing to take control of this bot side, and we haven't really talked about top lane much. This again has been a bit of a staple for Bifrost, keeping things on an island, keeping Shikari afloat in a 1v1 matchup so we can affect that game later. And of course, Banderas no stranger to that with a Fiora too.
And when you've got Shikari on a cannon, impacting the game later, going into a team fight, teleporting through most likely, throwing down that ultimate and causing all kinds of mischief. Of course, Banderas, Fiora, they set it on the desk, Monster on the side lane. Can mix it up in team fights as well if you can get a nice ultimate off and really help out your team, but when it comes to how these 2 players are going to interact in the late game, likely to see 2 very different wants.
For sure, yeah. I mean, you're looking at high damage threats, but in very different ways, and they succeed in different scenarios. Game's a little bit slow right now. We don't have a dragon for a minute. We'll see how teams set up for that. I remember, because I used to cast a lot in the university scene, there was a German university top player called Gentleman Hero, who actually, I believe, plays in Div 2 right now, Prime League, maybe.
I think he was in Prime League last I checked.
On the same team, actually, Kidasi, which is Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. He played, anyway, this is why it's relevant. He played Muramana, Fiora, and with 2 top 80 carries in fights. So it's like, oh, you're going to be split pushing. Wait, what the heck has happened to the bat line? Just pick Triforce, pick Muramana, and it would just absolutely delete someone. Of course, we've seen Banderas on a very different build with this time it looks like he's going towards Gore Drinker, or one of those Iron Spike Whip items. You saw him delete poor Silas the other day in one of their very close games where it was the 9-kill fight, 4 on one side, 1 on the other. But Banderas looking to have an impact in this one. Aero actually a little bit in danger here. Aero's being put down.
Lost away from the charm, but the return, as you said, has been dropped. See how many plates can be gained by Diamondprox and Fury. At least 2 you've got to imagine as Diamondprox beating down on that tower. It's going to be 3 plates to the good for Bifrost as they move away from the mid lane. Dragon is up on the Rift, but Nariki are coming up to contest it.
So, Abignale missing, Cage missing 2. Oh, that's a bit of a disaster.
Side, but Abignale's a little bit of a tanky catfish, so he should be able to waddle away.
Yeah, that's a little bit awkward. Abignale not able to kind of walk up and play so aggressively. If you miss the Tahm Kench W, that Abyssal dive, things go very south for you very quickly. And as much as Tahm Kench is deep south and is no stranger to that, and his accent and identity, that's not really where you want to be. So Nariki had that chance to take over bot river. They've kind of given up that chance now with that Herald pushing in mid, Odie doing his own dirty work on that bot side, and Bifrost have taken this chance to not just get dragon control, but to get some extra goodies in terms of collateral and minions and plates to their advantage in the meantime.
And that dragon should be melted through pretty quickly. Nariki are in the neighborhood, but they're not necessarily looking to contest. Abignale is just going to show his face and then turn swiftly around as the objective falls. 2 over to Bifrost. We've got a Cloud Soul, which is pretty nice for the Tom positions that we've got going on. But we've seen a lot, especially on Monday, teams taking the first couple of dragons don't always tend to grab the next couple.
This is a very LCK phenomena. We've seen it elsewhere in the globe as well, but if you are watching the major regions, that's the region which is most likely to align with this identity. It's a word we're using a lot today. In terms of giving up those early dragons and then just flipping over Elder, just making sure you're not giving over gold. And when it is something like a Cloud Drake as well, you're kind of rewarded for that to a certain extent to just say, look, I'm not going to lose loads of kills and give up the immediate combat advantage, and rather keep things close, so when it comes down to a single cataclysmic fight, you are still within arm's reach and you can win that big team fight, which might just bring the game with it.
Abignale clears out 1 ward after walking over it, but there's still 3 more that caught vision of him, so unable to sneak around is super lit up.
It's heck, it's the there's a certain like fallacy with this. It's like something like the survivor's fallacy or something like that. It was like in one various 20th century conflict, there was a thing where a load of bombers would come back from their bombing runs and have loads of bullets in the wings, and they thought, oh, this is where they're getting shot. We've got to put more armor on there. When actually, the ones which didn't make it back had been shot in all the areas where they hadn't been hit. So it's this weird kind of thing where you find that one ward, and it's like, oh, we found this one. Surely they will put it here again. You've missed all of the others around the map.
I mean, they've now been cleared out, so someone's doing their due diligence. I think it was Fury who decided to go in there.
There we go. He's the real aircraft engineer here. Good job,
Absolutely. Fury's like, you know what? I'm going to do a bit of a check as Abignale going to be clearing that one out.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He might be punished for it. The knockup's good to stop the Abyssal Voyage, and Abignale sleeping with the fishes.
He is mid lane, also under threat. That's a Wukong.
Hero's going the wrong direction to run away from this one. Nice flash over as Flipper's going to come in, but the charmed Vigar's already dead, and Flipper will be able to escape.
And this is one of the issues with specifically the Ahri versus Veigar matchup. A lot of people tout this as a kind of counter. I feel like with most Ahri matchups, and seriously watch LDLC in regards to this, they are very good at utilizing this. I feel like Ahri's matchups are more independently determined by jungle and support. Abignale tried to impact that early game, came up at level 2, couldn't find an opening, and then suddenly actually it's about Diamondprox being on the enemy Raptors. Yes, falling behind a little bit, but being there to threaten Aero. So even with this matchup that they picked into, they knew that this was the matchup. They are starting to fall behind, and now Fury has himself that assist and a couple of kills over to Diamondprox, mean this mid-jungle 2v2 getting a little awkward for Nariki.
How he finds Flipper and Abagnale around those Raptors. As we mentioned, going into the game a little bit earlier, these Raptors are easy pickings for Lilia if Wukong is elsewhere, and Diamondprox going to be pretty happy to trade them over as he grabs himself the second Rift Herald. Of course, no plates to be taken, but use as a battering ram to break open maybe one of these out towers or even look inroads in the inners.
And speaking of those battering rams, has so often been the AD carries doing it for both of these teams. Got a Herald on one side, but Asdorp, he's got himself the Calibrum Crescendum, the rifle turrets, chakrams, and rifle stacked together. It means that tower damage does get absurd. They take that one down without actually having a Herald at all. Feels like maybe Bifrost have overextended, but now
as well, you
teleport.
Flipper and Astor gonna have to run up river to escape this one. They've got Aero coming on down for support, but nice ultimate coming on down. That's gonna stun up the Tom Kench. He goes low, has some Grey to play with. Slipper dives back into the fight. The box is gonna catch one. It's Rakan.
Oh!
Deleted by Aero on the Vigar. Abagnale caught out now, and the free fire from Oni will take down two. Looking for more as Astor flashes away. Aero puts up another box. Won't be able to stop the flash though, as Fury follows him over. Charms and slays as Bifrost take the fight.
The mobility is so hard to disengage from if you're Nariki. Bifrost, when they find a winning scenario, they have all of the tools to continue on the fight. Poor Veigar could only waddle away so quick. You can get away with a cage, but you've only got one of them. That really felt like the turning point of that fight. Bifrost, they go towards that Herald. They know the cross map is coming in, but they have themselves a plan set down. Actually, very impressive phase of play, and now Bandras caught out on the wrong side of the map. Gonna have to try and outplay this one.
Diamondprox is found, and the flash comes through from the Fiora. Will he be able to get over the wall? Nice parry, but it's not going to do any stunning, only slowing as Fiora walks right into the loving embrace of the Ahri. It's a shutdown. It's not shutdown, it's killing spree for Diamondprox.
And this has been a bit of a collapse from Nariki, where they see the Herald's going down, they think the cross map's coming through, but Bifrost are the step ahead. They have themselves teleport advantage, they use it well. The first phase of this fight looks pretty promising from Nariki because you have that cannon ult go down, but it's not great damage going onto Valios. It's basically only damage onto the Tahm Kench, and that's not who you want to hit. Of course, we saw that earlier into the game, that W from Lilia does so much damage and comes through with the ultimate, but it's just not enough. This is the thing. Even though the first phase of the fight goes well for Nariki in some ways, they only have the cooldowns to do that once. Bifrost push the advantage, they take the fight.
And you know what we say around these parts when we see a Vigar die? Good.
I forgot about your ongoing...
You used the box twice in that fight, or the cage, or whatever it's called. Event Horizon. Dumb champion.
Yeah, I forgot about your ongoing situation with Veigar.
He's always perma-broken, and it's dumb, but it's fine because he died in that fight.
He's just a funny little dude. He's just a fun little dude. He's just trying to go about his evil way across the galaxy.
His stun is too long.
It is, absolutely right.
The cooldown is not long enough.
Not up there in... The thing about it is just like, it's just the threat of being there. It goes like, do you want to get stunned? Cage is
yeah.
It's just the threat of it, right? Speaking of it right there, gets something out from this.
Herald in bot lane though.
Herald's down. It's the second one, of course, which Bifrost started off that big cross map with, pushing in towards that inner. Not able to take it though.
It's going to do a decent chunk of damage, which is fine because for them it will be easy for someone to go bot lane and kind of split push away. Obviously, this team doesn't necessarily have the same kind of obvious split push when you've got Fiora on the other side, but I'm sure Shakai would have a good time against the half-elf tower.
I'm sure he'd have a... Yeah, as long as it's not shooting back. Maybe he'll need some little...
Well, they need some minions to help, obviously.
Yeah, gotta say, 1v1, towers are kind of scary. They got hands. They got hands, they got turret shots, they've got a lot of stuff.
They actually don't have hands.
Well, no, they technically... They are holding things. If you look at the stat sheet...
Do they have hands?
Well, I mean, they're holding like a rod. And
oh, yeah, no, he does. He has a hand.
Yeah, so there you go. Turrets have hands. They'll slap a fool for trying to 1v1 them because they do a lot of damage nowadays. Long gone are the days where you can tank up like 45 tower shots like you could do in Season 5 with Nautilus tank top with Sunfire Iceborne. That was a time.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a simpler time when you just didn't care about tower diving.
Maokai, Nautilus, all of the good stuff. Well, for some people. I play top lane, but I only play ranged tops, so I'm not
you're one of those.
I'm not really allowed to talk to other top laners for fear of my own safety. You know, Quinn, Vayne are not really well respected in the top lane.
Quinn's just not really well respected by anyone for a number of reasons.
I mean, I make an effort to play Quinn mid lane just to try and absolve myself.
It's also a bit weird.
It's a bit weird, but at least that one's acceptable. Whereas Noriki have to kind of accept that they're starting to lose out on vast quantities of this map. Yes, there are 2 turrets apiece, but well, rather there's 2 to the side of Noriki, but they've also lost themselves 3 of their own, including that mid lane out of turret. Which means once you lose that mid lane out of turret, these situations become very, very hard to stop. The vision control from Bifrost has been set up in an ironclad manner. The full court push, rather, is being set up from the blue side. Bifrost, again, this game was so important to steady the ship. Remember, coming off of a couple of losses, 6 and 5, would love to keep themselves in the positive, love to keep themselves closer and safely inbound for playoffs.
And for Bifrost, you've got to imagine that's minimum expectations after getting to the quarterfinals, the knockout stages of last European Masters. Of course, a team that came...
Crazy how the perspective has changed, yeah.
It is, and X7 are in exactly the same position. They're also 6 and 5. They also got to the quarterfinals. NLC had some struggles in the studio.
We had a 100% quarterfinals rate. That's good enough. Yeah,
only
no one else had that.
LFL can go away. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But for Noriki right now, what do we want to see from them? Because they're being slowly choked out, it would appear.
Yeah, well, what you need to do is stop the big plays coming in from Bifrost. That's one thing. Right. A lot of it will come down to what we were just talking about. It is that vision control. Some of our teams have been exceptional at setting up vision traps. You set down that one ward, and actually someone like a Rakan can fall prey to this because he's not great at once he has been CC'd. But fishing for that next ward and just going a little too far. Noriki needs to start setting up and saying, okay, you can start to look towards that next encroachment of vision line, and we're going to punish you from that. Use that uneven amount of numbers after that point to try and push through parts of the map. It's actually something that RNG were incredibly good at MSI. It's one of the best things they were at compared to the other teams at that tournament and indeed across the world. Other teams have started to catch up in the time since, in the aftermath, but the NLC, and particularly for Noriki now, they're going to have to do a lot of their homework very, very quickly, because it feels like, for me, those vision traps, picking off someone one by one, that's going to be the big thing for them.
Always able to dive out of the Vigar cage, won't be called out this time around. Also has got the early QSS to avoid that being a huge issue.
So this is now a very dangerous position for Noriki. Wards behind them, they pushed beyond that point. So easy to pick off, and Dimeprox is going. Where's the teleport? There it is!
Caught out and killed. He's getting some damage onto the Vigar. The rest of the team is now following up. Highway is there. Teleport coming in onto the top side. Can Shikari get here in time? Arrow goes low.
There he is!
There's the ultimate, but Arrow will be able to dance away from it. They lose one. It's Azator. That's the victim. As Odie will now skate towards the fight, having taken down his lane opponent. They will be able to take down the Catfish as well. Odie goes to the wall. He's looking for more. Flipper for the double. Arrow somehow is the one that escapes.
He escapes, and he has to be alone to tell the tale. Noriki, they push beyond their safe vision. We talked about this vision control being so important for them to get into the game. It's also such a difficult situation for them when they start to leave that shell, leave that defensive fortress of their base. It's going to lead to 4 deaths. Going to lead to a dragon presumably going after this Baron too. Bifrost explode the map, and if we were asking for a stabilizing game, one to give confidence to Bifrost fans for the second half of the split, this is certainly a way to do it.
Absolutely, and the Baron onto 5 members will help them make inroads. Normally we talk about wanting teams to take everything outside the base on Baron number 1. There's only 1 tower left. So
they're making so many inroads, they're almost Roman. They build a lot of roads. Yeah, we do see.
Someone's going to ignore that. There's a dragon on the map.
The Roman League Championship. Home only to Bifrost.
What are you on about?
They build a lot of roads.
Well, I get that.
Well, they might be killing themselves some dragons too. Different thing, and they've managed to get.
Flipper goes secure. Actually goes low. Will be secured. There's another one as Abagnale falls, and hey, you got the dragon. You denied soul, but that's a triple over to Shikari, and I don't know if they can weather this.
I don't think they can now. So many deaths, so many cooldowns used. You don't have a lot of your wave clear in that. Aphelios can have to be aero searching for a way out of this. Wave being built up towards bot side. Bifrost looking for that lethal push.
Highway's now looking for the lethal engage. Banderas is there. It's a 2v2 under tower. A lot of damage coming out from Odie, but not enough to kill the Vigar. Remember, he's got the Everfrost and is a little bit beefier than some other mages, but the bot lane, that's the wave that you talked about being built up. The tower will fall. The mid lane one might go the same way. Banderas standing strong as the only defender as Abagnale moves his way back onto the rift. This won't be a decisive killing blow unless Noriki are caught, but 2 inhibitors will go down, and that'll put them in a very difficult position.
It's not going to be the end of the game, but it is just about as good as that clone coat in the cage. But
Ari?
Shikari's just having the time of his life, baby.
Zoning ultimate, but he will catch out Abagnale as he tries to follow up. There's the cage, but won't find anyone. Flipper dancing forward, looking for a catch, but can't find Fury, as the rest of Bifrost will make their excuses and leave.
Again, the game doesn't end here, but it pretty much does in everything but the final Nexus blow. You are now 10,000 gold ahead. You sat there on Soul Point. You have the entirety of that Baron being used up. You get to reset, and this is utter destruction. There was a brief window for Nariki to leave the base, clear out some wards, get some control, maybe again set up one of those traps we briefly talked about, but even that is one heck of a dream away. You have 2 items on your mid and your AD carry. Maybe that's something that Nariki can get a turnaround burst combo onto, but what cost is that going to be at? If it's not a clean combo, you're almost certainly getting mashed on the back end.
And for that last fight wasn't even that clean. Shikari ulted pretty randomly, hitting basically no one, and it was irrelevant ultimately. 1 kill for Nariki to the good at the moment. Called out Highway once, but past that, have been unable to find very much.
Maybe another. Oh, QSS. Big hiccup. I hadn't even picked that up in the inventory, but that's the big thing that they were looking for. Looking to pick off the Rakan. You can't even do that cleanly now. You have to do it in so many different phases. You have to pick them once, get rid of the QSS, pick them again, try and look for a kill. While this is happening, the waves are crashing in.
Abagnale takes a bit of damage. Diamondprox interested in trying to take down this bottom Nexus tower. The rest of Bifrost are putting some pressure down. Fury will be the one to cure it as they break open the base. The Baron buff is now gone, so pushing will be slightly harder. But there's only 1 Nexus tower defending. 1 inhibitor tower stands strong as well. Bifrost could look for the killing blow right here, right now.
This is going to be one last chance for Nariki, but is it a good one? No. Is it going to be a fair fight? Absolutely not. That gold is making sure of that. With all the other combat stats being built up, Flipper's going!
Going for the ultimate, gonna have to go golden as well. The cage comes up, lands on the 2. There's the QSS being utilized. Nariki is standing strong, Banderas goes in and gets the kill onto Highway. There's another kill going over as Shikari falls. He goes a little bit too deep team, but Odie is still alive. Fury is still alive. They're chasing Nariki away from their Nexus tower. It will go low, but it won't be felt just yet as Odie's forced to back away. Banderas returning to defend his team, and the objectives still stand.
Okay, a little bit bold there from Bifrost. Couldn't get themselves a clean engage early enough, so Flipper does the job for them. Sat at 0-4 after that fight, but this sleep gives you a little bit of hope. Manages to get the 3-man sleep. Of course, the Banshees from Fury's picked up, saves him from the same kind of fate, but it gives enough time just with the CC and the extra damage being popped through to at least get some shutdowns to the side of Nariki. They lose towers at the same time. I think that Bifrost is still happy, inching their way closer towards that victory, because Nariki, how likely is that they find as good a fight as that again? You can see the momentum bar, our analysts in the back room, in the green room, thinking this is all but a done deal, as we've been saying on here too.
Well, you must remember that on Monday,
yes,
this bar was doing some weird stuff. I don't know if you know anything about that.
I wonder who could have been doing any of that. I wonder who was the analyst there on Monday.
Yeah. Archer, what's he like, eh?
Oh, yeah, that guy, you know, you can never trust him.
No.
Leave him alone 1 second with the momentum meter. And he
literally just walks in.
Just can't trust
staring
him.
at me.
As soon as you mention him, he's just there.
He knows,
he
can hear me.
Individual.
He can't actually hear me because, you know, we're being piped through to our analysts so they can listen to us bully them. But Bifrost are now looking to push towards the base. The inhibitor tower at the top lane is still standing, so they're not getting those double inhibited up minions, super minions, you might call them, because that's what they're called.
They are, in fact, called that.
But Bifrost are looking potentially to find his last fight. Shikari's not here, has teleport though, but could be a little bit delayed if it's a quick trigger pull from Nariki. But Abagnale goes really low, will survive with the great health. The shield is there, and Odie can't find the killing blow. But Bifrost, they'll take that exchange. Abagnale, of course, is going to be able to go back, reset, get some health, which Bifrost won't be able to do.
It's the defender's advantage, being able to regen, get out to the map quicker. But what Bifrost are doing is setting up a waterfall. They're setting up the ability to go from top wave into mid wave, into bot. Highway looking for an engagement, forcing the flash.
Not able to find that decisive last team fight, but as we mentioned, Nariki kind of had the perfect last chance saloon already. They defended their base. Diamondprox might be caught out here, has to go over the wall away from the cage. We'll be able to do so, but Bifrost are just creating space on the top side. They're looking to try and push in and take down this inhibited tower. Damage coming on the Highway.
Ult missed from Azor, and Grand Challenge thrown down by Banderas too. This is just unrelenting from Nuriki.
Next tower's gone. Diamondprox is maybe looking for the backdoor ending. Is trying to dive away from Nuriki as they turn to collapse upon him. But remember, the rest of Bifrost has moved into the base as well. Nice triple knockup from the Wukong. He goes drowsy, goes low, sleeps permanently as he's taken down. But now the members of Bifrost can look to take down this inhibitor tower. Nuriki actually looking to turn them away. The inhibitors have respawned. Bifrost fought off again.
It's been fought off, and Bifrost, we talked about them trying to set up these waves coming across the map, but they weren't there to help them be shepherded in, and you have multiple items on the Veigar. 3 there, almost got the Infinity Edge onto Azator's Aphelios too. Nuriki have enough wave clear, and though it was unrelenting from Bifrost, actually flogged the names there as I saw Nuriki take down Diamondprox on that bot side. It feels like Bifrost, even though they've had this lease of life in the early game, which has been, again, something that they have done very uniquely so in this split compared to last split. In the early game, it was coin flip as everything else. This time it has been much more of a assured deal that they would make things work for them in the early game. Their late game maybe has suffered a little as consequence. Last split, Bifrost, beyond 25 minutes, they were almost unbeatable. This time they are really struggling to put this to bed.
I will temper that with that play did get them the second Nexus Tower and Dragon Soul.
It does.
So we can only critique them so much.
For sure, for sure. But then you're looking at this game and how far ahead they have been. They have struggled to close out a game which did look very, very done. And of course, it is still very, very done, but just a couple of awkward fights here and there when maybe they overreach trying to end. It's high standards to hold them to, but again, they were at EU Masters and they are looking to be up towards that playoffs, be a better version of themselves from Spring, which they currently aren't on par with the results at least. We hold them to those high standards, and Nuriki holding them to account to some degree. They're not going quietly into the respawn screens. They found some ways to get those rare kills they have managed to get their hands onto. Once again, Highway being forced away from that QSS, but Nuriki, they're turtling up, getting inside that Hermit Crab shell and looking for one opening, looking for one thing to try and get that turnaround fight.
They lose the mid lane inhibitors, so there's going to be a threat onto their open Nexus. The backdoor potential is there. Shikari does have teleport, but it's just keeping an eye on how Bifrost want to try and close one out, because they were a little bit, as you mentioned, shaky on that last play. They gained some good stuff, but it wasn't picture perfect. And now they're looking to put pressure on all 3 lanes with this Baron empowered.
Look at that W coming from Era. So much wave clear charm hits, but it's not the highest damage Ahri build. It's gone for more utility, and there's no book. No Magi's involved in there too. Fury there to just shuffle in the waves. They were able to escape with their life, and Diamondprox forces the issue.
Damage coming down onto Flipper. He's going to be eaten up, but he's going to be knocked up in the belly as Banderas dives forward, gets killing spree onto Diamondprox, but members of Bifrost certainly have better health bars. Of course, there's the defender's advantage. Banderas has to go on to stay alive. Aero is deleted, but it'll take Shikari with him. Banderas got to the fountain as the damage coming in from Odie. He's free-firing. Astor on the side can only sit and watch. He's actually going to be chased away and killed by Bifrost. Triple kill will end things up for Odie as Bifrost keep themselves at pace.
Oh, Nuriki, they turtle up for a little while, but it always was the advantage to the favor of Bifrost. And with that last fight as well, Odie ending up with actually the quadra kill. Last kill being secured just before that Nexus fell. We touted this team as one of our premier bot lane wrecking ball teams playing through Kalista. It's much harder to do that in early game through something like Azeri, but when you have someone the caliber of Odie to play through, this is what happens when you give that bot lane resources. Bifrost, move to 7 and 5. Again, start righting that ship.
And we don't have to break this down anymore. It's fine. We've got a whole desk. Like, their entire job is to break down games that we've just talked about. So we're going to send it over to Artrom and the gang to break down that first game.
Breakdown. Okay. Bifrost with an outstanding victory.
You're not part of the gang? It says
not part of the gang?
Ashram and the gang. Oh, we're your gang. Okay.
Oh, you're my gang?
That's what he said.
What's up? How you doing, my man? Wi-Fi. Thank you so much.
Okay, chill out.
Bifrost with this victory puts themselves in a really good position in the standings in order to get access to the playoffs, specifically versus Nuriki that was chasing that position. And we didn't get to see Nuriki today, even though, Duckling, you told me I win.
I talked a lot about Banderas, right? And the thing is, Banderas was never really able to get into the state where the Fiora is a real menace because his team just lost around the map. And to me, like Flipper, he got caught on the side of the early jungle, and from that point onward, he wasn't really able to have the impact we hoped for. They tried to go for that Cloud Drake, and they got it. The thing is, they lost like 3-4 members, and then they start losing their base, and they couldn't move out, and it was a horrible time for them at point onwards. had the game been even until like 35 minutes with Asata on, you know, the Aphelios and the VR, I think they would be able to win it. The thing is, they weren't able to scale long enough into the game, and they just lost.
Had my dog had the horn growing out of his head, he would have been a unicorn. I think this is what we're talking about here. Because I think taking it off the get-go all the way to draft, yes, maybe if you're even at 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes into this game, yes, your team scales to gods. It's insane having Aphelios, Veiga, and Fiora on the side lane, but you have zero proactivity on the map. Veiga plus Lilia is double AP mid-jungle duo, which means that Mercs make it so easy to play against this duo, and you can basically like even walk into the cage if you want to when you have Mercs earlier on. Top lane with the Fiora, you usually need pressure on the rest of the map to allow Fiora to split push, but you can't pressure because you've got Aphelios Tam Kent Bo, who's not necessarily a kill lane, or mid-jungle duo is not necessarily the best together. And then if you look on the other side, Diamond Prox and his Wukong. We know he's going to make plays in the early. You got Fury on his Ahri. That mid-jungle duo is so proactive in the early game that it's going to snowball it. And then if things go wrong, you also have a Zeri down the bot lane that can match Aphelios later on the scaling. So Kennen, I think, was like a cherry on top as well. Trying to create, you know, space for his team while zoning away the Aphelios. I feel like off the get-go, the draft was kind of miserable to play from the side of Nuriki. They just had no avenue into the early game.
It was really complicated for Nuriki to play their play style. Didn't we get to see them at all, right, Duckling?
I think, you know, you said it perfectly, right? Diamond Proxy was able to get it early and he was able to snowball it. For me, when you look at it as a whole, I think this game is huge for Bifrost. Being able to confidently beat one of the bottom teams, that's just saying, okay, we are not going into this playoff battle. We are not scraping for 6. We want to be up at the top of the table, and they showed that they actually have a level to confidently and securely close out these games. So this was a big win for them, I feel like.
And you talked about the idea that Bifrost are looking better right now, so that's why we're going to jump to the interview with Highway, the support that played Rakan. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being with us today. And that was a really important victory for you guys, especially because you guys lost on Monday. That was really complicated for you guys. How are you feeling in terms of standings after this victory?
I mean, so we're basically closing the playoff first 6 places, right? And hopefully we can still, like, even though it's not looking the best right now, right? We still are looking to improve. And I think for the playoffs, we're going to be there to, let's say, win it all.
So if we're looking at last split, which was spring, when X7 was kings of the NLC, Bifrost was the only team who managed to take both games in regular season off of them. Right now, we're looking at Excel. They are the kings of this particular split. And we've also mentioned that with your addition to the team, with Diamond Prox addition to the team, the Bifrost as a whole has gone up in value. How do you feel that you're pairing up together with Audi in the bot lane? How do you feel that you're pairing up, of course, with Diamond Prox? Because jungle support duo is very important.
Well, I think we're doing pretty good. I think I'm doing pretty good. Maybe I'm not, you know, smurfing it till like everything, you know, but it's not going too bad. I think with Audi, we're like our synergy is building up pretty well because since we are both Polish, we can just, you know, always talk about the game together after scrims, both and after officials. So yeah, I think my champion pool also is like pretty wide, so we can play basically anything that Audi wants to play. So yeah, I guess thus far it's my role in the team. And with Diamond, I mean, it's really cool to be in a team with a player, with such a player, right? Because he's so, you know, let's say famous, and his game knowledge is really like let's say broad. So yeah, it's just a lot of benefits generally. He's also a really nice person. Like, he's the guy who never tilts, basically. Like, he's just stone wall, you know, you just cannot move him. So I generally like the atmosphere because compared to my, let's say, previous let's say environments that I've been you know, within, it's just been completely different because here just people are here to, let's say, try hard, and every game they are giving their best, and I really like it.
Wow, it slipped completely my mind that it's a full Polish bot lane, Polska Górom.
Yeah, Polska Górom.
All right, thank you so much for the interview. Always a pleasure to get you on the show, and good luck. It seems like you guys are recuperating, so let's see what Bifrost ends up Thank you so much. Have a nice one.
It's been the first time though. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope to get you more times on the show. Okay?
Yeah. I need to
Looking
get
at
a
you.
better camera. Okay. Bye.
Thank you so much, Highway. It's really good to get to know more people on Bifrost. I never got to talk with Highway, so this is a pleasure. And it seems like they're doing better. I want to know about the team spirit, and it seems like Diamond Prox is untiltable, which is a really good quality on a player.
I think last time we heard this about somebody was Kasing talking about Haru and Tempt, and he's like, these two Koreans in our team are absolutely untiltable. You know, no matter how bad the game goes, they're still gonna be rock solid in the team. You can rely on the mental never breaking and not tilting, and it's really great to hear that for Diamond Prox, somebody who's been in the scene since 2011. That's been 11 years now in competitive scene.
Let's be honest, you would like to be untiltable as well, right, Duckling?
Yeah, I would very much like to be untiltable.
I'm not untiltable.
You should have watched me play like this journey up to Diamond 2 at the moment where I'm at. It hasn't been fun all the way, let's say it like that. I have had some tilting moments, but I think it's just a very
Listen,
good
you play volleyball, you can't complain.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I mean, sometimes volleyball gets banned, you know, and then the games aren't that fun. That's what I'm saying.
Talking about a game that wasn't that fun, it's going to be for the Noriki at this point. Heiro is with us for another interview today. Welcome back into the show. I mean, I really sold you guys really high today. I was really expecting, Noriki will take Bifrost, man. I really like Noriki nowadays. What happened? Can you guide me through what went wrong in this composition?
I don't know really what happened. For me, we got caught for no reason in the river, and I didn't like our draft personally, but I think it was clearly playable, but it felt like the team didn't click. We clearly having some issues, and it's kind of sad that we are not finding real fixes about the issues that we get, and we keep making the same mistakes. So it's really worrying, and I don't know.
No, that
is just tough, and we are trying our best.
Trouble, yeah.
It was actually really underwhelming to watch, actually, because last time you guys met, it was the Aero versus Fury show. It was your Lissandra versus his Ari, and whoever managed to assassinate or catch each other first, that team would win the team fight. So I was expecting, the same type of explosion. But you guys chose a draft that was very passive in the early game, and every time I know that Agitor is like a point of interest for your team, whether he's going to choose the early game Eddie Carry or the late game Eddie Carry, and you guys locked in Aphelios very early on in your drafts. Was the full #We're Scaling Boys sort of title of your draft in general versus Bifrost?
I mean, I think it's mostly about Azitor. He wanted to pick Aphelios here, and same for Lilias, so we just adapted toward the wants of our players. And like for my pick, I just followed the draft, and since the draft unfolded that way, we kind of spawned in a weird way. But I don't know. For me, we just pick what people are confident in, and if they want to play like that, and we try to make the best of it with the draft. And yeah, we were not confident right now on the Kalista, but we were previously. It changes. It's kind of tough to draft when we are having so many issues at the same time. So I think it's whatever we pick. I think it's just a matter of how good we play.
It's day 12 of Summer Split. Things are starting to get into a conclusion, and obviously I don't think you guys are in the position that you really wanted to be. Bifrost was one of those teams that you needed to win. How are you guys feeling? How's the team spirited so far after this rough split?
Personally, I don't feel that affected. I'm just disappointed, but I think the team is really struggling to catch a brace, like to bounce back. Like we never really got it. I think we got a pretty decent start, and I was pretty confident about it. But when the split went to the middle half, like we never really, I don't know, lunch like another team, like I don't know, Riddle for example. I think they really skyrocketed, and we never really found our good ground to settle.
Okay, we still have a few more weeks until the end of the split, so best of luck for those. Edo, it's always a pleasure to talk with you, and I hope to see you soon. Who knows, on a W. Thank you so much. Have a nice one.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye.
He's always here regardless of what happens.
it freaking hurts, man, because you could see it in his voice and his face. He's like, Azitor chose to go Aphelios, Flipper chose to go Lilia, and that was a secondary choice in the draft, you know? Like, I just had to follow suit to whatever was
of
picked.
all of them.
And it hurts me, man, because they banned his Lissandra. They clearly were afraid of his Lissandra from the previous game these two teams played, and it was the Fury versus Aero show in the first game. And I feel like I just missed this big clash of the mid laners who decided the previous game, and it just wasn't there.
Yeah, it felt a bit like a lifeless game, as you said, and I think you held it perfectly, right? We're on game day 12, we're starting to go towards the end of the split, and with them losing this game, the chances of playoff just, are starting to dwindle away, and they're starting to hope that maybe X7 lose today to Dusty, and then X7 go on a bad streak or whatever, right? You're having to start looking at other teams losing. It's not really in your hands anymore, and that's the sad thing, right? This loss is like, yeah, I mean, maybe that actually is our summer split done already, and it's very heartbreaking for the players.
It affects the mindset, affects the gameplay, and maybe the result in the end. In the end, let's see the standings, how they are right now as Bifrost takes this victory versus Nuriki. Really important for them. And there you go, they jump a little bit from 6th place to 3rd place. This is how close things are right now at Summer Split. And if you look, Nuriki, they need a lot of wins to get there. They really, they need more than one good week.
And what I think is really important to note here is the fact that Bifrost, as you said, jumped up to 3rd. That means they are even with them having even game score with Dusty and Astralis ahead of them in head-to-head. And that could prove crucial if someone like Riddle Esports start losing some games or JDXL start losing some games that we did not expect, then maybe you are actually still able to get that top 2. That is going to be hard for Dusty and Astralis. But Bifrost, if they continue this way and other teams up at the top of the table lose, they can do it.
Oh no.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, baby. I'm looking at that #1 and #2 spot, because bring it in.
Bring it in?
Bring it in.
Guys, without further ado, is going to be the match of the week, Riddle versus JDXL. But before we talk about it, let's meet the fan on the street from Riddle.
Hello, I'm Alan Psycho, head coach of Wicked Club in LVP Segunda Division. And in this week, in Riddle versus Excel matchup, Riddle will win, of course, because it has Vladi and Panoulis, okay? Έναν Γιάσο One Trick Pony και έναν Jax Gaplan One Trick Pony που έχουν πάει στο NLC και κάνουν πλάκα σε αυτούς εκεί πέρα τους τυχαίους, που δεν τους ξέρει η μάνα τους, και θα νικήσουν για άλλη μια φορά, okay? Γιατί είναι καλύτεροι. Riddle, let's go, let's do it.
I mean, Riddle are coming in with fire, and this makes it even better because...
Translation wasn't exact, that's all I'm gonna say.
Before I left for Berlin, right, I had a bit of a chat with Tom Kick, one of the coaches of Riddle.
Okay.
And this road that Riddle is going on down is a very confident one. He said to me, we are gonna smash Excel so hard that Torok is gonna want to go back to Singularity. And that was a quote. I could quote him on that. They are going down a very confident road, and I don't know if they can follow it up, let's be honest.
Hey, he was being more creative on Singularity than JDXL. So maybe.
What is happening?
Wow.
Okay, to talk about this game, we talked it about on the pre-show. For those of you who missed it, we did a huge segment about these two teams, the way they play. But where should we approach on this one right now? On the top lane?
I think it has to be top lane. I think Jaxplank is such a big part of why Riddle has been so successful ever since Vladi got integrated into the roster, right? Because the first week they came in, unfortunately, they had to play with subs. Vladi comes in, which means Jaxplank can go back to the top lane. And if you look at his stats as well, yes, he's first percentage in gold again, but the damage percentage that he actually outputs is also pretty insane. Now, if you look on the other side for Kryze, he's been more the facilitator. He has some own games in there, Vladimir, Gwen, Gangplank now, more scaling picks into the late game, who will require less gold, but will output pretty much around the same amount of damage later on, but mainly they're facilitators. If you look over on Jaxplank's champion pool, you see Darius, Tryndamere, Jax, Aurelia, Renekton. I'll play in your face, I'll split push, but I'll also team fight. So that's like 3 in 1. It's like shampoo, conditioner, hair mask.
Might I even spice it a little bit more?
Oh.
I don't think Kryze is in a good window right now. I think Jaxplank...
I mean, he literally went 0-4 in the previous game.
So that is a concern for GDXL. On the other side, I think Jaxplank is like the Evangelion of his team right now.
I think Jaxplank, he's just performing perfectly, right? And even though he only has second damage with all the gold he's getting, that's because he's spending so much time just being a nuisance in the side lanes, hitting the turrets constantly. And you can see it in this champion pool as well. You highlighted the Darius, the Tryndamere, and so many other split push champions that just are annoying to deal with. And that's what I'm really expecting here, Jaxplank to just really piss off JDXL in this game.
But if they miss on the top, they compensate on the mid with Eminez versus Vladi, a player that is always going for the kills, always going for the money. Wait, what is happening?
Does anyone have a watch?
I don't have...
Yeah, it's Eminez o'clock.
Eminez o'clock? Talk about Eminez o'clock? There you go. Look at that shit.
Okay, one thing we didn't end up highlighting in the pre-show, because we're running very low on time, is the fact that his champion pool screams diversity, and it screams I want to play in your face and kill you. The Akali, the LeBlanc, the Vex, the Aurelia, the Zeri. He brought AP Zeri, built it like the Kai'Sa back then brand, which we haven't necessarily seen very much either. Yes, the brand, he didn't make it work, it was his only loss, but he brought in new flair of champions. And if you look on the other side for Vladi, it's more of the facilitators, the Sylas to provide engages. You've got Victor, you've got Azir, you've got Vega, typically picks that want to create space around your carry. And since mostly Riddle end up playing 4 versus X, because Jaxplank is on the sideline, you really need these champions to create the space for you.
Let's say Eminez is a chameleon because he can adapt to everything. If the chameleon had like 3 assault rifles, I would say he's so dangerous, but...
It's a dangerous chameleon.
It's a dangerous chameleon. He can adapt, but really violent. On the other side, he plays for the team. He has to compensate the fact that they're playing constantly 4v5.
Yeah, and I think what is going to be very exciting into this draft is also the junglers. We highlighted them, right? Will that Volibear go through? I think if it does, Riddle out on the blue side will want to lock it in first pick and, you know, give themselves the best shot of allowing Jaxplank to have that great early game and then have such an easy time moving into the late game.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to ask you guys, okay? I'm going to start with you yet again. Who do you think is going to take it? Last one you completely missed. It happens.
You know,
hit me.
I know Trouble is very confident in Riddle, and that's kind of why I want to go down at
I'm not biased at all, they have 2 Greeks.
I have faith in Torek. I think Torek is a great coach. I think he can do great things. So I'm going down that road and saying, JDXL, they will remain number 1.
Young Padawan, of all the people to have hope on JDXL, and you chose Torok. On you?
That is true. I'm going to stick with Riddle because I feel like the way Christ has been performing has been a little bit subpar and a weakness for JDXL. And the fact that Jaxplank can so easily snowball the side lane gives them a lot more advantage. Not just to just straight up beat Christ and beat JDXL through that, but to open more avenues on how they want to play the late game, whether it be team fights or whether it be split push.
I would say this is going to be the match of the week, of the split of the month, and regardless of the score, I'm going to get a few donuts. As we jump into the champion select, Riddle versus JDXL. In the previous time, it was Riddle losing versus JDXL, but they only got the team working like 2 days, if yeah.
It was a rough start, I'd say that. I also subbed in on the side of Riddle. A lot of changes. So this time, this is peak Riddle. This is a Riddle that is on the up and has continued. I think they've won like, 7 games now. They have a crazy win streak regardless. And I very much like to see that FGG isn't allowed to get that rail. That's good for Riddle.
I'm going to tell you one secret, guys. XL are going to ban Volibear. I think XL are going to ban Volibear because, as you mentioned as well, they're on the red side. If Wukong doesn't get banned, then maybe you can handshake the Wukong into the Volibear, and then both junglers get that proactive jungler early game. But if Wukong gets banned from one side, the other one has to ban Volibear. I'm actually very surprised that Riddle is the one here to ban the Volibear. I think they want to force the Wukong ban from the side of JDXL.
They don't want to handshake anything,
That to me also kind of tell, right? What will Stefanel be going on? There are a lot of junglers in the meta at the moment. Basically, you mainly have Viego, you have the Wukong, Lilia.
Where are the many junglers, Duckling?
That's like 3 other junglers.
Volibear, Wukong, Viego.
Now,
Viego was nerfed.
Viego was nerfed.
No, if Viego doesn't get banned, either you lock it in, or I know there is actually a pretty good matchup into it. It's something that is not meta because Gragas is a very bad jungler at the moment, but he is actually a good matchup into the Wukong. So maybe, they want to play on some cheese, I would hope, but let's see if the Wukong gets banned here, because if not, I think the most reasonable choice is that Riddle, they just lock it in.
You also have Yuumi up and available, and if you allow Yuumi to go through, I think you can take away the Zerian plate with a Lulu, but right now they have to pick.
Overloaded.
They have to pick between GP, B1, Yuumi.
Senna.
Wow.
Okay,
Kev.
Wukong can actually go over to the side of JDXL now, and I think they're going to be more than happy with this. I think 100% they're going to have to pick it. Yumi, Wukong here could be a choice that you're making. Or you lock in Zeri because you know Yumi doesn't really match with Senna altogether very much. So you don't really have a problem with it being taken away. But I think Wukong should definitely be taken away here by JDXL.
So you take these two guys.
So they take the Yumi, yeah.
Wukong. Are you going to pick it, Riddle? Because okay, I linked in to Torok. We're linked in. I got the cloud. I think I know what the jungler is going to bring. And it's not going to be the usual.
Yeah. Okay. I think if they go for the Wukong, what is very good here is the fact that Wukong is a good matchup into the Viego, and that's really one of the only meta junglers remaining alongside the Lilia. But still, no one really wants to prioritize that jungler, which is very weird considering how we've highlighted those are the guys who dictate the early game.
Just pick the damn monkey. It's like S-tier jungler right now, and these two guys are literally the ones we highlighted in our pre-show. We're like, these guys are gonna go head to head.
Playing chess 5D, by the way. They're playing on another dimension that nobody knows.
Okay.
GP gets locked into Jack's plank.
I think Wukong is very strong with a Yumi on, but also Dan has showed us Shyvana. And Shyvana is also very strong with the Yumi. And you need something that can create engages. So far, for the set of Riddle, there is 0 engage go battle. You've got a Tamkent, you've got a Gangplank, and that's about it. Cry's gonna lock in the counter pick right here.
It's gonna happen.
He's gonna match him. He wants to take the duel. I mean, if
okay, guys, Katarina can jungle as well. It's fine.
He can take over the game if he succeeds with that trend. I mean, I should say the counter pick, right? But still, no one wants to go the jungle. I mean, does Wukong just get banned here? I would expect it to be, right?
Wukong's gonna have to get banned right here, and also it's really insane because Riddle chose to prioritize the fact that Jack's Gangplank is open and you can blind pick it. I think we had Alfari on the LEC as well, and he's like, this champion right now is blind pickable B1 even.
Yeah.
So this is really good news right here for Riddle, but the fact that Trindam has been picked into it means you're very diveable. Now, you need a bunch of setup though to pick up this dive, so you need a very aggressive jungler. Hecarim has been banned away, which is something we saw Syncroft play over on the LEC, and it was very, very productive also in the early to mid game. So now I'm thinking Eminence gets counter pick, Christ has already chosen counter pick, and you've got a bot lane that's ever scaling for JDXL with a Yumi on top.
Have they not heard of the monkey? They're banning junglers as if the Wukong just doesn't exist. Now all S-tier junglers, the Viego, the Lilia, and the Volibear,
S-tier Viego?
taken off the table. Viego with the nerfs might have gone down to A tier, but you know, they're banning so many other junglers. The Udyr as well, the Hecarim that you mentioned. The Udyr, the Hecarim is more situational pick. They can be played, and its early game has been hit, though it has gotten a small buff. The Wukong finally goes off the table. But what about the junglers, man? What do you want to pick now?
I'm gonna bet my ring. And this ring.
Okay.
And this ring. There we go.
That's the
Shyvana. Take those rings back.
They're mine.
Take those rings back. Shyvana is online. There you go. She knows. She knows she's a prophet. There you go. Shyvana comes in as the jungler for Dan. They're going to protect Eminence yet again on the other side. They're forced to pick it right now.
Let me put them back on because I want these. It hasn't been locked in yet. It hasn't been locked in. It's going to be the Azir. Now, the Azir, you could play LeBlanc if you want into the Azir and go full aggro, but you have a problem with the durability paths where you're not as deadly as you used to be before. Backland, though, showed us that this is not the case when you play LeBlanc very aggressively because he did get a bunch of solo kills. Kindred! It's locked in! Kindred is...
That is a Kindred. That is a locked-in Kindred. I mean, she is a playable jungler at the moment. You can definitely make her work, but up against Shyvana, it could be a very rough early game if Dan knows what to do. And you talked about it. Dan knows how to play the Shyvana, so I very much like what JDXL have done here. I am very big fans, and the Yone gets locked in as well.
One thing a lot of teams can get criticized about is the fact that when they pick Yumi, they pick a really good pairing with the Yumi in the bot lane, but then you do not have a lot of other targets to stick the Yumi on. Right now you've got Tryndamere, Yone, Shyvana, Zeri. Literally whoever dies, you can jump on the next, and you can jump on the next, and you can jump on the next. Saying this, Shyvana really thrives on level 6. Tryndamere wants to dive, he thrives on level 6. Yone wants to jump deep, he thrives on level 6. And on the other side, I'm seeing a Kindred that potentially wants to engage earlier on, especially with the Azir priority and the Gangplank priority on the top side of the map. So I'm thinking Stefan might have to pull some moves in level maybe 3 to 4.
Trouble, trouble, trouble. Who's gonna take this one?
I don't know, man. I have my donuts on Riddle.
On Riddle, what about you?
I'm a happy man. JDXL, they got this. With this draft, it shouldn't be hard.
Yet again, the desk is not agreed on any of these teams. Anyone can take it. This is premium content for free, by the way. I'm just letting kidding me? No, this is so good right now.
You don't even have to sub.
Riddle versus JDXL on the day 12 of Summer Split. Woo, NLC. This is good. This is good. I'm salivating. I want to watch this one. So sending it into Nightmare and Viper Moon. Take it away, boys.
Match of the century.
But I mean, there are a lot of moving parts to this JDXL comp.
Yes.
I do like what they came up with in the end. There was a lot of flexibility in the draft.
Yes. And that's something which I really want to call out, because if you haven't been watching LPL, Shyvana is a jungler and a top laner. It actually has flexes between AP and AD builds when you're in that jungle. If you're a particular fan of minor regions, the VCS has been playing Shyvana as AP jungle for years. It's kind of like a Karthus substitute. So right up until that last pick, I was wondering, could this be Tryndamere mid, Shyvana top, and then just counterpick jungle, which is something that had been put into the question because no one had been picking up these junglers until the very last couple of picks. So when things have come through here, it has felt like JDXL managed to obscure things long enough to get them the matchups that they wanted, which is something that Riddle typically prioritize themselves. So let's see how this works out in those 1v1 matchups, which is so important.
And I mean, Riddle got a lot of what they wanted as well, it feels like, because Gangplank in the top lane for Jaxplank.
Yep.
That's pretty exciting. I know it's like counterpicked by Tryndamere a little bit. We'll get into that matchup a little bit more when we start seeing it on the Rift. But I'm slightly concerned about Riddle's bot lane situation a bit, but not necessarily, oh no, this is terrible. And I mean, hey, they've got Azir and Kindred and Gangplank. They can play at range.
They can. I think that the bot lane of the center Tahm Kench in this game, it's fine in some regards. It allows you to play towards top side because, let's be honest, Shyvana, Zeri, Yuumi is not going to gank you early. That's not going to be something that 3v3s you, but it's not something in the same way that can stack waves and go and roam into the enemy jungle as easily as your Kallistas, as your Lucian Namis, or something more pressure lane. So Riddle deciding to leave Kevo and Nash to their own devices and let Stefan roll somewhere into the rest of the map, gone for that lethal tempo. You can see so many different runes on the Kindred. I'm a big Kindred player myself, but on ARAM, so it's a little bit different. My brother Initialize, of course, other caster for NLC, he's a big Kindred player too. So we spent many an hour talking about this champion. And what Kindred does very, very well is walk into the enemy jungle and just fight you. For those that remember back to their release in Season 5, it really was the pick which broke the meta in terms of farming junglers, and then this person, this duo of Lamb and Wolf would walk into the jungle and just look to kill you.
And you need to be able to do that because, of course, you want to be stealing away those camps, getting those stacks, getting that range and damage, and being a big old useful hypercarry into the later stages. And when you've got a center as well, there's going to be a lot of backline damage. And as we've already mentioned, the Azir and Gangplank kind of want to be playing a little bit at range. Gangplank a little bit less. He's playing from either across the map or in the fray. My one main concern about this Riddle roster and team fights going later, and I don't know if you agree or disagree with that, is that there's not a lot of beef up front, as it were.
You're relying on Nash to do a lot of good work. That, and also just hoping that you get to poke people out before things get, the gap gets very, very much closed, because if you have a Yone catching anyone away from the Tahm Kench, and also maybe even the Tahm Kench themselves, let's be honest, things are going to get pretty rough. It's going to be on Riddle to outplay those situations. Cries, speaking of outplaying, just getting that Rage Bar. Or is it Fury on it? I think it's Fury on Tryndamere, actually.
Yeah. Is it Rage on Shyvana?
Yes. Oh no, I have to. At least we don't have a Renekton as well, which has another one of those words, if not the same as one of those. But yeah, of course, when you get that maxed up on Tryndamere, you get a lot of crit chance, even very early into the game. You just kind of stat check people. Cry's actually got a pentakill on this champion. Of course, last split was the one pentakill of the split. First one of the split. I'm not sure it was the only one.
I believe that Jaeger also found himself a pentakill last split.
Oh.
If I'm remembering correctly.
No, I think I'm remembering the wrong play. Oh, that's really sad. I believe it was, because it was the Tryndamere Pentakill, which was the first one. I think I just might have misallocated that. That's kind of sad. I thought I had that one nailed. I saw it as like,
NLC historians.
oh, it's Tryndamere and NLC. It's the Pentakill thing. I just kind of conflated two things. That happens. But either way, Cry's no slouch on this champion, and no slouch at being lane pressure king. I think in spring, Cry's was our best top laner. I think in this split, Cry's for most of this split has also been our best top laner. But when you have Chasey, who's had some very good games, who's starting to come online, when you have Jaxplank, who's been playing 1v1 matchups, playing on his real comfort champions, that has come into question in a way that it wasn't in spring.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, when you're saying that Cry's been our best top laner, when Jaxplank is right there, I think, actually, Inventor needs to be a little bit careful with Nash rocking up, but I think, yeah, it's, you know, Zeri's going to be fine. I think Carson's also within a shout. Curb, in his own way, is within a shout for different reasons.
Yeah.
Potentially, but we've got a longer top leaders in the league, which is always good. Jaxplank might be caught out a little bit, trying to escape. A flash forward from Dan. Cries is there. The Shyvana will secure first blood.
Okay, and now Shyvana, not a champion that ganks early, but is more than happy to pick up stuff that you throw to them. Dan gets to take a quick detour from obviously power farming in the way that Shyvana does. Gets to pick up a scuttle in the same way. So Stefan not able to track the Shyvana, not able to get on top of them and hem them back into their jungle. Dan has so often been the early game defining jungler. We talked about Darren Prox being that for Bifrost, but Dan has been the overall early game king of the NLC. I was wondering whether Stefan could hold them back in the early game, especially with the Kindred, a champion which is designed to do that. But with first blood on the board into an important matchup, JDXL, that's a huge win from them in the early game.
And for Kindred, it's just about farming up, has spotted out that ward with the red one, is just going to be keeping it at bay, but keeping an eye on where these stacks start to come through and how many stacks Kindred has is going to be quite important in understanding after the first few levels, where Kindred is obviously a great duelist, how good she's going to be.
Yeah, so obviously on level 3, level 4, still very strong duelist just because her base kit is very good at keeping distance, and when you're within the Wolf's Frenzy, you get that 2-second, well actually that's only when the maxed out the rank of the queue, but you get very low cooldown on your Dance of Arrows. In the trading of Scuttle Crabs, Dan went topside, of course, got that kill, but the Smirk was on the bottom side, so Stefan got one. This could be huge, though. Dan's walking in. Stefan doesn't have flash, has to peel off.
Event is coming on over, though, so there's going to be support. Emnes is moving down, so Stefan could be in a bit of trouble. Dragon may well be secured by the smite. It will be by Dan. Emnes coming on through, looking for the kill onto Stefan. Will be able to find it with Venza in support. Riddle chased away, lose the objective and the kills.
And it's just a little too bold. It's a little too proactive, and Stefan thinks they found an angle, instead finds their own doom. And topside, Jaxplank doesn't have the flash, needs to be so very careful as Cries using that matchup to its own regard. Riddle are a team that loves to make these individual plays. They did that in spring with even 5 different players. Felt like they had to in spring. In summer, they've had a lot more free reign to just be clutch, just be damn good at making plays. But this one is something that we've also seen from this. They sometimes just stick around too long, overestimate themselves and get punished.
So Jackson needs to be very, very careful. Might be cut down, but will Cries be able to escape flash? There's a heal available, will be used, but it's not going to be needed as Cries gets the solo.
Oh, so Dan managed to find that early kill, leads to an experience lead, which leads to Cries taking over the matchup. And JDXL are the early game kings of the NLC. Overall kings as well right now, sat at the top of the table, and it's for reasons like this. Even though Riddle has strong individual players, even though they have some of the most clutch individuals in our region, JDXL are the most lethal early game rotation team. They move on the map and someone gets hurt for it. Last game they played was a little awkward for them, but JDXL only sat at the one loss. Of course, that graphic on the top, it's lying to you. They're 10-1. They are so dominant in that early game, and that's part of the reason for that success.
And as you mentioned, Monday, they weren't so dominant in the early game. Things looked very rough for them, but they still managed to find the W. And good teams win when they're not at their best. That's how you know that a team is very strong. Because, hey, you don't have to turn up at 10 out of 10 every single game. Individuals don't have to turn up at 10 out of 10. Cries turned up yesterday or Monday.
Oh, level 7 to 5. This is so bullying. This is so bullying. Jaxplank has that stacked wave, but Cries... Yeah, you can see how much JDXL have just ruined the top side of the map now. This is actually something that JDXL did a lot in spring versus X7 and a couple of other teams, right, where they'd end up finding ways to just really ruin the top side of the map just through superior early game plays. And Cries now being the beneficiary of that. CS leads, kills, you name it. JDXL in a very comfortable position.
And for Dan, he's going to move around, try to take out those neutral objectives. The Dragon, of course, more important to Shyvana, is able to take it down, get some buffs from doing so, more so than everyone else who also gets buffs, but now they're going to be moving towards that top side once again. Dan going over the wall in the full Dragon form as Jaxplank's going to be chased down and his ultimate's going to be blown.
And that is going to be the Cannon Barrage down. Of course, losing the Dragon form, the Dragon's Descent from Shyvana does hurt that champion a lot. Maybe that means that he can't duel out the Kindred, or rather escape from the Kindred too, using that mobility at a later date. As it stands though, Dan more than happy to trade that for that Cannon Barrage in terms of short-term gains.
Stefan's going to be moving up towards Dan on the Rift Herald. Jaxplan's coming as well. Eminez stopped the recall because he wants to hang around and help his teammate. Crysis is also there, so it'll be a 3v2 for JDXL in their favor as Azir hasn't quite made the move. Vladdy just returning to lane after a back, and JDXL should be able to take this objective down. Crysis is going to help secure that one, and Dan picks up the eye.
So early Dragon, early Herald, JDXL keeping all of those boxes checked for early game objectives. Now we're looking at Riddle. Again, this team which is vying towards that top spot, already taken that one loss to JDXL, one of the 2 losses they've had again. Graphic showing an extra loss on either team. Just a reminder, it is just 1 for JDXL and the 2 for Riddle. But Riddle lost one of those games to JDXL. They would love to have that head-to-head, keep things in question in terms of the seeding. And M&S gonna get...
Ooh, very clean from M&S, just gonna be able to hold away from that one.
Buffers it out, and Vladdy on the Azir has been a big playmaker. Not afraid to show that to M&S in this own regard, but it's not leading to any gold. It's not leading to anything big for Riddle to clutch onto and get themselves their own leads across the board.
And the markers just spawned up on those topside Raptors, but Eminez and Dan already in the neighborhood to prevent anything from going on there. And now Dan might be looking for a dive in the top lane. Crysis is there, of course, has the ultimate available on the Tryndamere. Dragon Descent is also going to be blown, and Crysis with the ultimate is just going to be able to take up that tower, secure that kill, and run away screaming. JDXL mess up the top lane even more.
They do, and again, this is JDXL looking at Riddle, and in a lot of ways, you look at them and say, how do Riddle win games? A lot of time, it's through individual matchups, particularly for Jaxplank. They hit it early, they hit it again, and you know what they do? They hit it another time after that, too. Now, the worst thing for Riddle in some ways is the fact that Dan didn't even put the Herald top lane. I know that this is a conversation I was having with Trouble, actually, in the last week, where Trouble was saying, she was having a chat to a couple of pro players about where you put Herald, and a lot of top laners go, just never put Herald in my lane. If you are winning top lane, you want those 2 outer turrets to stay there so you can keep abusing the matchup. Take those plates yourself. You don't need Herald's help. Dan doesn't put it down, keeps it as a threat, a very thinly veiled threat at that one, just saying if you move anywhere, this is going somewhere else on the map. And Crysis can keep doing this to the top lane matchup. No freeze allowed for Jaxplank, no farm allowed for him.
And he's just getting beat down, has to flash away. Crysis actually to go under the tower and secure the solo kill. Doesn't even need ultimate, he just walks off.
And again, if you were to get an extra 400-500 gold out of, well, even less, I suppose, if it's shared with the Herald, that would actually work out less well for Crysis on an individual level than just getting those kills and denying the farm top lane. Crysis has been set up for success and is putting Jaxplank in the dirt.
Good news, we're 11 minutes in, as Eminez is just going to put some damage down onto Vladdy. He should be able to just slide away as they're playing at range. Dan is around, so maybe might look for the Dragons to send onto the Azir. Going to drop the Rift Herald mid, which might also be a decent option to go for a gank, as he's just going to be sticking around while Vladdy tries to clear things away. Stefan's also moving down to defend, but there's going to be plates going over into the Yone, into the Shyvana as well.
That's another handful of plates over to JDXL. That gold lead starting to balloon. 3,500 on the table right now. And again, a lot of that is in important matchups. It is in that top lane, which is so poorly going for Riddle.
Crysis going to be following Stefan over the wall, does have the ultimate available, and he's going to pop it down, but
they timed it at the same time.
Will also mean that no one's taking too much damage. Crysis going to have to back away. Dan is there. The Cannon Barrage will do some work, but not enough to kill Tryndamere.
Oh, and Stefan wins the first mind game of, can I pop my ult at the same time you're popping yours? They get the calculation just about right. But the cost of the Lamb's Respite, and then also Cannon Barrage and the Sentinel, 3 ultimates to get a net even play is even worse for Riddle in that case.
I get to use one of my Hyperin's bits of information that he learns.
Yeah.
I believe the Tahm Kench ultimate and the Tryndamere ultimate are the same length. So if Tryndamere ults, Tahm Kench can be like, hum, and then spin and kill him. I believe that's true, or it's like 0.5 seconds maximum is the difference in duration.
That is a horrifying visage, actually.
Crysis is terrifying, but if he gets too big, Nash might be like, come here, fella. We'll have a word with you.
But you have to stack your passive 3 times, and that is probably going to be 3 auto attacks and a spin from Crysis. And at this point, you are not very happy with that arrangement. So that is a fun bit of trivia. I like that. See if that ever becomes relevant, though, because Crysis is on a very different trajectory. And Jaxplank is, we've seen this before. We'll see it again.
Dan's here for kill steal, emotional support.
Emotional damage.
Emotional support there, just going to be securing now. But we've hit the 13-minute mark. Venza, he's not behind. He hasn't even died.
Didn't even die at level 3. Yeah, that's what happens when you pick double scaling lanes. You got the Sanatom Kench, the Zera Yuumi, they're waiting for the team fights to come to them later. But this draft was always going to be, particularly from the side of Riddle, can we win topside and just not worry about individual lanes after that point? And the answer to that is sadly no. You have to worry about that top side. JDXL have forced the issue. Dan specifically has forced the issue. While Kryze is getting a lot of the rewards for this game, big, serious props to Dan on ganking a lane which is the most swingy in this game in terms of 1v1s, with a champion that is not built to gank those lanes, and punishing Jaxplank for being in the wrong place at that wrong time. That was such a huge play from JDXL, and they're looking to solidify their place at the top. This team which has been iconic to NLC summer so far.
And I mean, we could talk about Dan because we talk about JDXL having such a great early game, such great presence. They're aggressive, they're doing all the things correctly. And the jungler is always going to have a big part to play in that. And for Dan, this split, he was very consistent last split, as we have another one of these things that look good in the mid lane, but it's just kind of particle effects.
Yeah.
As he was very consistent last split, but he's been very good this split.
Yes. I think that's, that's a decent comparison. I like that, because last split it was like, Dan will always be a factor. Now it feels like Dan will almost always be a winning factor.
Yes.
So it's right to praise this player, particularly as someone as tenured as he has. Of course, Dan has been around since Challenger Series back in 2014, 2015. I'm trying to remember his actual debut year, but Dan has been around in the European scene for such a long time. To continue to put in performances of this level in the ERL scene is nothing to be sniffed at, and is currently starting up that second Herald, and Riddle once again have zero way into this. And look, another thing that was mentioned right back in that draft, Yuumi has pretty much every champion in the game that has a champion in every role that she would love to attach herself to, love to start carrying off. This time chooses M&S, who was charging up with that that Mortal Steel, I believe it is, and looking to fly into that backline.
Oh, Ebner's looking to fly into the fight, holding forward, won't catch anyone, catches Go with a little bit of damage as Dan tries to get away, but the Emperor's Divide will catch him in Dragon Form, so there's no way of him diving through. He will be executed. First kill of the game to Riddle. Emnes now might be in trouble, manages to step away, dodging away from the ultimate from Senna. The damage doesn't land, but Azir follows up, but it's jumping out the Yuumi. Vladdy gets caught by the respite, and unfortunately, Yone dives away, gets killed on the route out. Venza goes for the ultimate, but will survive, picks up one, dives from Nash, flashing away, but is also deleted as Yuumi FGG trying to float away, but Nash is chasing the slow from the tongue as the cat will be licked down, and there's the kill from Vladdy. XL, why?
It's an utter collapse, JDXL. They funnel in one by one by one, and you know who isn't there at that fight? The guy on your screen, it's Kryze. He finds himself an opportunity to all in on the top side, but can't even finish the kill. Riddle are hero playing their way back into this game yet again. We've seen it with different players. We've seen it in spring. We've seen it in summer. We see it again versus the best damn team in the league, or so they are currently. Riddle looking to take that spot.
Top team in the league. Well, the best team in the league is kind of what we're trying to work out in this game. Kind of.
No, I think that's very true in a lot of ways. I feel like this game is more important for the message it sends rather than the place it is in the standings, because these teams are likely going to find themselves in playoffs. They are very likely going to find themselves facing each other in playoffs, despite the chance of some collapses. Of course, we're going to have to see why this got so close in this one. It feels like this was, actually it's not the uneven numbered fight because Yumi's there, of course, but this is just a lot of important stuff being dodged or just straight up missing from JDXL. It's an overcommitment. You have a global to worry about from the Gangplank too, and that even doesn't depend on items. Gangplank is just using the base damage from that ultimate. It doesn't matter that he's behind in gold, basically, is what I'm trying to say, and that means that so many factors come into this, but can they do it again? They can dodging away from that one, and once again, the players stalled out.
They try to threaten it, but that fight, there was that pivotal moment where if Emnes had jumped back immediately to his last previous point, gets into Lamb's respite, the rest of the team turns up while he's invulnerable. That could have been the turning point, but unfortunately, a little bit too slow on that one, deciding to try and retreat rather than stay and fight onto the Kindred, which turned the fight in the favor of Riddle. Their first real win, they got the dragon off the back of it. It's Infernal Soul. Couldn't have really asked for more than that in this game.
That's a fairly big one. It does mean there are less choke points to play through for Riddle's composition. I think that potentially favors JDXL, gives them some more access to these carries. Actually, it's a little bit of a different thing, because I think for someone like Yone, you want to be catching people in those choke points. For someone like Zeri and Yuumi, you don't really care about terrain as much because you can hop over it. But on the other side, of course, a lot of champions that use choke points well themselves in Riddle. But either way, that's something that we'll have to talk about, that terrain, seeing about how these teams set up their battle lines or set to break the enemy teams, right? JDXL looking to get really up close and personal. They've got 3 melee champions and then a Yuumi who wants to be riding up, hatching a ride on one of them. And on the other side, trying to play at range, which is something that you called out very early into the game without that lack of beefy front line. So we'll have to see what happens with that Infernal Rift. And of course, that Soul, which will be a very coveted prize too.
And it's been slowed for JDXL. It's been started up by Riddle, grabbing themselves their first Dragon 2, of course, before we're taken by JDXL, so they're still in the lead in that regard. And we're going to see a Rift Herald being dropped in the bot lane. Dan is hanging around, Yuumi on his shoulder. Vladdy's the one who comes to defend, but I think he's going to have a hard time of doing so. The inner tower will fall. JDXL unlikely to push for more, considering the number of Riddle players moving down, now numbers 4, as it's on Stefan up in the top side to meet Eminez.
So, speaking of Stefan, second charge comes in. Of course, inhibitors do regen a little bit, so unlikely to fall in the short order because Kryze is going to reset. Gives at least Riddle a chance to walk away from things. Eminez walking up, seeing what he can do. Can we actually quickly hover over Stefan, if that's okay? I want to see how many marks he's managed to find himself. Can't imagine it's too many. It's only 3. Doesn't even have the first range increase for those of you that don't play Kindred.
Oh, Dan.
Oh, who cares? Let's fight in melee.
Tower's still standing. Someone alter it. Thank you, Dan, as he secures it and will waddle away. Ultimate's bump, but they do get the objective.
That's important. It is still very important. We saw this in the first game of the day. You lose that mid lane out of turret. You don't get to hold vision as well. You have to fight inside your own half of the map after that point, effectively, if the other team is still in the lead. But with this, Dan has now been taking inner turrets, been part of that top lane fracas too, gets that mid lane outer turret too, and has built the second item up. That is a demonic embrace. It's more HP. It twins on from the HP of the Frostfire Gauntlet being picked up as the mythic too. And of course, Demonic Embrace has a burn effect, which relies on your HP. Well, rather, like the AP it gives you is based on your HP. So with the ability to stack dragons, which then of course gives you more resists on Shyvana's passive, you kill a dragon, you get more resists. Having that ability to stack HP, you actually are starting to snowball to the point where you have a lot of meta stats on Shyvana, which means that you just get to be a very valuable champion.
This is an early Baron being started up with JDXL, caught out by the Cannon Barrage, and they'll just wander off. It wasn't too threatening, but it gave the information that Riddle required to start moving members up towards the purple.
Big brain. It's just another target to auto attack, so you can charge Shyvana's ult. Of course, you got to auto to keep getting your rage stacks back. Or no, it is Fury on Shyvana.
It is Fury on Shyvana.
Fury on Shyvana is probably rage on the other one then, probably. I remember that because I actually played as champion sometimes.
Is it for Renekton? Is it Ferocity on Renekton?
Ferocity is... So the funny thing is, I actually did a couple of ability quizzes recently because I was training for Pop Quiz. Ferocity is Rengar's Q. I know that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the name of that one. Completely irrelevant to this game, I guess. But what is more relevant is this dragon spawning in 5 seconds. Riddle, again, this is what they're looking for. Keeping the battle line safe, keeping their back line safe. But how can they do that against so many diving melee threats? Only one Tahm Kench to keep things safe. A handful of defensive ultimates.
Dragon's been started up by JDXL, but Riddle have all 5 members, so they could look to contest this one. Stefan goes over the wall, but Eminez is going to fall through a lot of damage, going down onto the Kindred, throwing down the Lamb's Respite. Venza free-firing on the back line. Knife caught by Eminez's ultimate, allows Kryze access, but Vladdy gets away. The ultimate has to be blown by the Tryndamere to keep himself alive. Stefan will be cut down eventually, but this fight took a lot longer than maybe JDXL would have liked. They've only caught 1, but they will find Kevo for the second. Venza's
so
fast! Trying to grab onto Jack's plank, might be able to find a third, and will be able to do so with the final auto. Nash is corralled in the bot lane. Eminez just going to see if he can cut down the Tahm Kench. Nash going to be knocked up. A decent amount of damage goes down onto that support, and he will be felled. Dragon goes their way as well. JDXL take the fight.
They take the fight. It got a little bit questionable after the Lamb's Respite was used in a pretty opportune spot, but it wasn't used before the Yone ult, which drags everyone out of it. JDXL routes their opponents and then use their 4 run-at-you champions with a Yuumi attached to make it even more dangerous at that point to just stop Riddle getting home, getting away from that fight. They run them through, take both objectives, get to reset, nothing lost for them on the map, and they are slaughtering this mid-game.
We can look at this one again. Stefan goes over the wall trying to get that steal. It's a smart idea, and he survives for such a long time because of that Lamb's respite. But Emnez's ultimate here just keeps everyone in place. But then it's clean up.
Yeah, and you know what? I actually think that Riddle played this fight fairly well as far as a straight 5v5 goes. Now, they don't have the easiest comp to pick someone off on the side as well. I think this is about as good as it gets, but it's still not really enough. You can see again what happens when you lose this fight. Again, we've seen this a couple of times today now. We've only had the 2 games, so it's happening quite frequently. But if you lose the fight against a team which is faster than you, has more mobility than you, when that fight is lost, you lose everyone. No one gets to escape. JDXL run them down, and that allows them to just run across the entire map and take everything.
And for Riddle, it's feeling harder and harder to come back into this one. JDXL only got a minor lead on the momentum meter. I would question, wake up analysts. I don't think that's necessarily correct.
Oh, is it me in the back room? Oh, sorry, that's me.
You want to go and sort them out? You have the next
I don't know, when I touch that momentum meter, weird things happen.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Nash going to come in to join his team, but JDXL with this Baron just want to try and siege in that mid lane. Of course, Kryze and Emenez are going to be really potent on the side lanes. Should be able to pick up a little bit more.
Should do. So what are we looking here from JDXL? Looking to stack up waves in tandem, push into the base, and try and break the base on this Baron. I think they have the amount of gold and the amount of fighting potential to threaten it, but if they dive and they don't hit their targets, again, they're not actually in an easy enough position to get away with that completely. Emenez looking to catch Vladdy, just about misses though.
Emperor's Divide will keep Vladdy alive, but Emenez keeping the pressure up. Might be able to break down this inhibitor tower as Dan comes through to provide that little extra damage that is required. Kevin unable to defend as he just picks up a couple of souls. Riddle will now go on down, but that's the base cracked.
That's the base cracked, and that's mission accomplished. That's what they wanted, but Venza being caught is not on the field, not on the menu.
There will go over the wall, catches 2 with the root, and will escape.
Hey, doesn't even have to blow summoners. Of course, Venza, you know what? I hadn't even checked in on this myself, personally. Venza's actually running the Ghost on Zeri. That was actually very relevant in the last couple of fights, but considering everything's been topside focused, I just not managed to clock that in. Just goes again towards the if you lose fights, someone is running you down. With that Ghost involved, things get really, really awkward. Kryze has the Ghost himself actually on the top lane, in case everything goes a little awkward there, but not forced to, even with the Senna and the Kindred making their presence known.
Vladdy using his passive tower just to keep the pressure off the inhibitor itself, as JDXL have moved members to the mid lane. Once again, Kryze is doing very well to keep pressure top as Dan steps forward to try and hit that tower. Stefan is going to try and deter him with a couple of auto attacks, but you've got to imagine that this base may not be the longest for this world.
No, well, there is going to be a fair amount of gold to set and reset to now. It's a minute 30 until Dragons. See what JDXL want to do with their timer for that. Looks like, again, the retreat is called, and what they're doing is pretty much maximizing the value they can get out of all remaining resources on the map. So take jungle camps, clear some vision out in the same way, go back to base uncontested, then reset towards this dragon, get yourself a soul, and that's pretty much it. Lights out. It's by the book, doing it tutorial style.
Stay behind your minions.
Thornmail on Ashe. You know what I'm sad about? Ahri used to be a tutorial champion in the recent edition, and they removed her.
Oh no,
yeah.
What a shame.
There you go. I had a brief chance to educate people very early on. Get them early. Make sure that they know which champion's the best. No longer the case. Now you have to play Misfortune or Scion or someone.
Nah, Scion's funny. I like that. I like it with the case of them being like, stay behind your minions.
Remember, if you die on this champion,
Scion.
it's a good thing because you have a passive.
No, but the funny thing is, stay behind your minions is the meme, right? From the tutorial. Scion's whole thing is if you stand behind your minions,
Emenez is in front of his minions. He's not read the tutorial. What's he going to do about this?
Emenez, so maybe he'll get some work done. Diving forward with the ultimate, catches on to do a lot of
Oh my god!
He picks up Jack's tank, will fall eventually, but it's a solo kill.
Okay, not tutorial style. Go in front of your minions, folks. Kill your enemies. Drive them before you. See the lamentations of their bases. That's another tower going down for JDXL. Mid lane inhibitor turret hitting the floor. Venza has summoners, has items, has so many items actually. Infinity Edge picked up at this point. JDXL really just continuing to put that accelerator to the floor.
And with the inhibitor falling as well, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for contests to happen around, mainly Baron because it's bot side. So in a minute's time, that is going to be pretty rough. Soul has just been secured by JDXL. That's very rough for Riddle. And is there is there something Riddle can do?
You prey on mistakes. You can see that JDXL are committed to playing on multiple lanes, which makes sense, is what their champions do, but maybe you can focus on that, Dan. doing a very cheeky style at that point and just denying Stefan even access to his own jungle camps as opposed to getting marks anywhere else. Can we just again quickly just focus on Stefan to see how many marks he's got? We checked in, what, 15 minutes ago at this point? Something like that, 10, 15? And he is still on 3 marks. Kindred needs to snowball, wants to get that early game rolling, and it's so far gone from that now. You can see that this next experiment to try and keep Dan down, to try and keep JDXL's early game down, horrifically failed for Riddle. They've had to claw back against the deficit and against what their champions want to be doing.
Which, when you're in a poor position on the Rift, is going to make it a very, very difficult.
Okay, punish the 1-3-1 again.
Emanez, once again, is a little bit extended. Can't like everyone with the ultimate will be able to snap back to reality, but a lot of damage coming on.
There goes Gravity.
Yeah, there goes Emanez.
Lose yourself in the music in the bot lane. You want Baron. So at least JDXL do. Dan, Venza, we talked about the items they have picked up. They are more than happy to take that one down. It is at least another kill onto MNS for Riddle. This Yone not been the real defining champion on the Rift for JDXL, but has been just so much of a threat. And again, just another person pushing in ways, making life very difficult for Riddle to respond to. If Vladdy finally gets access to the spot lane turret, it will be a objective bounty for Riddle to pick up. Gives them a little bit more gold in pocket, but JDXL fairly happy at this point to reset, maybe start looking for that death push.
And with the Baron up, it's going to be a bit easier for them to go for that killing blow. As usual, it will take likely a team fight where that's going to take place. Unsure at this very moment. You've got to imagine that JDXL will want this game to be done before the next neutral objective spawns.
I mean, they have the Baron on right now. They've just hit other items for their carries. That is almost full build for Cries on the Tryndamere. Warmog's picked up for Dan as well. If you want extra HP, that's definitely a good source of it. And we already talked about how that definitely twins up with the 4 dragons you've got, which gives you resistances from Shivada's passive, gives you AP from the Demonic Embrace. Dan now able to just walk up, hit a tower, shrug it off, walk backwards, have a Yuumi help you out in that regards too. And everyone else is going to be doing hilarious amounts of damage with their items as well. JDXL going towards this bot lane, which of course M&S cracked open on the last Baron push. But since that's happened, Vladdy has gained access to the power this passive again. Question is, you've actually had to send a lot of people bot lane. You have to try and defend this. What is going to happen on the other lanes if you're sending 4 people bot?
We've had to send a couple of members. Nash is running up and down, but the inhibitor's gone and fallen. And M&S now moving in. Cry's going to try and take this top lane inhibitor. Jack Spike's the one defending it, but I don't think he can do that 1v1 against this Tryndamere at this point. As Venza fires, there's the kill on the top side. And JDXL take all the inhibitors down. They've got Baron, they've got the numbers advantage. They chase Riddle away from their own Nexus and will look to take a couple of them down. Stefan gets the Lamb's Rest, but will be able to catch Dan, and he's going to be taken out by the laser because he's not saved by the Kindred Orbs, but Venza's going to be chased away a little bit, but still survives. Cries dives in, he's gone for the Undying Rage, and will be able to secure the game before falling. JDXL remain at the top, and Trouble owes us some donuts.
Well, we now see, again, JDXL losing only once, only to X7 last week, and keeping themselves on top of that table. We said in this game was probably more important for just the message it sends to your opponent in this match, to your opponents which you face in playoffs, whether that is this other team on the Rift or elsewhere within the NLC. This is how we can play when we're at the best. Very rarely do you get times to show off at this level in the regular season against high-level opposition to this level. JDXL, they have a stunning early game. Absolute breathtaking control, and Riddle didn't have any room to breathe outside of that.
And I mean, this is what the best teams do because they can win at their worst. They can show their best when called on. And to show their best is our analyst desk to break down what happened in that last game.
Thank you for the donuts. Thank you so much for the donuts.
You know what? It's a good thing that I cashed in on my Sivana bet, or I wouldn't be able to buy you the donuts, guys.
What a game, I would say, but from JDXL, out of a sudden, Riddle couldn't play this game, could they?
I mean, obviously, I'm very happy since I predicted them, but the thing is, we highlighted Jax playing for so much of all of our segments, talking about how he was going to be the menace. They were bullying him. They were diving him multiple times. It was a horror game from him, and nowhere near what we would expect. And Cries on that Tryndamere looks so strong as well.
Technically, when you have Jaxplank pretty much winning through side lane for Riddle all the games, you're expecting him to be the main carry. Also, the fact that JDXL banned the Jax, but didn't ban the Gangplank. Alfari also said B1 Gangplank is really strong right now. He doesn't have many counters. I feel like also, Jaxplank felt pretty safe getting that Gangplank over there. I think it was really clever from GDXL to instantly reply with a Tryndamere and also have all that scaling for themselves. And I think what really solidified the deal right here is the fact that Jaxplank was overextending in the laning phase and dying over and over and over again. And if we roll the clips, you'll see that dying to a level 4 Shyvana gank should never be okay. He was trying to crush in his wave, but his jungler was towards the top side of the map, if I can see. I'm blind as well. And then once that Tryndamere, we mentioned, it gets level 6, you're under diving threat constantly. Dan was playing top side of the map for the entire game, getting that Tryndamere ahead, constantly diving. Two of them was Cries soloing Jaxplank on the top side of the map. Dan gave him the kill. After he got level 6, he was able to snowball the top side of the map and just never stopped. I think Jaxplank left laning phase 0 and 5, which was the case for Cries last game.
We made a lot of questions in the pre-show, in the pre-game. We talked about this constantly, but we never made the question, how can Riddle play from behind if Jaxplank is losing the lane? And that was a really good answer by JDXL. Maybe Torak brought that in, and well, there you go, they can't.
Yeah, and for me, it also felt like, the jungle, Stefan, right? We've talked about how he wants to enable his laners, but he couldn't really do that on the Kindred. When you're playing the Kindred, your main goal is getting the 4 stacks, getting the extra range. And when you then put that target on a Shyvana, who first of all gets first blood, by the way, and gets very far ahead in the game, you can't just walk in her jungle, take the stacks, or even kill the Shyvana. So Dan, he had his own jungle, he wasn't losing any stacks, and Stefan just became really useless that game because he couldn't get those 4 stacks and start actually having that extra range to play Kindred, really.
An astonishing defeat or win coming in from JDXL. That's why we're going to jump into the interview with JDXL's coach yet again. Welcome, Torak.
Look at the big smile on his face.
Look at that smile. Torak.
Wow, you said that really fast. One more time.
How does it feel to get revenge from playoffs?
Oh, it feels good. It does feel good.
I knew, this game was really important for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, making sure that we could tour Riddle, making sure that we can get to the top of the standings with that sort of buffer on the head-to-head. Getting one step closer to winning a best-of-5 versus them. We just need one more win. So, yeah, it definitely
we still
feels
have
good.
playoffs to see. Maybe you'll lose on playoffs.
Listen, as long as he doesn't choose them to play them in playoffs,
I think you will
they're
never
safe.
make that mistake yet again, especially versus this team. But run me by this game, because it seemed like from the beginning till end, you guys were in control. And what happened with the Wukong? Explain to me. Nobody wanted to pick Wukong.
Well, you know how Dan's jungle...
I know. It is amazing.
You didn't want to give the spoiler, Okay.
It's great.
So good topics.
Very in-depth analysis on Dan's
concise as well. It's almost like one-word sentence.
Okay, I can try and tell you what he was trying to say. He probably saying, you know how Dan's champion pool is pretty deep because he's brought in Nocturnes, he's brought in Shyvanas, he's brought in Udyr as well, which has gotten banned against him. So in their mind, they probably had even other picks other than the Shyvana that we probably haven't even seen to stick the Yuumi on or even ganking junglers. I mean, the Hecarim also got banned, which means that Riddle might have been doing their research.
So I got the answer for that question, by the way. Thank you, Torak. Trouble provided. Now, I want to ask you something. So you're at the top of the standings, no longer defeated, so I'm happy, you're happy, everybody's happy.
I'm buying donuts.
My question is there any team at NLC Summer Split that you're afraid to play against that you feel that are stronger than you right now?
No, absolutely not. I think all the NLC teams are bad, us included, so why should we be afraid of any of them, right? If we get better, we'll beat everyone, and, that's just the way it is, right? But we're the best of a bad bunch right now, so the better we get, then, it'll just be more fun from there.
Hold on. If all NLC teams are bad, Torak, why do you have one loss in your resume this split?
Because we're bad?
You're part of the
best
Oh, it's
of
like,
the bad
oh,
bunch.
he
That's
didn't
what he
say
said.
excluding us. He said all NLC teams are bad. You know what? Yes,
Including
yes.
himself.
Yes.
That is the Giga brain. That is the Giga brain.
Yes, you one up on there. Okay.
Well, Torak,
cool.
now let's look into the rest of the split. Do you think after that defeat you're going defeated, including playoffs?
I mean, no doubt, right? Like, as long as we go... like,
I've heard that before.
Of course. Well, I'll go for round 2, right? That's from. No problem. Okay.
We want to do another bet.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
So, I can't really... Okay, I'm going to do it somehow. Okay, do it again. Do it again.
Yeah, we're having
I can
a
really
deal?
see... I have a camera in front of me, but I will say, there you go.
we got it.
Okay, Torak, so
very
you
good bet.
think you will be undefeated until the end of the split, including playoffs?
Of course. Have you not seen Venza not die level 3 like 3 games in a row now?
How have you managed that? Okay, sorry. How have you managed that?
What can I say?
It's a coach diff. It's a coach diff.
What can I say?
I'll give you until Monday.
Gotta keep my
next match.
secrets.
Until next match, I know it's going to be you on the interview, so it's okay. Until next match, you'll come up with something for the bet. If I lose, I'll do something. If you lose, I'll think about something.
What about a run of donuts?
Ah.
More donuts.
I'm not gonna send donuts to the UK.
Well, you won't need to because we're coming to Berlin for the finals, right? So.
Hey,
True, you got a
thank you
point.
for this one, Torak. Good to see
Thank you as well.
I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
This guy.
So you can bet donuts if you
Can
want
bet
to.
donuts. What is happening with all the donuts in NLC?
You know what? I'm dying. Where he's like, all NLC teams are bad. I'm like, why have you lost one game then? Because we're bad too. Because she said all NLC teams, including them,
It's a good way
obviously.
to save himself.
He
Like,
is, yeah.
We're the best of the bad bunch. That's exactly
We're
what
the
he
best of
said.
the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is kind of scary, right? He says all our teams are bad. What are we gonna do at U-Masters? Are we gonna get stomped by the French again? I don't want to be stomped over by K-Corp. I don't want the blue wall to run us down one more time. Could we please start performing well? Like, I mean, it's a fun interview, but I'm losing faith here.
I'm looking.
You have to mention that.
I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I know you have
I see
some,
the future.
bad memories.
2021 was a hard year, okay.
I see the future right now, and the future is... We're going to talk with Tom Kick from Riddle's side. Welcome to the show. Okay, you're still smiling, and I have to make this question. I heard that Riddle were going to stomp JDXL so hard, Torak would want to go back to Singularity. That aged like a fine milk, didn't it?
So I think you guys forgot to read the script. So if you look at the spring split, there was a certain team, us, going 0-2 against XL in the regular season. But then suddenly we met in playoffs and something happened. I won't leak it, but we're looking for a repeat.
It's the long run.
For the third time in a row, by the way, in playoffs.
Ah, okay, interesting. I like that idea. You have a specific question, don't you?
I want to talk about team atmosphere, right, Tom Kick? We talked about it when we talked recently, and you said the team atmosphere was very lighthearted, it was very joking, but I mean, how was that atmosphere today when you actually in the early game got stomped very hard? So was the atmosphere still positive, and what did the boys really feel like?
Yeah, so we're still positive and they're creative, trying to find ways. Like, we're getting some picks here and there. Of course, it's looking a bit dire, but after the catch on mid lane, it was looking a bit better. We're still having the energy, but sadly didn't work out the whole way.
Okay, but it still seems like the team is quite strong. We would like to say quite strong for Riddle. Do you think you're going to lose any more games until the end of the split?
We're looking to keep the streak hot from here. We had, I think it was 8 wins in a row, but kind of stopped now. But we'll keep it back up for the second half here.
Okay, final question for you, because if you go undefeated for the rest of the split, it seems like you and JDXL will meet at the first round of playoffs for the winners bracket. What can you expect?
Well, as you say, like, there is a script. I won't leak too much, but if we're looking for the same thing, we won't lose more than 1 game to them.
There you go. I'm going to hold you for those words, okay? I'm going to hold you. Thank you so much for another wonderful interview, Tom Kick, and best of luck for the rest of the split. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
You know what?
I love these guys.
I will leak the script.
Oh.
JDXL have lost to Riddle 3 splits in a row in playoffs.
Wait, that's the past.
That's the script.
So it will happen again, or will they break the streak? Like, you need to... You can't say you leaked the script and then don't
That's the
leak
script.
anything.
That's the script.
worst leak.
Yeah.
That's the script.
You're just telling history, man.
I'm just sending out like
you
a
think it's going to be
flavor of
hot
playoffs.
tomorrow during the afternoon? And she's like, I mean, yesterday there was sun, on the Monday as well.
You're not leaking anything, man.
You reminded me of the girl of, from Mean Girls, where she was like touching herself. She's like, yes, it's already raining. It's like, yes, there's a 50% chance of rain.
And there's a 50% chance that X7 might lose the next one. Either they win, either they lose. It's going to be X7
50% odds better
versus
than
Dusty.
less.
And they lost on the previous one. But before we move on, let's look into the standings to understand how things are going. And if you look into it, nothing changed. JDXL are still in first place with double digits. Riddle is still looking for those double digits as well with 9 wins so far. So, I mean, everybody can run for the second place, I would say.
Yeah, everybody can run it. And of course, you mentioned it, a little bit spoiler, X7 Esports coming up against Dusty next. And if X7 win this, they tie themselves up with all of the teams that are at 7 wins. If they do lose, though, Dusty are actually following through to get closer to Riddle, that are now 2 wins away from XL. So yes, still everything is on the line, but I think if anything, teams are playing for that second spot. Being on the upper bracket of playoffs is very strong.
I don't know what's going to happen right now, but if X7 loses and this continues, we might see a universe, a multi-universe where X7 is not part of playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm lost.
It's kind of the same situation we had at the start of the day, right with Bifrost. If they didn't win against Nuriki, they would maybe be joining this playoff scrap. Okay, they moved up the table, they had a solid win, that looked good for them. But now, X7, they're not going up against Nuriki, they're not going up against Singularity, they're going up against Dusty, a very good team. So, I mean, if they lose this, they will be in that playoff battle, and I'm not too sure they'll win. They're going up against Dusty. Dusty look good.
The stakes are made right now, so let's understand what may happen in this game. Where should we focus? I mean, I'm Portuguese. I would like to talk about him as well.
Come on.
Attila.
Of course. Okay, so going all the way to the side of the split, of course, X7 bringing in Attila in the team. We expected a lot of fire from the Portuguese AD carry, but if we look at the champion pool that he brought in, especially towards the first stages of the split, it was Ezreal, Senna, Veigar, extremely passive, space-creating carries towards the bottom of the map, and of course the Veigar that's more of an AP carry. Now towards the latter stages of the split, it's been Tristana, Draven, and Draven. And mind you, one of the losses that was served to XL, it was Attila on that Draven. And even the game that they lost last week versus Eminem, Attila's Draven was still a big factor of why that game was kept that close.
I like this.
But I like this more.
Yeah. By far. He built his brand like recently on Pokey, playing with low gold and all that. But this is Attila.
Yeah.
I missed, there you go, Tristana as well. I don't know what the Twitch is doing there. I don't care about that little rat. But the other 4, this is Attila. This is the personality of Attila. And he's showing more and more often. But if you look into the other side, Dusty though, how can they fight that one? I know you want to talk about
I mean, they have Den Voxne. Den Voxne is, first of all, an insane League of Legends player, one of the best Danish AD carries that we have. But
here we go again.
He is also a mad scientist. Back in 2021, he brought out a Lee Sin bot lane. He hasn't brought out this split, but you can see the Seraphine, the Soraka, the Vayne. These more untraditional things are being thrown into the bot lane, and he is piloting it. And I have seen around the block that he has started to play something new as well. The Yasuo. I'm not sure if he locks it in here. I would hope so. But I mean, it is a mad scientist. He's always cooking up something new. And if there ever was a game to bring it out, it could definitely be this one.
I saw your face when you said Yasuo.
I think it's really interesting though, because Buckland has played Yasuo to great success. The one game that he has on Yasuo, he didn't have a single death and he ended up snowballing the entire game. So if this can be the curveball that you throw towards X7 and you flex it towards the bot side of the map with something like a Nautilus, for example, it could prove to be really useful for the draft.
Okay, regarding the rest of the map, how can we look into this matchup? Because even the top lane of Dusty is amazing as well, I would say. And maybe on par versus the enemy versus Chasey, no?
I mean, it's Kerberos, man.
I'm just setting up the stakes. I'm just delivering it with you.
Okay, I think Kerberos is up there with the guys that want to dominate side lane together with Jaxplank in our league. And I feel like, do you give him the counter pick? Do you give a champion that he's very comfortable on in the likes of maybe a Darius or the Tryndamere, because so Christ play the Tryndamere as well. If you manage to snowball him through the side lane, you also get a second way to play the game, which is through side lane pressure. Not a lot of teams can use that. I think the only 2 teams that we have seen use that so far continuously has been Dusty with Kerberos and also Riddle with Jaxplank.
I would say even though things have changed in Dusty, I think the sentence still remains. On a good day, they can defeat every single team in the league.
Yeah.
I miss Viking as well.
You miss you miss the flexing?
I missed the flexing. He was a beast.
He was a Viking, you know.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, looking into the champion select before we jump into it, we're almost at the game. Don't worry, we'll press the button soon enough. Tell me, what can we expect?
Start the game, Caster.
What can we expect?
Chat, I'm looking to you.
I think Dusty could actually be bringing out some very hot spice here. We talked about the Yasuo, but I think that is what they're going to go for. I'm hoping at the very least, but if not, I could definitely also see them go towards a more traditional AD carry, and then Voxner would be able to take over the game in that sense. Or as we talked about with Kerberos, you've thrown him something like the Camille or something like the Kale that he's very comfortable on, and he could be a very big menace in the game as well.
I feel like MC has been the black sheep for X7 so far. I do not necessarily think that he fits into Haru's shoes because he's a completely different player than what Haru was. Also, the communication a lot of the times with Korean mid and Korean jungle can be a little bit hindered over there, and I think MC has sort of like lost his way of playing the game. That's not necessarily only up to him. It's also the fact that AP junglers right now are not that fitting in the meta. I mean, we've seen some Talia, we've seen some Lilia, we've seen some Diana, but we've yet to see an AP jungler coming out of MC. The first one that we saw was versus JDXL. First game of the split, he picked his Nidalee. They absolutely choked him down in his jungle. So I feel like if MC does not do well for X7, X7 doesn't seem to do well.
You're new here. I'm going to let you.
Okay.
Press the button. I was expecting more of that.
Wait, we're expecting to hit it hard? I mean, I hit the button.
No, it's hard. Don't ruin the button.
Don't hit it again.
Jesus.
Dusty versus X7. Look at that score, 7-4 for Dusty, and on the X7, 6-5. This is something that no one was ready, even though they changed the entire roster. We thought, okay, they're finally getting the gears together. It doesn't seem like it after the defeat from Eminem on Monday. But today is a new day. Let's see how they rise. It's going to be the Volibear banned. I was going to say Dan was banned because I see so many
You know
Volibear
what?
from Dan.
I've had this with Advian's rel. When Advian was on the NLC,
FGG, yeah.
every single rel was Advian. It wasn't rel.
Advian was banned.
And now I have this with FGG as well. It's like all the supports for XL just end up playing rel.
Moving on, there we go. Volibear Talia on the other side from X7 themselves. They're the one taking away that pick that allowed MC to flex.
Kalista?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? You're highlighting the Kalista, and that's totally the right thing to do. What I really like about this Volibear ban is the fact that Link has more so prioritizes things like the Viego or the Wukong, so he still keeps those strong junglers up in his pool, and while he takes something away from MC, so it's a very good one-sided ban in that sense.
I'm just wondering right here, what do you want to prioritize in general? Because both S-tier junglers now have been banned. Yes, MC has been defaulting back to Viego, but now Viego has been hit by nerfs. So what do you rotate towards? Because MC last split was playing a bunch of Graves in solo queue and this start of season, but MC was also one of the few leasing players we used to have over in the NLC if he chooses to go anything AD. Now again, the problem that happens in X7, and I would have mentioned his Nidalees, his Rumbles, his Dianas, is the fact that Temp does not play AD mid. So it literally hinders the dynamic between an AP and an AD mid jungle duo. Seraphine is going to be locked in, and you never know, this could be backline, this could also be then Voxne down the bot lane. And here you leave open things like Lucian Nami to be locked in and jungler for MC.
Yeah, so obviously they pick up the Seri, a very strong chain. It makes sense you would reply with that, but I think you're highlighting the completely right thing, right? You're locking the Seraphine, but it's so hidden. I would like to see that get locked in, though, the Lee Sin, as you mentioned before as well, right? But the Seraphine is so strong because you don't know what you're going up against. So while they lock an AD carry, if they feel like that's a good matchup for the Seraphine, they'll throw her down there, but if not, they can hold it for the mid lane as well, and it's such a strong thing having those flex picks.
It's really important to bring up that in the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, MC that plays Lee Sin is one of the lowest, fastest clears.
He was at the bottom, no?
Yeah, he's at the bottom of the table.
So the slowest.
Listen,
doesn't mean anything.
Listen,
I just want to bring
Listen doesn't play to full clear. Listen plays to gank, and this is why I want to see a very strong mid jungle duo. I want to see LeBlanc, Akali, anything that can follow up with Listen to completely tear apart Backland and Linkas, because I feel like Linkas has been the moving gear for Dusty for a long time, and Backland has been absolutely stellar this entire season. and seeing the Nautilus, seeing the Seraphine, I'm thinking bot lane, I'm thinking even potentially Yasuo for the set of Dusty.
Oh.
They take the Graves.
They take the Graves.
This is something that Linkus
give me
does
1
play.
second,
It
I'll
is one of
just
his more played champions, but I know you're not very happy about that trouble. And Graves isn't the most meta jungler at the moment as well either, so it's not like, oh yeah, but he's ST in the moment in the meta, so this is more a comfort pick for Linkus coming through.
Well, they have CC if the Zeta goes to the bot lane for the mad scientist, as you call it, alongside with the Nautilus. Maybe you bring more CC into the mid lane as well, and Graves has an opportunity to gank because everybody can CC.
Okay, so here's the deal, right? I'm thinking that Dusty are going the way of Nuriki. They're going to choose perma-scaling all over the map, which is something that doesn't necessarily suit Kerberos on the top side of the map, because you have Seraphine that can scale later stages, you've got Graves that can scale in later stages, and of course when you see Lee Sin, you're like, great, if Lee Sin doesn't do anything proactive in the early game, if we do stop him from advancing, we can just very safely scale into the latter stages of the game and just take it like this. But if you fall into the trap of Nuriki when you do not have lanes that you can play through at all, and everybody starts losing prior and you start losing all your objectives, then you would have lost so much gold that you can't come back from.
There's already one target from Dusty that can be affected by the Renata ultimate. That is the Graves. Aside from that, I mean, Nautilus is going to stun you, but that doesn't mean a lot. The cool thing is, if you get berserked as a Graves, you lose 2 shots and you have to reload. So at least it's not going to be that tremendous from Dusty, Veigar, Azir, so controlled into the mid lane. We still have a lot of windows, but you're smiling, I can see it.
They're banning,
Prophet, tell
they're
me.
banning Temp's Azir. If you're going to ban the Azir, I would like to see possibly the Lissandra being banned as well. We mentioned how we want to see Lee Sin having a mid lane that can actually set up for you. Ari is still up there to actually be able to follow up with Lee Sin, hasn't been banned away. Oh, the fact that LeBlanc actually got banned here, I'm thinking that they do want to go towards something like an Ari. Because Ari into LeBlanc usually will win the trade earlier on. It is a skill matchup, but you definitely don't want to play into Buckland's LeBlanc. That would be a huge crime. Corky's been banned away, so I'm expecting an Ari on the other side.
Yeah, the mid pool has really been trimmed so very quickly, except when you, as you say, just take that Ari, and makes a lot of sense, as you just said as well. So let's see now what the response will be from Dusty. I'm very curious, you know, the Corgi has been taken off the table, a very safe scaling pick that allows you to have a lot of late game damage. So what will Backland go towards here? I am very excited. This is where we steal the cheese, maybe the Yasuo we talked about. Dusty even tweeted it out that, oh, what are we going to go today? They tweeted out emojis hinting at a Yasuo. So, you know, it is in the cards and they are hovering it. Please, they did it.
Okay, the question is,
where's he gonna go?
Still don't, even if they lock in all 5 of their picks, you still do not know if this Yasuo is in the hands of Den Voxney or Buckland.
And I'm going to top that even further, because on the Champion Select, they cannot change position, so we will not know.
Until we go in game?
Until we go game. So it's only for us, and the Champion Select themselves, they know who they're going to fight against. So for us, it's a big question mark.
It's all about the arch here for Den Voxney. He was in this Yasuo arch in solo queue. How has that solo queue gone for him? I mean, this very much to me screams like it's a Gragas Yasuo bot lane. That is like what we saw at Worlds 2019 with G2 and all these guys being very good at Worlds. I haven't seen this in ages, and I am very excited.
I love this, because we said any Seraphine lane, any Graves jungle is going to be a little bit more passive. You can juice it up level 6, get your Gragas to roam, get your Nautilus to roam level 6. You literally press your R button, Yasuo can instantly follow. You know what can follow up? Graves' ultimate can follow up as well. So I really like this coming in from Dusty. I think they have found some proactivity over in the map. I do still think that this is going to be Backland's Yasuo, because he was so insane last time he played it, undying the entire game, snowballed from mid to late. So if anything, I think he deserves to have his hands onto this champion. On the other side, I feel like JC went for more of a, if you want, Korean style of top laner, picking the Aatrox into the Gragas. Traditionally, I call the Aatrox an AD mate, because you don't get endangered AD caster, because you don't get too close to your wave. You can actually farm from distance, so you're technically casting spells while being AD.
I'm gonna do it again. Tell me, Duckling, who do you think is going to take it?
I have to go with Dusty. They went with a Yasuo. That was what I hoped to see, so I have to go with Dusty.
Trouble?
I'm a big fan of Gragas, especially in this meta, and the way he sets up for Yasuo so easily, so I do really like what Dusty
Both of you are going for the first time for the same team. By the way, you guys are tied up in terms of predictions for the game, and today we're running a special game until the end of the day that you guys didn't know about.
More donuts?
No, it's
Okay.
actually a big prize. Whoever wins these predictions will get a prize on the post show. Just letting you know. But you went for the same teams, so they're going to keep at least tied up. But these teams are not going to be tied up at the end of the day. Whoever takes this one skyrockets into the standings. Without further ado, Nightmare, Viperun, what is happening, my dudes?
If X7 win, they will be tied up with Dusty because they'll have the same scoreline. So
why don't we get predictions? Why were we not told about this?
Well, the thing is,
why don't I get a chance of a prize?
The analysts have actually got this one wrong anyway, because X7 are winning this matchup. So it's awkward that that's their job.
So funnily enough, in spring, speaking of predictions, I remember you, on our internal cast predictions, basically went through after like week 1 or 2 and went to every X7 game and put X7 for the rest of the split.
Yes.
And that worked out pretty well for you, actually. They had a very strong split. Summer, not really been sunshines and rainbows.
Legitimately, though, I'm going to call out our social media manager right now. I was winning predictions.
Yeah.
And we've stopped doing them.
Well, what a shame. It's almost like we're not. It's almost like I totally didn't rig this, so I have to not lose games.
Honestly, you saw that you were behind me and you were like, well, that's not a good look.
That's just not on.
But we are on to the rip for our third game of the day. Dusty versus X7 Esports. Of course, analysts are favoring Dusty. I think X7 look pretty spicy. What's your take?
I think the draft is something that Dusty have shown before. It has been in Backland we trust, and it has worked out for them. Fair amount this split. I think in spring, Backland was ramping up from a couple of shaky early weeks into a strong end of it. In summer, Backland has been one of our best mid laners. Now, there is a difference between succeeding on a Yasuo combo against some other teams compared to succeeding against Tempt. Because Tempt is incredibly good at this video game called League of Legends, and is on Ahri. Now, has gone for the Ignite, it's the double Ignite lane. Ahri tends to really bully around melee matchups in the first couple of levels. I think that Backland has all the tools to make things work in team fights. I'm really looking forward to seeing Kerberos helping dunk on some low health targets. But if the game falls away from them early on, and it very much can, I think X7 can win 3 lanes.
I'm excited to see Kerberos on this Gragas as well for other reasons, because he's a player that we tend to see on these duelist split pushers get around the maps types. And Gragas isn't really that kind of champion. He wants to be in the team fights. He wants to be engaging, disengaging, shaking it all about.
You're absolutely right. And Kerberos has typically picked for 1v1 dueling matchups. This is a first strike AP Gragas. We'll throw that out there. I'm not sure if we can actually see the secondary runes for Kerberos. I'm always interested in what Gragas goes secondary. I'll believe it. Actually, no, it's probably just going to be sorcery.
He's got sorcery because he's got the mana flow ban.
Yes, that's a very good pickup. I wasn't even looking at that. But either way, if you're looking at that first strike, you are probably going towards your Night Harvest into the Seraphs, and that is a lot of damage. For those of you that are watching the LEC over the last week, Wonders Gragas for Fnatic was absolutely absurd. Did something like 848 damage per minute on that champion. That's on the highest end of the scale probably, but when you're looking at this comp, when you are looking to just dunk onto some poor unfortunate soul who's been caught up in a totally non-Disney fashion by the Dusty Wombo combo, that extra damage coming from the Yasuo is absolutely pivotal. So Kerberos still has agency in the game and has that ability to show off the individual skills.
100%, and we saw the first strike Gragas down in Division 2. Stumpy played it when he was subbed in. Got rolled by a Sejuani. I'm mildly disappointed we didn't see the Sejuani coming out again, because we know Chasey can play it, because we've seen 2 games of it already.
So I think in this draft, I think, yes, something like Sejuani can hold the door shut and keep your carry safe, but if you are dealing with Gragas, who if they do actually end up committing to the fight and actually flashing in, body slamming in, low range, Graves, low range, Yasuo, very much low range, melee ulting into you, and the Nautilus doing the same thing. If you manage to not catch the Aatrox survives the initial engage or has a Renata or something like that, you get to pop around, you get to hop around with the world ends up increasing your healing, you get 1 Gore Drinker, and suddenly the fight's reset. And suddenly your combo has been hit onto a target that really doesn't care and gets to regen through all of that. Chasey is there to be the Sword of Damocles, not a Darkened sword this time, it's a mythological Greek one instead, where you end up missing the combo onto him one time and that string snaps and it falls on you. And Chasey can very much turn these fights around on the Aatrox.
Assuming that Chasey gets to the mid stages in a decent fashion. Of course, Aatrox sometimes has a bit of a bad time.
Yep. Speaking of Ahri, though, because I love doing it.
We weren't, but okay.
Yeah, so we're just seeing it on screen here. So I'm trying to remember who I saw play the Ahri the other week into backline. It would have actually been into backline, thinking about it as well. I'm trying to remember the player on the other side of it was the other Yasuo game which backline played. Now, what you do with this matchup is you just throw one skill shot at Yasuo and see if he uses the wind wall. You can see Tempt there, throwing out the Q and goes, yeah, sure, you can put out your wind wall if you want. You can only use it once per wave, especially at lower levels. And then you turn around later and you auto-attack. So you auto-Q, you pop the wind wall, you wait for that to go down, then you auto-W and you get your actual execute after that point. As you can see, Tempt taking control of the mid lane matchup as opposed to backline in his previous Yasuo game. Having a much easier time of it. And Tempt just doing easy things and has even picked up a Dark Seal. There you go. Always knew I liked this player.
You're like, yeah, Tempt, that's a handsome ring you got yourself there.
It's like a token for your library later on, should you be so inclined to do some light reading of Magi's. And of course,
does a book build out of a ring?
Again, it's library card. It's like a different kind of a library card.
I have a library card.
Well, now, you don't have a library card, but you could have a library ring. That's what I'm saying. It's called a Dark Seal. Yeah, you should look it up.
Well, I don't. Shout out to Bladen Library. That's my local library. It's a very specific...
What do you mean you don't have soul-stealing literature here?
Just go in there and be like, and they'll be like,
what the heck are you doing? Why are you so violent all of a sudden? I just need to fill my book. But given that X7 do want to kind of win through lane in some ways, right? You can see push in mid, in top bot lane is much more sleeper. It's Azeri, doesn't really want to do much in laning phase. Same with the Seraphine. You are looking for X7 to start increasing the pace of the game and getting your solo laners ahead. So something like a Dark Seal. I've always been a fan of it on Ahri. I think it is the correct item. Magi's is never a miss on an Ahri. All you need is one good fight and it starts paying off for itself. But in this game in particular, given how the comps interact, I would very much support Tempt going for a more snowbally build, because that's what X7 needs.
But then it needs to snowball.
Yeah, no Nunu picked, sadly. That gets kind of awkward. But in this game, I mean, you have the Lee Sin, you have picked a strong mid-jungle, or otherwise top-side skirmishing battle.
Yep.
Now actually looking to see because we're getting up to that point where you have to start thinking ahead to Herald, what's going to happen with that. You can see that Tempt. Of course, neither mid laner has a teleport to get towards lane, so those resets are going to become more important. Have to see whether Kasing wants to commit himself to that. So something that JDXL do very, very well is that when they have a Renata and they want to play around Herald, they actually get Renata to soak some XP from mid lane as well as bot lane to get level 6 before that Herald fight. This isn't going to be the case in this game. Kasing started level 4, and it's only a minute until that Herald spawns, so X7 not planning any cheeky shenanigans that way. But X7, if they do want to go towards Herald and use that top lane pressure, will still need to have some thoughts about it, like we said.
And it's going to be only a minute until that Rift Herald spawns, so interested to see how the teams decide to play around there, if they want to go with your advice or if they want to ignore you entirely.
Well, they can ignore me, and I can still be right. That's actually the beauty of being right about things. Like, you can just sit there and be really, really smug about them losing if it ends up that way.
Or if they go there, do what you said, and then they'll die.
Well, in that case, I can just say they played it wrong. You see, I have plausible to die ability. I'm not the one actually clicking the buttons on the Rift. It adds a good degree of safety to what I do on my particular role. But we are coming, again, to very close to that Herald spawn, and you see that Tempt has pushed in mid-wave, is heading up towards top side. Kerberos has no teleport, of course has some sustain from Cookies, from Pot, and of course from Gragas passive too, and we are looking like we're heading here. No level 6s on those supports, like I said, no one's trying out shenanigans there, but X7 here and ready to fight.
They're prepping the sending members mid. Kasing is wandered up, so is Sten arriving at the same time. MSC putting some damage on the Linkers, but does need to be careful. Pushed away from the anchor and has to flash over the wall. Sten going to be caught out a little bit by Kasing, but not too much damage from the Renata Flask at this time. But does
good MC, doesn't have the flash, has kick, looking for it.
Looking for something, but will get caught out by the ultimate. Backlund picks up first blood.
What a mess, MC. There's a wind wall, there's a Nautilus. You have full information on this. And again, if X7 wanted to fight for this.
This is coming down, but the anchor's going to be used to escape because he's going to handshake him backwards. The damage comes through. Chase secures the kill.
Okay, it doesn't even matter that they lose Lee Sin. They just have better champions at this point in the game. Graves is not spiking at this point, and the ultimates were already used. So X7 pick up a freebie after that point. But what a miscommunication, rather a misjudgment. I mean, maybe it was calculated, but if that's the case, X7 are pretty bad at maths. X7 again, managed to blow that important Nautilus flash. They know that they're out of sorts, but Sten has the hook back up because Nautilus, when you hook a wall, you get that half refund on that dredge line cooldown. He'd used that, of course, when he missed the Lee Sin, hits that wall. So I'm maybe wondering if MC had just mistimed it with that, or maybe it was just that misdecision making. Either way, they managed to get themselves a kill after that point, and that's a Dark Seal stack. That's the most important thing you've gained from that for Temp. That library ring thing is starting to gain more value.
You're gonna lose out on Rift Herald though, so Dusty, while they went even, they got first blood, which is better than not getting first blood, and they got the kill on the jungle.
Oh, for sure.
And they get the Rift Herald, so it's a positive thing for the Icelandic team. X7 maybe looking to do something toward the bot lane, unable to find too much.
Yeah, this is a net win for Dusty in terms of overall gains. They get more in terms of the first blood. They get themselves the Herald, which will be, of course, gold kind of set into that future should they use it appropriately. But it is a kill onto Aatrox, and we talked about how important Aatrox is in terms of turnaround damage that X7 have access to. If they don't manage to find the correct play after that point, oh, that's a crash onto Attila.
He's going to be able to just walk off.
That's fairly lucky. That handshake ends up rooting up Stand, and when you are, I'm trying to remember if you can actually cast your hook while you are root. I think you can when you're Morgana bound. I think there are some spells you can cast, because it's technically not a mobility spell. Now, if you're grounded or something like that, there are some weird interactions with some forms of CC and abilities which conditionally move you across the map. That way, though, you can see that Stand didn't have the hook, or at least didn't cast it onto Attila that time.
And the mid lane Temp to Backlund just going back and forth, throwing some abilities down. Backlund's not actually having a very bad time in this matchup, just trying to keep up in farm, about a wave down, but does, of course, have that kill.
Yeah, does have the kill, and this is where things get a little spooky for X7, because now you have a combo with the Yasuo who's not far behind. Typically, when you are, again, against an Ahri who punishes melee matchups very early on, we can see this into Yone as well, Silas, you name it, lots of champions which can get bullied out level 1, 2, 3. You're expecting to get an advantage, then keep ahead. An early kill, not using your mid lane kill combo with Lee Sin very appropriately to kill that Yasuo. This is all things which now Dusty can now use and say, you didn't keep the Yasuo down. This combo is deadly.
Dragon's going to be started up by MC, unfortunately, timing to get knocked back by it. It looks like members of Dusty aren't super aware, so I imagine that this one will go down in the direction of X7. Dusty moving members to the mid lane. There's no jungler there just yet, but Linkus is in the wings and does have the Rift Herald.
Does have that Rift Herald, and of course that's the promised gold from getting that objective. You'll get it at some point as long as you chuck it down into a lane and make it hit that tower. So they're looking to put that towards that. I suppose it would be more valuable to put it towards that Herald if they can, but Linkus still has it in inventory and hasn't pulled the trigger on that one as we speak. Let's see where it goes next.
Do you want to see a picture of a pet?
Yes, I'd like that. I like pets. Which one is it? Oh, I like cats. I'm a cat pet. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of cats.
It's 4 cats.
That's a lot of cats. That's more cats than I have, which is 0. It's not hard to have more cats than me. If you have any number of cats, you have more cats than me, and that makes me quite sad. I grew up with a cat. I was a big fan of them. I had a good cat experience growing up. And I hope you're having a good cat experience too, Crimson Craven.
I hope. Oh, actually, we're going to see Temp diving away from the ultimate. Should be able to stay alive.
That's a good Fox experience.
I hope that.
Not dying to the gag.
Rather than being Crimson Craven, it's just very fancy. He's Crimson Sea Raven. But either way, I hope you're having an excellent day. More pets, please. But Kasing is going to step forward, gets the handshake down onto Backlund. Temp is there, but can't get too much damage down. The Ignite is utilized. But chasing down, trying to get the kill on the side. You can see Chasing moving up, getting towards Linkus, but it's going to be collapsed on by Sten. The ultimate comes on down, and Aatrox is toast. Dusty pick up another as the ultimate lands down onto MC. Seraphine turning up to play, but the Lee Sin wanders off.
What an absolute mess. I mean, X7, they know that they want to maybe look for something in the mid lane. They're looking maybe for something on the back lane, but they'd already used the Spirit Rush. They know that the wind wall's still up, so they can't even use the hostile takeover from Kasing. And X7 overcommit with Chasey on that side, and yes, Aatrox will be a threat if they are ahead once they get to a couple of items. They're not at that point yet. They get focused down far too easily, and X7, not for the first time this split, and something that we had thought they'd managed to eradicate, have some serious communication issues and some differing of opinions around that mid lane. That is not heartening to see for X7 fans. It's something that they thought they'd gotten rid of for this split.
And, I mean, X7, they haven't looked the same beast this season at all. And a lot of that has to come down to the new tools that they've brought in. I think Attila has by and large been upgrade on Nata because that was the perceived weakness of last split. But the top side for X7 hasn't looked the same.
It's so strange because you can change a number of balancing things. I think that Nata was very happy to be left alone a lot of the time in bot lane. Actually was very good on his Jinx Aphelios too. So he had his own bonuses. Someone like Attila in this game really hasn't been in the spotlight though. I think that's obviously right. Yeah, I think that was, you can argue about that all you want. It's not relevant in this game just yet. It has been this top side not really communicating well in a lot of ways. Chasey on an individual level, on a laning level, has been succeeding so far. And you expect that of someone from Challenger's career, this league which has produced so much talent over time, but that mid-jungle has stopped really firing on all cylinders. That top side stopped firing on all cylinders. Once again, they're looking for an MC so close. Getting caught out, but won't be this time.
And for Dusty, they're just rooting around, looking for plays, trying to get something to work because they know that they have this small advantage. The momentum meter agrees, our analysts in the green room agree that right now Dusty feel favored. However, it's by no means a massive lead. Less than 1,000 to the good for Dusty right now.
Yeah, so it was Astralis that Dusty ended up playing with the last time they played this comp, and that was very important for them because actually it was the first time that Dusty beat a team above them in the standings. Now X7 are actually below them. See if that ends up weighing into this one. Of course, they already bucked that one trend, so why, you know, pay too much attention to it, but Dusty are starting to climb up in relevance in their own way. But in that other game, this is why it's relevant to not meander too far. They found so many ways to punish Astralis when they were playing defensively. Astralis couldn't find their own way back into that game, and now X7, who are ahead in gold, but still very threatened by this Yasuo's presence, and anyone who goes missing on the map will have to be very careful that Dusty doesn't deal to them the similar kind of defeat that they did with this same combo to Astralis, who are again still one of our top teams.
And for X7, they're going to move towards the second Rift House, starting it up, want to grab themselves something around the map. Of course, they've got these two dragons. It's Mountain Soul, which isn't the most exciting, but will definitely help in teamfight situations. And for MC, grabbing that Rift Herald will allow him to try and open up the map a little bit, maybe looking towards this mid lane.
I think that just backing up quickly towards that Dragon Soul, if you get Mountain Soul, particularly Aatrox, we talked about how important he would be if he manages to survive and turn around damage. Yeah, Mountain Soul is the very best one for doing that for burst damage in particular. Something like an Ocean, of course, could serve its own way. That's an ultimate put out, but they're not pulling the trigger. Backlund not in range or choosing not to follow.
Attila was the only one really hit by that. The rest of the team huddled around him for support, and the Rift Herald will be dropped immediately into this mid lane, trying to open up the map a little bit. Dusty controlling the river entrance down towards Dragon, which has just spawned down on 2 summoners. And now
the ult?
Gage on the ultimate will land down. Glass doesn't hit anyone. The knock-up onto Temp won't be followed through. There's the curb. Charmed up, rooted up. Damage comes through. Kicks away by MC. Seraphine finds nothing but a flash as no one goes down.
I mean, it's if this was a shooting range, everyone's getting 0 points, folks. If there are some stray shots just about hitting the target, but not able to be followed up on. Dusty can't find that Yasuo entrance into the fight. They're trying to play around denying entrance to the river on X7, playing around their vision line, forcing X7 to play through chokes, but both teams very tentative and not able to land the engage.
Dusty will be able to secure themselves the Dragon, though, which will slow down this potential timer for X7 to get this advantage and open the door for them a little bit.
So what we saw in that last series of plays is effectively X7 around Herald, taking that uncontested, and then X7 not contesting Dusty on the actual site of the Dragon itself. It really feels like when one of these teams has the territory, the other team doesn't want anything to do with that. So what we're going to have to track in the next 5 to 10 minutes is if one of these teams will start breaking that kind of mold or just continuing to take territory for themselves, stopping the enemy team from walking into them, taking vast swathes of the map for their own.
Curb is being pushed in a little bit by Chasey, as we mentioned. While things haven't necessarily looked great for X7 in the team fight situations, he has been doing fine in the 1v1 up against that Gragas, and Attila just clearing out the mid lane. They got a decent amount of damage on this mid tower. Unfortunately, weren't able to utilize that, but it will be an easier push next time.
It'll be an easier push next time, but the question is, when is that next time? Because, as we said, both teams very happy to hold on to their own areas of the map, and that has been a big way to really determine this game, and neither team has been easy to let go of. Just as I say that, actually, it's going to be a trade of bot lane for mid here, so my point goes completely out the window. Next time I go, yeah, mid lane, whatever, we'll go trade that for mid for bot.
Good effort, though. I appreciate the attempted analysis. as we see a flash coming through from the Yasuo. Backlane called out a little bit, but he's going to be fine to move back towards his standing mid lane tower.
So Chasey now on the weak side of the map, see if Dusty can complete any kind of cross map, and without Hook missing, the answer is no. So what we are going to see is mid lane collateral going down in favor of Dusty. They take X7's turret, and then we see a trade of jungle quadrants too. That also means vision going down. So if you're looking for these picks, either whether it's the Lee Sin, the Ahri, or the Yasuo, Gragas, and various other forms of engage, that's what we're looking towards. If Dusty go into that bot side jungle, now vision's going to be difficult for them to deal with, whereas X7, if there are a couple of wards left around in their own red side jungle on the other side, they'll need to be wary of that too.
Coming up to the 20-minute mark, the Baron will be available for either of these two teams to take. It's been a very slow game. This one will likely be adding to our slightly longer average game time.
Yeah, sorry if you again need to be 50 seconds earlier to your various titters. That's the level of increase we've had with our game times from spring to summer.
True.
That 50 seconds, you know, that's enough for a parent to get really annoyed at you.
It takes my parents a lot less time than that, I'll tell you from experience. But X7, they're trying to control the vision around this Baron area. Not sure if they have the quickest Baron take?
No, but again, it's just threatening about this territory. It's just saying you have to engage into us, and we see the Encore was used that from Seraphine. Sten committing, I believe that was just a Hex Flash over that wall, but either way, has the Hex Flash now. Not sure if that was the actual full summon, I wasn't tracking that one, but neither team happy to just throw everything away on a limb. They want the right engage, and they're not happy to allow the counter engage to come through. X7 have less ways to deal with Dusty and getting on top of them, and something like a wind wall even stops the Renata from being that more classically reliable engage. Has come down to mistakes. X7 walking topside, but they haven't seen Graves. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Kazinga's has turned off the lights. The damage coming on through onto Renata Glass is big, but the ultimate comes through and Kazinga's gone. May well explode. Will be cut down by Backlund. Zemsy dives away. Attila in the pit needs to be careful, but dives over to try and save the rest of the team. Tempt is running, dodges away from the angle, but looks to go back in towards Sten, but won't be able to find it. Attila over the wall, but can't find anything really. As X7 looking for a re-engage, but this is missing. This is the flash charm. X7 MC survives a second longer and will heal to freedom, but that was not pretty.
Oh, that hit me right in the nostalgia. That's a bit of a nightmare charm, if I say so myself. I expect a little bit different from these pro players, but again, you can see how hard it is to make these initial engages. There's a lot of disengage. There's a lot of ability to buy a lot of time, and X7, they lose one, but they are still looking for the turn, but they haven't blown the wind wall. They haven't managed to get anyone low enough to finish off the fight completely at this point, and then Tempt tries on 2 different occasions to try and catch their target. Doesn't actually have vision over the wall, was looking for a blind snipe onto Backlund at the back end of that. And it's a bit of a desperation move, it feels like. Not actually sure they really needed to do that, but as it stands now, X7 wasting a lot of tools, now even-ish in gold, and not really feeling happy about this situation. Again, Dusty just needs one explosive cast to make the difference.
Oh, coming in onto MZ, going to be caught out. Charm brought back to the fight and blown up. Will be able to survive a second longer.
Oh, there it goes.
Comes through, but I don't think he's going to find anyone and will be taken down by Linkers. X7 4v5 as Dragon spawns onto the Rift. Charm lands this time around, but I don't think X7 can contest this.
Oh, that's the ult. They're going again.
He's going to have to flash away as Dusty chase him away.
2 ultimates committed, but at least with that, they secured themselves this Mountain Dragon, getting several of their own up there now. And we talked about how a Mountain Soul would be very important for X7. And yes, Dusty managed to delay that being stacked up were X7 to get themselves another 2, but just getting themselves the extra amount of resists on top of their own, all those defensive stats and whatever. And piling that on top of several shields, on top of a shield bow, on top of an Eclipse shield, on top of Seraphine, becomes that more valuable. So X7 giving away 2 of those Mountain Dragons to the other side. That's not going to be great for them moving further into the game.
And it slows things down a little bit. I want to see a Crime City Seraphine skin where she's got a little trumpet.
That is one of the best ideas I've heard you say. What else would there be? I mean, that one's a really good one. I'm not sure I've got a better idea than that.
I mean, sometimes I'm just right, you know, like it just happens. Okay. Less than I'd like, but sometimes it does just happen.
I think that Ahri should have a Crime City skin.
I don't think Ahri.
For no reason apart from I would like it. Just like I would like there to be a Debonair Ahri skin or a what's another skin line?
Union Jack.
I would like a Union Jack Ahri skin.
It's only one
You see how this works? It can work for anything. It really doesn't change my opinion that much.
No, I miss Fiddlesticks. That's a tangent.
Well, Porp ended up playing that one game of it, of course.
Yeah, he did.
For Singularity and the last hurrah of the Spring Singularity roster. One Schliegums to go off into the night. And now Singularity, of course, playing later in the day. We'll catch up with a new iteration of this roster later on. But we have, of course, this quite slow affair continuing to go on. And again, Dusty happy to wait for that engage. X7 not happy to wait this time.
Goes wide, and it's back to the practice tool as MC gets charmed in. So does Chasey Cub on the flank looking for something, but nice re-engage from Sten, gets kicked away, and Seraphine goes up as well. X7 sloppy once again, but unpunished this time around.
They get themselves the tower, and that was a lot of ultimates for a whole lot of nothing really happening after that point. And X7 at least get that mid lane out of turret. They want to play around picks, they want to play around vision. That's a big part of their game plan between their mid jungle. And of course, Zeri being able to join the fray over the wall. Getting that mid lane out of turret really helps with that. So another thing to track. We talked about how that territory can really affect both these teams, trying to go into enemy vision. Yeah, well, with that mid lane out of turret down, X7 find themselves a bit easier to play that out.
Chasey finds Kerberos in the river, but this is a tanky Gragas. The fat man has got some layers on, and Chasey going to be unable to do too much.
Layers.
Other than like an ogre.
Yes. I've heard that about them, those mythical beasts.
Yeah.
Now, once again, X7, they pushed away that mid out of turret. They put down wards. They know where Dusty are. Again, you can see how differently they can play now. They can play a little bit further up, but I mean, playing a little bit more aggressively on top of not playing aggressively at all is still not that much, it turns out.
And for Dusty, they're happy to move up and contest this vision a little bit, grabbing themselves there.
You wards be fearful.
Yeah, they're coming for you.
Here be sweepers. Do you reckon there's like an internal like ward society, a community of wards which have survived the Great Vision War?
Well, I mean, for me, it's a case of have the minions unionized.
Well, I mean, they're on different teams.
Well, no, but like, the blue minions...
They're certainly not freelance.
I mean, that was when Mordekaiser used to bring Dragon in.
Oh my god.
That was the freelancer. Who was
yeah,
like, I am
Mordekaiser's
much better
brought
at
in
my job than you.
an independent contractor to work. Oh my god. No, that's what Belveth does.
Oh, yeah,
Belveth is the... Oh my god.
That's when you're like at school, but
that's like what the Void is. We found out what the Void is. You've got like Malzahar, you've got Belveth. It's just independent contractors for minions.
This is when you're at school and all the teachers are off sick or something and you get all the substitutes coming in.
Wait, hang on. Who are you calling a substitute teacher?
The Void Remora.
Wait, the Void Remora, a substitute
yeah, because they replace the minions, don't they?
That's a whole lot of substitute teachers.
Well, I mean, it's a big fluke.
What would they teach? Geography?
Biology?
Well, that's actually probably not a bad point. Speaking on biology, and a little bit... Okay,
all right,
that's
nothing much is happening. So.
Yeah, well, we've got a dragon in a minute. We'll talk about that. But did you know that multiple kinds of crustaceans have all evolved independently into crabs? There's a word for it, carcinogenesis. It's evolution saying that you need to be a crab. Crabs are good. They like crabs. So if you're a crustacean out there listening to this broadcast, which I admit is a bit of a slim possibility, you're going to be a crab one day. Sorry to break it to you.
I wonder if you've got an NLC pet that's a crab, love to see it. Make sure to send it to us on Twitter.
Peak form of evolution.
At eViper, just send it directly my way.
Yep.
We only see it on
I would also like to be tagged in that.
Yeah, just tag any talent. Make sure Duckling's involved, obviously. Just send in
See
a bunch
if we
of
can
crabs.
get anyone tagged by a skill shot this time, though. Kerberos is feeling it. He's got himself multiple items now. Of course, that Seraphs and that Night Harvester. Lots of damage, lots of cooldown reduction. Back to the game. Let's see if this engage can finally hit.
Daisy's looking for it, but nothing's been...
No, it can't.
MC on the side will catch on to Sten, but Nautilus isn't really the priority target. The dragon is up, so this can be contested. And if Dusty grab it, they'll feel pretty happy with themselves. But X7 are moving upriver towards the Baron.
And, well, X7 don't have a choice, right? Because, as you just talked about, the Nautilus not being the prime target, anyone stood next to the Nautilus can't be a target too. You land that Lee Sin Q, the hook flies at you while you are in flight. Sten can just disengage you. Similar, the Wind Wall does similar to Renata. X7 don't have clean engage options. Dusty, they're not pulling the trigger either, but they're also getting dragons. 3 Infernos. That's a lot of mountain dragons.
Chasey's standing in the breach. Charm lands, but this time on the who's pretty beefy. Backland in the back line, but Chasey goes gold and can't find anything. Has to flash away. Now Tempt running back to the side as Dusty look to just orderly retreat. They've already got the dragon. They don't need to go much further.
Okay, we'll see what we can do. Sten looking to see what he can land with that flash on the Nautilus. Doesn't have the ult, has a hook, has a passive, though. Lots of ways to try and catch people out. But Dusty, X7, once again, not finding those clean engages. Now Dusty have themselves third mountain. Soul Point, lots of resists. What can they do with this? X7, they're not landing relevant damage, and that's a TP.
I am so unbelievably confused as MC gets the kick, but Chasey just deleted, won't be bailed out as Dusty moving forward. MC flashing the wall, but I'm speechless.
That TP sucked. It was into everyone. Backlund gave himself the luxury that Yasuo so often doesn't have of being able to place the wind wall exactly where he wants it. Chasey, all memes aside, goes way into the back of things, is just not able to turn that fight around. MC goes down, and Dusty, they wait for the mistakes. It's a long time coming to get themselves a game-breaking advantage, but with several kills, with that Mountain Soul on the horizon and a Baron buff to tide them over to the next kind of fight, you have to go back to this fight, because Chasey walks in here and look at that wind wall. Look how disgusting that wind wall is. Renata can do nothing. Zeri can do nothing. No one is there to help, and Dusty clean up the free kill, and once that Aatrox is down, and all of their ultimates on the other side also not really able to be impacted. They're all down, they're all on cooldown. This is a done deal.
It's as if they're not communicating, because Attila was mid when that teleport comes in. Even if he's not going to be cut off by a wind wall like it was in the fight,
you need your AD carry though.
He needs to be in attendance at least.
And for a team that just beat, now a couple of games removed now, just beat our undefeated team, JDXL gave them their sole loss of the split so far. This is such a night and day difference, and sadly this is the night to that day, that bright shining light which was the peak of what they could do there. X7 losing to M&M, potentially losing to Dusty. This is starting to be very, very scary. Remember, they are on the cusp of being out of playoffs. Lose enough games, someone sneaks up on you, like a Vanir, like an M&M, like a Nariki. What can they do? Can they stop that eventuality?
Diving away, the team fight needs to happen as X7 tries to make it so. MC looking for a kick, can't fight too much. Charmed up in the middle of the fight and just gets the lead. And Chasey forced to back away. Backlund on the side, catches out Attila, who goes over the wall to safety this time around, but Chasey needs to get the knock up, will be able to do so on the curve, who's also charmed up. Aatrox goes into the push, but can't hide from Yasuo, who picks up a second. Backlund moves forward, gets the knock up onto Kasing. And
Backlund?
Forfeit, Attila will be able to shoot out, but it doesn't matter because Yasuo picks up another with Graves' assistance. Dusty press forward.
You know what? At this point, I'm wondering, do you just ban out Backlund's Yasuo? It's not the first time we've seen it, but he is putting on yet another clinic. Dusty putting X7 to the sword, and that is held by Backlund.
And the inhibitor falls. Dusty now looking towards the first Nexus tower. There still death time is 20 on Chasey, 10 on Kasing, but they will be able to pick up one. It's Stend who gets deleted by Tempt. But I mean, I am so baffled by this X7 roster.
It's kind of difficult here, right? Because I'm sure you're listening out there and you're hearing the words X7 a lot, and we are talking about X7 a lot. Yes. On the other side of this, Dusty! My God, this is a team that couldn't beat our top teams, were sat there being a bit of a gatekeeper. And then they beat Astralis, who we just saw put out on a absolute massive game versus Astralis earlier. In the day, well, rather Astralis, blah, 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 whatever. They've beaten one of our top teams. X7, another team which seems to be on the up and up. They are putting them through an absolute clinic. And X7, yeah, they are making so many mistakes, it feels like. They're not communicating effectively. They're behind in this game, but Dusty are really not giving them any chances in this one.
I mean, absolutely. Dusty, you gotta play what's in front of you. They waited, they were patient, they were like, there's a mistake coming. The mistake came, they capitalized, they've snowballed horrifically off the back of it.
And they don't actually have to commit to so many of their far-flung engages too. If it is a cask, if it is an encore, yeah, it's a little bit different if Nautilus flashes in, which Sten's done a couple of times, but you know what? I applaud that Sten. Let's make this a bit more of an active game. But Dusty are so happy to wait. They're not being ill-disciplined. You can see the damage from just single barrel rolls from Kerberos. Talk about him not being on a duelist champion, but having agency in those team fights. He's been having it so far. MC, sadly, not had any agency himself, and 0-4 Lee Sin game was looking for the flank, but with that ward placed down, should know that that was a Lee Sin ward put down. That's it all!
Caught out, taken low, trying to be bailed out, but there's just no way. Sten secures the kill, and now X7 put to the sword once again. Linkers grabbing another, routing members away. Attila goes over the wall. MC, no clue what you think you're doing there, will be deleted once more by Backlund, who, as you mentioned, is having a stellar performance. X7 melt away, and Dusty from Iceland once again will secure a win.
And what an awesome team fight. It's an awkward team fight again from X7's side, but Dusty find the engage. They don't take those chances, and the wind wall blocks the Renata ult yet again. And Dusty, with a big old wall of them of their own, slamming it down in front of X7, sending them to an even scoreline of 6-6.
Dusty have been sensational in this matchup. They did everything that they needed to do. My problem, and I know we've harped on, is X7 didn't ask them any questions.
It felt like they could have played through early game. We were particularly asking about that top side in the early game. You have an Aatrox into a Gragas. It controls that matchup early. You have a Lee Sin Ahri. That is a kill combo. X7 failed to get those cylinders working, and Dusty, we have seen now multiple times, if you don't put them down early with a combo that they are practiced with, they are going to use that combo to end the game. Suddenly, Dusty, on comfort champions, they are going to take this kind of game to you. It doesn't matter who you are in the league.
And for X7, they must be fearful of, as we mentioned in the cast, people are going to be coming up towards them. Dusty, keeping themselves in that conversation.
There are some ears perking up now in that bottom four.
Yeah, Vanilla like, oh, hello, what's going on here? But on the other side, Dusty, keeping themselves in that conversation to say, look, JDXL and Riddle, really good teams. Riddle just lost today, so they're gaining a little bit of ground there. They need to be keeping themselves in the conversation with the likes of Astralis Talent as well. So definitely a very, very strong performance from them. Let's hand over to our analyst desk to see what they had to say.
There's a universe where X7 might not make playoffs, and apparently we might be living on it. Dusty with an outstanding performance from top to bottom. Let's digest into this game. Why did it work so well for Dusty? And then we'll go to why it didn't work for X7 though.
I had a really bad inkling that MC was going to default back to his two AD champions that he was most comfortable on. And one, of course, is Graves. The other one is Lee Sin. He's picked them in the previous split when he was playing Riddle as well. Now, the problem with that is if you don't make Lee Sin snowball in the early really hard, or you snowball another lane with Lee Sin really hard, the champion kind of falls off. You're only playing for these insane insect kicks later on in the game, which are really hard to find, especially when you have like Nautiluses and Seraphines that play from distance, that CC you really easily. So I feel like the entire problem started from draft, the fact that you have to make the pick work. And we've gone level 10, level 11, and that Lee Sin has not worked. He also walked in the jungle blind again with something that is becoming a reoccurring effect, and he gave a first blood to the Yasuo really early.
And it kind of feels like, right, we were watching the game and then we hit the 50-minute marks, all of a sudden, not much has happened. All that has really happened is MC being 0-1, and when your Lee Sin has that scoreline 15 minutes in, that's not good because he was going up against the Graves, a scaling jungler who's fine by just sitting there, farming up, and when he reaches the late game, he's going to be very happy, but MC, not going to be happy going 0-1 in 50 minutes of Lee Sin gameplay. That's why you want to be aggressive, you want to get ahead, you want to build a lead, and they just failed to do that, so they really just fell flat in the end.
And I was really scared actually seeing how the draft was unfolding from the sort of Dusty. I'm like, please do not fall into the trap that Nriki fell into, and you just pick 3 scaling lanes with a Grave. So everyone is really passive, right? Which allows Lee Sin to find some paths into more proactivity in the early game. They didn't do that. They locked in the Graves on the tops of the map. First strike, get that Night Harvester in. The second Gragas hits level 6. They pull the gang together with the Yasuo. They kill MC, and it just snowballs from there on out. And I feel like, again, Buckland. He has been the one member Dusty kept from spring, and he has been phenomenal. I don't think he died in this game on Yasuo either, by the way. Correct me if I'm wrong, but again, I don't think he died.
From champion select to the end of the game, Dusty were comfortable versus X7. So let's have a talk with Nautilus, with Stans, that is standing for the interview. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
That was clean from you guys, from champion select to the end of it. What was the plan before playing versus X7? How did you guys set up as well? Run me by it.
Actually, we were just a bit drafting for ourselves. Like we banned like the Draven because they blind it easily with the Janna. So we just took it away, and we just draft our comforts, and it paid off. So yeah, I think they kind of trolled with the Lee Sin R2. I don't know what it gives them to the draft, and yeah. That's it for the that
Moving on
spot.
into Dusty, you guys are in a comfortable position to get into playoffs. How is the team feeling? What's the spirit with Dusty so far?
But actually, we are like 4-0, I think, in the 2 last weeks. So we are really confident. We stepped up a lot and taking the win. So it's really, really grateful. And we are not aiming only for the playoff, but for the second place. So yeah, it's really nice.
Oh, you're going for the second place. So
Rematch!
I want to ask you now, if you're going for the second place, can you tell me who is going to be the team falling from the top so you guys can be there? Is it JDXL or Riddle?
I mean, for sure, mathematically, it should be Riddle.
Okay. But if you could take someone from the top so you could be there, if you could choose, tell me.
Oh, if I could choose, I would take out JDXL for sure.
Lovely. Now, a last question for you, Stan, because that was an amazing game. You guys are looking outstanding, but I have to ask you, do you think X7 may not get playoffs? You just played versus them, so tell me, is X7 right now playoffs material?
I think they will make playoff, but in the bottom part of the playoff. Like they threw a lot of games. I think against M&M, they lost some games, and I think it will cost a lot for them. But I'm pretty sure they will still make playoff.
Okay, but
like
for
they
you
have
guys?
What? Sorry.
For you guys, you're secured, right?
Oh
You
yeah,
think you're
we are secured.
No, I'm asking you. Do you feel secure? Like, do you believe like it's?
Oh yeah. I'm really secure to qualify for playoff. Yeah, I'm 100% sure.
Good. Thank you so much for this interview, man. You look happy. The team
Thank you.
looks happy, and you guys are looking clean.
Yeah,
So
I could take my revenge, but I'm really happy.
congratulations, man. Have a nice one.
Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure to talk with
Bye-bye.
you. There you go. Oh, Dusty looking for the top 2, though. I like that spiciness. You have to set up some objectives. Even if you don't achieve them, you're like, nah, I want this.
So like bringing the world's smallest violin.
Why?
For X7, I think it will be extremely saddening to not see X7 make playoffs and to not see them make a good run through the playoffs. They were the team that we put our hopes on for NLC Spring to make a good run at EU Masters. They only fell to a very strong LDLC all the way to quarterfinals. To just see them crumble under pressure like this after technically refurbishing the entire almost roster and bringing in really big names to them, it just feels bad, man.
Imagine we are living in a world where we are sitting here asking the question, will X7 make playoffs? Our reigning champions. It is not what anyone expected, even with the substitutions. You know, Attila is a great historic AD carry.
It
There's
is.
so much history behind him. You bring in a Korean coming from the Challenger League who we have been told was supposed to be top 3 in that league as well, like in individual play. So we are getting promising talents in. And for them to be fighting to even get playoffs, this is so unreal.
Okay, she found
NLC
something.
better than Korea Challengers.
I mean, that's a good highlight, though. That's a good
And if
headline.
LFL wins versus us, this means that LFL is better than Korea?
Challengers.
Okay.
Challengers.
Okay.
only.
No, let's not push it.
just
let's
asking.
Let's not push it.
I don't know. Whenever someone brings me that sort of reasoning, I'm like, why? But now, obviously, we focus on X7 because it's a big storyline, but I want to look at the winners of this one, Dusty. And reasonably, can we look into Dusty as a top 2 team right now?
I'm not sure about top 2, but I think they bring enough versatility to go up against the likes of JDXL and Riddle. I think the fact that they're more than willing to flex picks like the Yasuo, like the Seraphine, like the Soraka around the map continuously. The fact that in this particular game, they're like, you know what? We're not very scared of the proactivity that X7 brings into the game. So if we default back to our comforts, if we play our game perfectly, we can beat any team. And they did. Like, back on his Yasuo. Linkas even fell back onto one of the champions that I don't particularly think have any room in this meta right now, which is the Graves, because you want to be proactive a little bit in the early game with the likes of Volibear and Wukong, right? And then the Gragas in addition that we haven't seen before. Then you've got Seraphine back down the bot lane for the Vox and together with Stens Nautilus that we know him for. So it's like comfort all across the map. And if they're not that comfortable with their champions, then also the performance will come through.
And at this point, now we can look into X7 as we jump into the interview today with Kasing, the support. Welcome back to the show. I mean, we got to stop meeting like this, Kasing. What is happening with X7? On one week, we're like, man, you guys are stomping. On the other one, what is happening?
Personally, I don't really know what to say apart from, from what we've shown. It looks quite bad. And I would say that in a way that we're just very not proactive. I don't know what happened. It just feels like there's kind of a dynamic that's changed in our team. And, you know, I thought it would be fixed before today's game, but it just feels like we still have this, well, we're still suffering the same problems. And it's kind of like it's like a brick wall, right? That we're just smashing our heads into. We're unable to get over this hurdle. And I think right now we're just looking really, really bad as a team. And to be honest, it's kind of unacceptable, right? With kind of the quality of players in this team, I don't think we should be, I guess, performing like this. This just makes me feel really bad.
It's the first time I've heard you like this, Kasing. You are the untiltable one. We talked about this in the pre-show as well. So I want to ask you, how is the mentality and the team feeling? Because we look into X7 like a wall, a mountain. You guys carry this throughout European Masters. You took down K-Corp in group phase. Like, you guys won versus them. Obviously, you lost afterwards, but you were the one taking them down. How is the team feeling right now, the mentality of the team?
I mean, obviously, after this loss, it kind of sucks. I'm not going to lie, you know. I'm quite realistic. Losing like this, like, it wasn't even the fact that Dusty's bad team or anything like that. It's just, it felt like kind of we rolled over and died and didn't really do anything, you know? When I want to play League because, you know, I want to actually try and play the game. It just doesn't feel like we're on the same page as Five. We're not actually looking to, you know, find a way to come back or just kind of, you know what, guys, we're behind. We're playing a comp that's meant to be ahead and early, but we didn't. So therefore, you know what, it sucks. And that's kind of how it feels at the moment. But obviously, I hope that we don't stay like this because, you know, this is how teams eventually just end up, I guess, losing all the way and not even making playoffs. Like, I'm a bit worried, I'm not going to lie, because not making playoffs in NLC is like, that was like the bare minimum, right? For me, my bare minimum was trying to win the split. But with the way that we're playing right now, I don't even think getting even, you know, playoffs is even a factor. And that should never happen.
You know what, Kasing, I'm just going to be the angel on the shoulder instead of the devil on the shoulder like Ashram is. And I'm going to say you guys lost back-to-back to Bifrost in regular split last season. And then you proceeded to destroy them twice in the playoffs. That's all I'm going to say. So if there's somebody who knows how to turn it around against certain teams, it's definitely X7. Now, I want to ask you something because you've played in so many teams, right? And you've played with so many big names. Do you think that the fact that you're the reigning champions here, the fact that you've got so many big names in your team, does that add more pressure when you lose to whoever it is? It might be top of the standings, it might be bottom of the standings team.
I think the pressure is only there if you allow it to affect you, rather. I feel like most of the time, how we played today is kind of a reflection of our practice, right? Like, if you have bad practice, you're going to have bad results. It's pretty much what it is, right? And obviously, I hope that we can bounce back from this because I'm not really happy with our play. Neither are you guys watching this disaster of a gameplay, whatever we're doing. But, you know, all I can say is keep your heads up for, like, the next coming games because something will change, I hope. I really, really hope. But yeah, thank you very much, though, Trouble. I wish I can give you a hug for your appreciative words.
Oh, well, I hope you guys can keep your heads up because you made us really proud at EU Masters and we know that you carry an entire history, both you and Attila down the bot lane, and we hope you can bounce back. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sending you big love and hug as well. And we hope to see you on a big victory next time, Kasing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys. Take care. Thank you.
Oh, stop, man.
First time I've seen Kasing like this.
That's why I'm saying it sucks. That's why I was playing the small violin. It sucks. These players should not be losing. And he said it. Something is going wrong in practice. If they have lost it in the fundamentals, it's just so difficult to remember. How in the world did we keep winning? It's more about a Haru. It's more about the bot lane. It's about having your players on the same page on how they want to play the game. And I just don't feel like they found this point that they all agree with.
I can't look into this roster and hear Kasing saying, we're not all on the same page. I want to play League of Legends. I want to win. It doesn't seem like everybody's on the same page.
It was
a
scary interview. It was very rough to just sit here and listen to it, right? Because a player with so much success, such a storied history, and he is, at the moment, in the battle for playoffs in the league. It is so unimaginable previously, and it feels so crazy to hear him say, as you say, they are not on the same page, and clearly that's where the issues are lying. If they were a good, solid unit, they would be able to make it far. But this game, they got dumpstered. This wasn't a close game. This wasn't a 40-minute back and forth. They just rolled over and died. Our reigning champions rolled over and died.
Let's make this visual for everyone. So let's show the standings after this game for you guys to
I thought we had
understand.
like a bad replay or something of them falling over and dying.
X7 stay at 6th place, but they're only 2 games away from Veneer and the likes like Eminem and Nuriki as well, if they get a really good week, from catching up. And the way the mental is right now means that everyone, I mean, aside from Singularity right now at this point, everyone, Veneer, Eminem, and Nuriki,
Oh, they're
can
looking at them.
realistically get them.
Yes, they are literally the prey.
They smell the blood in the water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I want to remind everyone that Veneer and Eminem have not played yet. Veneer and Eminem are playing against each other on the last game of the day. Does Veneer win? They're 1 win away.
1 win again.
Catching up to X7. Does Eminem win? They're also only 2 wins away. We've got plenty of games coming through. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a bit scared for X7. Even though we like to joke about it, it's like, ha, our champions, they're losing now, what's going on? It's really sad to not see them in playoffs.
As a host, I have to say, like, I love Kaseng, I love Attila. I have a big history with Attila as well, so I love them. But as a viewer of League of Legends, I'm like,
That's bad League of
It
Legends.
is.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what's going to happen. So this leads me to the next game, Singularity versus Astralis. We have a lot to talk about. Denmark. I'll give you that.
This is
Duckling,
my game.
you have a lot to talk about that. But before that, we have a good moment. We have someone playing Lee Sin in the jungle to try and get the top of the standings on the segment called Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge with Skrudi from Singularity. Take a look.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge. This time it's with Singularity Jungler. It is Skrudi, my dude. Welcome to the show. Pleasure to meet you. And you had a lot of issues going for the runes, didn't you?
I had the standard jungle rune page, so it was fine.
With Phase Rush now?
Yeah, let's just not talk about that one.
Okay, let's ignore the Phase Rush. So how are you feeling? Because we don't know you yet, so I want to know, do you even play Lee Sin?
I played him about a year ago, I
Okay.
think, last time. It's currently on my solo queue account. I haven't played it yet, so we'll see how it goes.
Time to beat 326. Skrudi, you think you got this?
That's gonna be hard, but I'll do the best I can.
Oh, you start with the E. Okay, not everybody starts with the E. You're going for the lower cooldown. Is that it?
Yeah, I think it's better to just have a lower cooldown.
Okay.
It's less clunky.
What about that flash? Where are you gonna use it? Where do you think you're gonna use it?
I think the biggest distance to cover is just here in mid lane. So after I
Okay.
do this camp, I flash and queue for the next.
You got Nibo's cloak to get some movement speed after.
Yeah, I do.
Hey, it's technology, man. The forbidden technology. Maybe that can save you at least 1 or 2 seconds, and maybe you can get the 326. Now, you start the challenge. Let's get it rolling. You're doing on the red buff, but tell me, how should we describe Skrudi as a jungler?
So far, we don't even know what our identity is as a team, so it's a bit hard to say.
Yeah, but I'm looking at you, man. Forget the team. I'm looking at Skrudi right now. What sort of jungler you are? Are you an aggressive jungler? Are you a facilitator? Are you a ganker? Are you one of those junglers that I hate on my solo queue? Who are you?
Probably the ones you hate, because I do play a lot of full clear.
Okay.
So, yeah, probably the ones you hate.
Okay. Hey, it's something. What is your favorite champion, though?
Probably have to go with Lilia. It's the one that I've done the most with. It's probably my most comfort jungler that I play.
I love the kit of Lilia. Let's be honest, I love it. But don't you feel a little bit annoyed of all the happiness and that she brings into the jungle, like the lines of Lilia, or do you enjoy that as well?
I have those muted.
Ah, man of knowledge. Okay. Oh, nice fight. Okay, that's the movement speed. That's the Nimble's pulse. There you go. That is a fast one. 244. I would have to say, like, this is going smooth. How are you feeling so far, Skrudi?
I think I cancelled the basic or 2, so it is what it is.
It is what it is. Okay, okay. Another hit. Ooh. You're gonna go for both clears?
Hopefully.
Okay, let's see what happens. Call it in. Call the boy. Okay, saving the smite. Saving the smite. 311, Scrooty. This seems actually pretty good. You feeling nervous?
I hope I don't die.
Oh, maybe you should have used the Q on the Grump. But 320.
Yeah, it's too late.
Scrooty, this is actually really good. Go for it. Scrooty, 327.
37.
1 second if you used the Q on the Grump.
Yes.
Hey, how you feeling?
I thought I could have died. Feeling fine. So, I haven't played with Lee Sin in a while, so I'm just happy that I did it.
Hey, but I'm enjoying that Lee Sin. Scrooty, thank you for this one. We got to get to know you, and you seem like a really good Lee Sin. I'll be keeping my eye on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Have a good one for you and for you guys at home. Thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you soon.
You know what? It's so funny how all of the junglers, after they're done with the clear, they continue going towards Skullcrop. They enter enemy jungle to invade. It's like
it's like, automatic.
It's like their brain is on autopilot of clearing.
I know. I can't remember the specific player, but he was doing the challenge. Like, okay, we're done with the challenge. They continue, went to the red buff of the enemy, deleted the cross. Like, dude, we're done with the record. Like, yeah, but I'm enjoying it. I'm just enjoying it.
But I'm invading.
I'm invading. What if they see me? What if they see me? Like, no one is watching you. What is happening? 1 second away from getting the top, by the way. Soft is still there, even though it cheated because it didn't clear the entire Crocs.
Okay, but what's happening with that? We need to know from
production. Yeah, then you have to redo it, man.
You can't say he's not first because he cheated, you know?
If someone gets 26, he's going to get ahead of him. If you tie up with them because of that Krog, someone jumps ahead of him.
Fair enough.
So, do you guys believe anyone will top that?
I mean, not if he cheated.
Who's left?
How many procs is left, for instance?
Diamond procs?
Yeah.
Who else?
A few more.
A few more, okay.
A few more.
Staying vague, don't want to spoil anything here.
Singularity versus Astralis, though. We finally got to meet Scrooty versus Taxid. Okay. Duckling, provide us with all the knowledge from Denmark.
He's not brought his bracelet, his
No,
hat,
I should have brought like my national jersey and everything. I should have done it, but as a whole, obviously we know Singularity haven't been in good form for the whole year, if you really have to put it like that. But Astralis Talent have made major changes behind the scene, getting in Vendetto and obviously also subbing in Keeper in the support role. But Vendetto is a very different coach with a different approach, and we've seen it work out so far. Now them sitting comfortably in the playoffs place. The main thing I want to point out is his lack of focus on solo queue and mainly focusing on the 2v2 and 1v1 matchups. Other than that, he has Taxa to help him share the responsibility of shifting the playstyle more towards our early game-oriented meta, where you want to play for the early game, you want to gain the tempo on these objectives. And that is exactly what they've been able to do, thanks to Taxa being a very team-oriented player, being able to soak up more responsibility so the team succeeds, even though they're actually in the process of changing over playstyles.
That was, of course, the Pepe.
Pepe. Everybody at home knows what the Pepe is.
No, it's a
Oh, we're just learning. We're just learning.
Yes, if you listen to everything that Duckling said, I completely 100% agree with it. The fact that there's a new flair on the team, I think every time Vendetto has joined any team, I remember back in Tricked as well, he's bringing that early game tempo, right? The proactivity, something to snowball your team from the get-go. Taxa has mentioned it as well on his tweet, but also on interviews. We're really trying to play that early game proactive game again, and it has been working. Their previous game that they played on Monday, it was proactive early game into ganks, into snowball, into very clean macro and objective control in the mid game, into using their carries that were giga-fed for team fights later on.
A big difference from Astralis Spring Split into the Summer Split. On the Singularity side, though, they're still making a few changes, and we talked about this on Monday. Is it too late to make these changes?
Or am I not...
Am I not?
Am I not... Am I not in the loop? More changes?
No, I hope not. Okay. But no, they're changing a lot. We've seen some teams changing mid-split, and that is really complicated. Astralis are looking really smooth. Those teams that make few changes and went through the process, like JDXL, Astralis, for instance, they seem really good, and those are playoff contenders teams.
What I very quickly want to say before we go into the game is the fact that two of the substitutes they have got in, the jungler and top laner, have actually played together with Spike and the coach back on Landomania all this last year. So it's kind of a plug-and-play solution. You're subbing in two players that you know very well, you know how they play. So in that sense, it makes sense. But still, it hasn't worked out.
And I'll give you the honors of this one right now. You need to say on to the champion select and Danish.
Okay. Till To champ select, not much to
Oh,
translate.
that was
Not much to translate, man.
disappointing. Thank you so much as we jump into...
Can I do it in Greek for Riddle next time?
Yes, I guess. I'll give it to you. There we go. Astralis versus Singularity. At this point, Singularity is just fishing for their first victory, while Astralis are now looking into the top of the standings. They want to be the top 4 right now. Champion select. Where should we focus? Trouble.
What are we looking for? We're looking for Carlsen's Na. He's blind picked it many times. Shikari said he's really strong after the durability patch as well, because he did used to have same HP bar as Sona and very counterable and punishable when he is mini-Na. So Carlsen has been favoring that a lot. The Gangplank being banned away means that potentially we could be seeing him on a champion like this. Also the fact that Yumi is out. Crispec has played so much Senna, but he signed more on Zeri. So that could be one. And when it comes to Senkax, I mean, his Akali was a big issue versus Bifrost and Fury. So maybe if they keep the same momentum with Taxer more facilitating jungler, like the Wukong, like the Volibear, we see another recipe for success.
I'm so happy Senkax rebranded himself back to the old one. It was like, I was Senkax, now I evolved, now I have to go back.
See, it's like Senkax, rebrand, rebrand.
Yeah, it's the re. What do you... In terms of, there we go, Volibear is removed.
Exactly.
Wukong is still available.
That's what I want to highlight. Texa is a player who has preferred a lot of Viego, something he has been playing pretty much since the champion came out, but the Volibear ban is something they have started to pick up and has actually had a lot of early game success with. So a very smart ban. I'm excited to see if the Viego also get removed, but if not, it's definitely up on the cards for Texa.
I don't think I don't think I care about the Viego too much. Right here, you cannot necessarily handshake between the two champions. If I was Astralis, I would snatch that Wukong away. Unless they want to go for something like a Corki, right? Corki on this particular patch is absolutely broken. Yeah, it makes sense. I think it's the last S tier proactive jungler that you have on the mix, and if Taxer is not either on Volibear or Wukong, it seems like Astralis cannot necessarily function very proactively in the early game.
But what can they take on the other side for Singularity?
I mean, normally, right, you would look to get something else, but it is apparently the Rat that is just sneaking his way into the draft, and there comes the Birdman as well. I mean, if that Swain is anywhere near Chimera level, that's gonna be a...
I love this. I love this, but because Chimera played the Swain to create space for his AD carry, and now Spiky onto the tweets. We've seen him do some crazy things where he just roams mid, gets a kill, he's being a nuisance, and then he follows back going towards the bot side of the map. So don't get me wrong, this could be also an AP twitch because Singularity love throwing curveballs in the mix, but I just really like so far that we're seeing the Swain always with AD carries that want to scale later into the game. Again, the Na blind pick doesn't surprise me. Carlsen seems to favor that a lot.
I would like to see a Pyke support for Singularity to roam alongside with the Twitch and just go get those executions. You don't leave them low. You ping, and you collapse on them. There you go. Silas is going to yeet as well a few ultimates like the Swain. That would be a difficult one to deal with.
Demonic Embrace.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, I shouldn't. But that's Swain ultimate for the Silas, so you can create space for your own team as well.
Sorry, I got a dry throat.
I was like, is she going for the meme? Is she going for... Is anything appearing? Oh, falling back into the Viego.
But the thing is, right, as you say, Viego has been hit by some nerfs. Why do you want to pick this? This is the bad matchup. Yes, you can do something early, but if you 1v1 the Wukong 50 minutes in, it doesn't matter how fed you are. You just lose to the Wukong. So I am very much questioning why you would lock yourselves in to 25 minutes of pain until you eventually lose.
You felt that.
Might I say, I really liked Scrudy's Kha'Zix. And Kha'Zix wins 1 versus 1 versus a lot of champions that are isolated. So you could technically be a nuisance on the side lane as well. I do not necessarily mind the Viego. We saw Razork play it on Fnatic, but he played it very aggressively. He was included in a lot of the fights very early on. And I think, yes, the Swain is a little bit weaker in the earlier stages of the game. You need 2 items to start getting rolling. But I think the story behind the composition so far is that you have the Swain tanking the fight and creating room around your Twitch. The second Twitch gets 1 target low, your Viego jumps in. So even maybe something like you mentioned, like a Pyke, would make sense here. And we're like, reset City.
I would love that. Look into the bans. What AD carries? Well, you're going for the Karma to seal the poke. You don't want to deal with the poke from the bot side. But realistically, I could see Kreisberg like just going for all in. Okay, she sees something.
I'm saying the Corki being banned, which means that Astralis are pretty sure that Swain is going bot lane to person.
Interesting.
Together with Twitch. or they're trying to force the Swain to go mid by taking any other pick away from the mid lane. This could also be the case, but the Corki ban is a little bit sassy. Maybe Astralis have done a little bit more homework than we have.
I would be very surprised to see the Swain go bud here, and this is not because your idea isn't good, but it's because Persson, as a player throughout many years of watching this guy in the Danish scene, doesn't really play these kind of champions. He's more for the Alistar, he's more for the engage, he's more for the team. So if he suddenly takes this role of actually being a damage dealer, I think it would be something very much out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, there you go. Swain has been picked. It could go to the top in a weird world, I would say.
I mean...
But still, there you go.
I would love to see it, but it would be something new. So
at least we know it's not Twitch AP.
Yeah.
We got that security right now, I think so.
What I really like so far is that, again, there is so much space being created around the Twitch with the Orianna ball and the shockwaves later on with the ultimate from Swain. Now you need something more to try and be protective. Even something like an Ornn right here could potentially work, but you don't want to give the Ornn ultimate away because Sylas has been locked in. So you need to choose very wisely your weapons, because your weapons are going to be stolen away from you and used against you.
This is dangerous. You know you have to force yourself into a massive team fight AoE, and you bring in the Kai'Sa.
Oh, but it's a Crispa expression though. It is something Crispa has played for I don't know how many games. He got famous back in the start of the NLC days for just destroying on the pick. Yeah, the Nordic Championship as well. His Kai'Sa is so strong. And Keeper ending up locking in that Rakan as well is also going to be very cool to watch. It is
team fight. This is wombo combo after wombo combo. I love this. This is going to be bloody.
And the thing is that the fact that you've chosen Wukong, Rakan, Kai'Sa talks to me...
Swain top. It is real.
It isn't Swain bot. I said it.
It is real.
Carson.
It is real. I've played this. I've played versus this in solo queue, by the way.
Did you lose?
I demolished him.
Oh, okay.
What did you play, Pantheon or Shen?
Pantheon.
Okay.
Not much confidence that I see from you, Asheram, in the Swain top.
I'm not sure what this exact Singularity composition is trying to achieve. Top looks pretty rough in the early game. Then Sylas is trading a bunch of his HP to trade onto Orianna early game as well, so you can have first roll into the river. Viego's more for our passive junglers, so you're not necessarily too proactive. And who do you want to be proactive towards? A Swain or an Orianna that scale later into the game? And then you go towards the bot side of the map, you've got a Rat as well who wants to scale later on. So I'm like, I might favor Astralis here.
Okay, what about you?
Trouble, you know the code from Mama Cutie Pie.
Irma?
If you don't know what you're doing, how is your enemy supposed to know what you're doing? And that is exactly what Singularity are doing here. We don't really know what they're about to do with this composition, so I'm very excited. And maybe Astralis aren't prepared for it. You know, they can catch them with their pants down. That's something we say in Denmark. That doesn't work in English, I just realized when I said it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You make confusion, and
thank you.
confusion will make itself. There we go. As we jump into this game, will Singularity finally be able to take their first victory, or will Astralis rise to the stars? On to the casters to take this one as we welcome Viperun and the cool Viego.
It's me. Well,
Viego.
I wanted to, you know, take some inspiration from the very Elton John looks and also the situation I'm still in, because I am still standing after all this time. I could have also gone for a Rocket Man Pung. That's the best on which I had. It's the best material I had on hand. And Singularity are looking for the best material they have on hand because they are looking for their first win.
And they didn't find it in that draft.
No, so they, as much as we have like the I'm still standing, they are still at the bottom of the standings after all this
The good news for them is that X7 losing means that they can still technically make playoffs.
True. Yeah, there is like some infinitesimally small chance of, infinitesimally small proportion of the remaining scenarios which do favor them. It's very unlikely to happen. They'd have to win against every other remaining team they have to face in the second round robin, and then of course have X7 slip up in a hilariously large collapse.
In fact, they might be technically out of it just because of how heads work, because if X7 have to play there's smarter people than I will work that out, but we are onto the riff for our fourth game of the evening.
No, I mean, they're currently 0-11, so they can get up to 7 wins because there are 18 games in a split, and X7 are currently on, well, in fact, the lower end of the playoffs bracket right now is currently on 6, so there is actually a chance that they could actually overtake and hopscotch someone in playoffs.
Yes, probably.
It's probably, almost certainly, it's not going to happen.
Well, they're going to have to start it in this game anyway.
Yeah, and you're looking at this draft and thinking, okay, well, if it has to happen, it has to start now. and I know that Georgia was saying, okay, what does Singularity's comp do? And I have some similar concerns. It doesn't take much to really have concerns at that kind of level. At least you have some stable lanes. I think that Orianna and Sylas can be fine, as much as losing that first little trade, getting chain lashed is not the most happy way to go into this. Also, that's a first strike Orianna. I've never seen that. Now, I haven't played against a lot of Oriannas recently. Actually, okay, I haven't been playing at all recently because I don't have... I'm working off of mobile internet for a little while. But this has not been a...
For your absence.
Thank you. The world is bereft of one more Ari player. But yeah, it's not something which I've seen that much on the Orianna. Typically has been towards the sorcery tree, phase rush, comet area, you name it. Or spellbook, of course, has been the other one, which is particularly popular on this champion. But then Swain has to survive against a Gnar typically quite a lane bully. And Artrom was saying that he beat a Swain in lane, so if he can do it, perhaps Carlson can do, one of our better top laners in the league on an individual level as well. Bot lane, of course, going to be the remaining lane, and with that level 2 trade, Singularity taking early control of it. Spiky on the Twitch again, had some good performances on that pick too.
That is true, and that might be the shining light right now for the Singularity comp in my eyes. Also, Agent Twitch, you put the ball on him and he runs in, he gets spotted, but at that point he's got flash and doesn't care.
I think it's the HMS Twitch, the SS Twitch. You go with Submarine, as that is a flash blown very early from Taxa in the mid lane. So that typically safe, stable lane of Orianna and Sylas. Immediately, slightly less safe, and that's kind of awkward now because mid jungle, when you have 0 flashes to play with against that, when you don't have your flash, it's a lot more deadly, and Astralis can look to pick up some kills around here now. Aww.
I thought that was one really long cat for a second.
It's like, you know how cats, when they sit down with like their paws underneath them, they kind of look like a loaf? That would have been, this would be a croissant cat.
A croissant cat.
Yeah.
Right color as well.
A ginger croissant cat.
Doesn't sound delicious, but like, you know.
I actually eat a lot of croissants. This is my breakfast.
You had a croissant like today, I feel like, did you not?
I did. In fact, I had 2. So, so not to relate that to the cats on screen as much as, yeah, they are very croissant looking. Okay, I'm glad I've seen that.
Thank you, Right Lol. I appreciate your cats. 10 out of 10 would say good cat.
Does that mean, whoa, does that mean that each cat is a 5 out of 10 or they add together to be
No. They're 10 out of 10 separately as well. It's it's like in tennis, the Williams sisters. They're great at doubles, but also in singles they can do.
That's a very good thing. Yeah, cool. Right, Scrutty looking towards bot lane. Has the Flash Spectral more available. Looking towards it, Hooklands.
Looking for the root, the damage coming on down. And of course, Scrutty is in the neighborhood. The exhaust has landed onto Chris Berg as well. He goes low first. Blood goes to Spiky.
That's going to be 2 flashes committed after that person commits the ignite. A lot of summoners committed down there by Singularity, but they get themselves kill on the board, and it's on to Spiky's Twitch. Again, it came so close against Veneer in that bottom of the table clash, which Singularity narrowly lost out on, but Spiky getting that first kill on the board. Something for Singularity to now work towards in terms of power points. Get Twitch up towards those number of items, see what he can do with them.
And we spoke about Spiky being the shining light potentially in this roster so far in the season. Of course, one of the players that's remained from the first iteration of Singularity, the only player who survived the entire split with the chops and changes and reshuffling.
And we had a chat with him, of course, after that heartbreaking defeat against Veneer, which was so close, went late game. And you know, Spiky told us a lot in that interview in terms of the journey of Singularity, and we knew that coming into this split, coming into this season rather, the whole year. Singularity were looking to develop university scene players, but sadly it seems from Spiky's experience, from what he said on the interview, he's been mainly developing himself. A lot of that team sadly not seeing the same kind of gains which Spiky has himself, and I actually think Spiky has had a heck of a glow up, especially for someone who's been in charge of his own development in many ways, now giving himself agency as a player who has started to find success. Very important, but he's not here in this fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, Tax is going to move in to try and get some work going. Kiba gets the knock up, but it's going to be Scrooty who's the victim. Goes very low, burns down. Kiba securing the kill.
Bit of an overstay from Singularity, an over push. They even smite to correct that wave, and honestly, already it feels like Astralis, the wins which they've had, that first flash taken away from Merzer, that kill now coming down, has been from Astralis. Mid-jungle, now support coming into it too, using that mid-lane wave state to their advantage. It's been held by Sylas, who's threatening to dive beyond that wave, and then use that to great effect. That's a shockwave!
Call out by the shockwave, trying to get away, but will have nowhere to go. Sengux.
So the 3 good plays Astralis have made, the ones which have been on screen, which have led to advantages, have been Senkux holding the wave at a great place, allowing Taxa to come into blow a flash.
Yes.
Gets the kill onto Scrooty, who has to be there to try and correct the wave afterwards, and then finds a solo kill. Senkux, the artist formerly known as Cress from Spring.
Who was the artist formerly known as Senkux?
Who was also back then the artist formerly known as Senkux. Manages to do all of his own stunts this time, calls in a little help to finish off in second play, but seriously impressive early on from Senkux.
And I mean, for a player who I was quite critical of going into the split, last split thought he was one of the weaknesses of Astrala's talent, which for a player of such vaulted stature is definitely not great. But this split, it's been a different Astrala's talent, it's been a different Senkux.
Yeah, and, when we have, Diamond Prox coming into the league, and that was one of his old teammates, Senkux had some memories come up with him. It's a shockwave traded in mid lane, but nothing blown on the other side just yet.
But Nogamon's a Mercer, and here's Kiba, flash burnt by Orion once again. Scrooty gets knocked up by the second charge, but he's not low enough. And Tax needs to be a little bit careful about getting caught out. He has to flash away and dives off onto the minions. The Wukong does escape. Singularity can't find another.
It is all mid lane from Astralis, and you can very much see why they're doing it. Now Sip's walking in. Oh, maybe he thought there was a recall.
It's the stun as well. I don't know if Carson's going to have quite the last bit of damage to get the kill, but I think actually looking at that one, the burst is there. But the regen from the Swain, of course, we know how much this can do. As Carlson having a little bit of trouble, he has to dance away from the ultimate, waiting for it to go down.
I think one of the big problems there was that he ended up dropping that boomerang mid-trade. Couldn't have that on a low cooldown. Does manage to blow the cooldown of the Swain on that ultimate. Of course, with Gnar, they made a change to it. Effectively, when you are Mega Gnar, you have your ultimate up pretty much every time, especially on your when it gets to rank 2. First rank, it is a bit of an overlap, but on the whole, you have your Mega Gnar when you want it, when you are in Mega Gnar form. So definitely a trade up in cooldowns for Astralis, and what that means now is Sips cannot be around for his top lane fight, can't be around for the Herald take, and there is no cross map available for Singularity, as even Crispo backs off, takes a red buff, gets himself his own advantages, and leaves himself in a safe position. So Singularity going to take themselves a dragon, but not going to find themselves a power play around that bot lane turret.
Astralis are moving towards
mid lane again!
Trying to get the damage down, no flash available on the Orianna, going to run down river where support awaits, but Crispo's also here, sweeps in to secure the kill.
Team, play safe mid. I'm trying to play safe mid. Mercer is sat there and he's had, what, 4 or 5 consistent plays into that mid lane. Had his flash blown twice, been killed twice, now having to deal with the Herald potentially being dropped in his lane the next time he messes up in that lane. It has been a comprehensive outplaying around mid lane by Astralis. It's not just Senkux, though he has been the big engine of that with the wave control. It's been Taxa coming in. It's been Kiba making his way to the place. This last time, Crisberg, from taking that red buff, is in the same vicinity to follow up on that play too. Astralis working in harmony to make sure that mid lane has a horrible time. Do I need... Yeah, I need some pet therapy. Can you show me a pet for third?
That's good, dog.
Oh, it's Sammy.
Official Verdant GG mascot from Sammy Cunningham.
Of course, Verdant in the NLC system as well in a few of those low divisions. I have one of their t-shirts. They sent me one. It's very nice.
Send me one.
Yeah. But I didn't know they had a mascot. I'm happy to know they have a mascot.
The jersey for the mascot.
Huh?
That's the jersey for the mascot.
Oh, yeah, that's a very good... Why is your mascot not wearing a Verdant jersey?
Blue. That blue. Verdant isn't even blue. It's green.
Maybe it would have blended too much into the background. It's actually camouflage.
As Sammy Cunningham, go back to the drawing board. Expect better from you. I'm sometimes quite critical of these pet pictures.
I could tell. You know, I was here with Hipbray the other week, and he was just happy to have those pets just on screen. You are like, you know the...
The dog is good, but the composition is bad. It's like when you draft badly, but you somehow win.
I don't really know. I was gonna like really put some team under the dumpster, but I couldn't think of a good enough team to, or of a team to really think with. Are you really doing this?
Nah, Jojo's actually trolling. Let's take that off.
Yeah, so that would have been that falls into the drafts. Okay. Kog'Maw, well, we saw that briefly on the durability patch and then went away. Jojo, of course, Singularity's team manager, and someone that we've both cast for a very long time. Used to be a top laner.
Yeah, it used to be back in... This is the 6-3 separation for X7, well, for NLC, but also X7. He used to play on the first iteration of Absolve that played in the UKL and SQ1 back in the day.
Good times they were.
There. And now he is
Well, Chris Berg is still dead, probably.
Having a bit of trouble here, but Kiba's running on through. They knock him back into him. And actually now Kiba's in a little bit of trouble looking to try and set the shield away, but we're moving into the mid lane. Scrudy will be able to dive back. Nice on him onto Merza, landing on a super Taxa, follows through and looks to get some damage down onto Oriana. Probably not enough to secure the kill, but a second knock up does some damage as Senkok's diving on forward, can't send the ball forward, smacks away.
So a couple of testing skirmishes across bot lane and mid lane after that point too, but not really winning or losing in any great amount. Got some summoners blown, but it's not going to lead to any big power plays. And I think, actually, if I were to loosely define our top of the table teams, and then maybe some of our others, although Astralis have shown a little bit of this too, in terms of when people are going for plays, it feels like there is more of a direction for them. In this game, it's felt more scrappy. It is just, we can get the kills and then we can see what we can get after that. Feels like in this, there has been more of a concerted effort from Astralis to shut down mid lane, and that's important. I think that Shockwave will be a big factor in these mid-game team fights, because if you dive in with that Wukong and that Sylas, 2-man, 3-man Shockwaves can just end the fight after that point. But with the fights we've seen so far, it's felt like it's been less direction. It's just been, hey, we can get a kill here, rather than really having a big moment for it. Senkok's, though, again, trying to push the direction a little further and saying, okay, I can ship you off that tower. If you stay there, we can dive. You can see, again, the difference in the mentality between the playmaking of Astralis and Singularity. Singularity struggling to find their own successes in so many ways across this season. And this is just another pain point on top of it.
Unfortunately for Astralis, well, unfortunately for Chris Berg, I should say, unable to find the plates to himself.
Los Platos, as Archeron calls them.
Los Platos. The beautiful Portuguese man. Mountain of a man.
He does like to talk about climbing mountains.
Is Archeron tall? Imagine trying to think about this.
Is Archeron tall? I mean, compared to me, I
no,
don't.
You're like a
This is a question for you. I feel like you are now projecting.
I can't pick.
Hang on, is this because
Archer taller than me? I'm trying to pick. Is he taller than me?
You're of a similar height. You are all beneath me.
I mean, he's still a Castaway Doctor, who's also a
sure. He's actually taller than me, Doctor is.
6'6".
He is very tall.
Doctor, yeah, freakishly so.
It's so funny enough on that sense. It feels strange for me to talk to people who are taller than me. I'm sad at 6'4", because I'm not used to looking up at people.
Well,
this is odd.
It's one of those things where I often forget people's heights. I had this conversation with Jamada quite a lot as Taxa goes in for the engage, finds it onto Merza, who should be called out. Nice on him onto 3 members, but I don't think it's going to matter as he gets taken down. Kiba unable to continue the fight onto Scrudy. Naturally, might need to be careful, but Senkok's going to turn towards him. Pearson also makes his way out of Scrudy. Overextends slightly, but isn't truly punished.
Yeah, and you know, speaking about, it's odd for me looking up at people who are higher up than me. Well, Merza has been effectively airborne for about half of this game at this point, with Wukong ults, with the knock-up from the Sylas chains. It has been a bit of an airborne flying experience for Merza, who dies for the 3rd time. And I will say, not really through much fault of their own. It's one mistake early, really, in terms of the wave management. From mid lane, and that has snowballed into, if you are playing against top tier opposition within Europe as a whole, it's actually been a bit of a European specialty. It happens in the LEC, it happens in many ERLs. If you blow flash in mid lane, you don't get to lane. You don't get to play the game, and Singularity haven't really helped Merza do that enough. They have tried on occasion to come mid and fix that wave state, but it has been a little bit futile, and Astralis have not really slowed down.
Yeah, there's been no lets in that mid lane, and
oh, they found a solution. Send him bot lane.
Yeah, you can't find me down here. There's no way that Taxa can find the bot lane.
Trying to cut down on the frequent flyer miles.
I mean, wants to just clear out the midi wave. The tower's gone, so it gives him a little bit more safety, a little bit of a longer lane that he doesn't have to necessarily push down. But for Astralis talent, methodical, standard, what we've seen from Astralis talent this season. They're not making the mistakes that we've seen from some of the other teams, X7, and they're looking very good as they move on to the second Rift Challenge.
Gosh, what a call out there. But yeah, I mean, if we are talking about comparing to other teams in less memey ways, and I'm not saying we're not going to meme on teams, because sometimes that's very, very fun. But you have to compare these teams to ones around them in the standings. Astralis took a dominant victory against Bifrost.
They did.
Earlier in this week on Monday. And that was a game which I believe you said one of the most dominant games you've seen in the NLC, one of the most impressive games that you've seen in the NLC. So Astralis trying to push that ante again even further. Against Singularity, a team that is struggling, it is harder to gain more reputation, I suppose, because you kind of expect Singularity to sadly be on the losing end because of weight of results in history. Got Astralis in this game. Again, I'm quite impressed at some of the fundamentals that they're showing. A mistake is made. How do you punish that to its highest extent? By doing what they've been doing around this control mage in mid.
Astralis could be airdropped in behind enemy lines, although... Oh no, it's Marza again.
No. You can take him out of mid, but it just doesn't help.
Splashes towards him, the knockup. Why? What's the point? Does the teleport's actually coming through though? Members are here from Singularity. They want revenge. Teleport coming in from response from Astralis talent as Senkux moves forward towards Sips, but he's going to get the regen. Carlson is here looking to build up the rage bar. It's pretty low. Keeper goes gone as Spike runs in. Doesn't need accuracy when they can just unload onto Tax and damage comes through. It's a shutdown. It's damage. Astralis overextended. The Marza is avenged!
Doesn't matter, killed mid. Yeah, they lose the fight, but it's about the message, Viper. They get another kill onto Orianna, and Orianna is seriously struggling to gain anything from these. Doesn't even get any assists, and what more how much more do you have to punish this poor player? Poor Orianna gets zero counterplay in this. You can kind of see why the Sylas has been picked up in this particular game, because you look at the Sylas and you think, oh, Sylas is going to be playing into that Swain, lots of mid-range DPS with drain tankiness. Well, Sylas is the king of that. Sylas has been, well, rather the Kingslayer of that, I suppose. But Sylas has such an ability to stay around in these fights, but it's a little far in this case. You don't have your AD carry, you've been opened up on by that Twitch, and the DPS value is a little too high, but you give any more value over to this Sylas who's picked up a Liandry's, is going to be going towards a higher cooldown reduction build, because Liandry's obviously gives that from his mythic passive. That means more healing. That means more mid-game healing and crazy amounts of damage, and that's going to be a worry point now for Singularity, who found another lane to put Mercer into.
And I must admit, this game right now is feeling...
Singularity don't have a mid laner. They've actually just... It's a vacant lot.
It's 4v5, but for Singularity in a 4v5, it's actually a reasonably good performance from them.
I'm going to ask a really strange question now. So, on Monday, I made a comment to Archerum about the way his shirt looked. He looked very much like a character for one of my favorite video games,
yeah, I was
in
there,
Yakuza.
Yeah.
Which is a great series of, I think it's a Konami video game, which is set in Japan, a load of gangster stuff out there. And what was I going to say about this? Yeah, there's a certain plot point in one of the first games about the empty lot, which is about this empty vacant lot in the middle of a city center, which is being fought over because it's so valuable. Singularity have an empty lot in the mid lane. It is vacant. It is gone. It is not being occupied. They have no mid lane. It's just a barren parking lot.
A lot of damage go down onto Scroody. He's going to be deleted.
I choose not to look at that because that happened too close to the mid lane, which, as we know, is actually an empty lot.
Yeah, I mean, Mercer's bot currently doesn't want any part of this.
Oh yeah, he's the second bot laner because, again, they don't have a mid lane.
Well, Carlson's actually pushing forward towards this inner tower. Sips, of course, on the swing. We know how well this champion can do it. Sips in teamfights has been pretty spooky as he pops his ultimate. Going to get knocked up. Damage is going to fly on down. Doesn't yet have a Zhonya's to stay alive, but will sustain a little bit longer. Keeper actually overextending and will go down. Sips is still alive as he takes down one. He grabs a second. Astralis in a comedy of errors lose two.
And they found the secret. Just don't play anywhere but mid. They found it. Sips, who cares? Is in top lane. They're away from the horrible area of the map. And Sips, I mean, at the end of the day, Astralis maybe had some chances to kill that.
Rispa could be a drop, but Taxa is also here. It's a 3v2. A Singularity have the numbers advantage. The Whirlwind lands on Pearson once again. Taxa will help Chris secure the kill, but is in trouble. Gets blown up by Singularity as Scroody now taking the form of the Wukong. Dives on forward. That's pretty aggressive. Mercer's now here. But that has Singularity see that Orianna, I think. That's probably four of them coming all back off.
And they finally return back to the seat of the crime where everything started going wrong for them. But, you know, we were talking a little bit about how Astralis were kind of calm, kind of collected, doing things by the book. They have made several mistakes in a row now.
Yeah,
See what's happening around this dragon.
Dragon, no, land on the two. The knockout from Kiba. So much damage onto the Spike, who gets caught by Silas once again, broken down as Smurza also falls. Scroody will be able to get the reset. He's now cosplaying Chrisberg, diving away, but he might not be able to escape as Senkux grabs the double.
So much gold going up to Silas again. It's the dragon over to Singularity. It's also a kill for them too. This is still a fairly even game. I know that we've been talking about kind of the history of Singularity, meaning that you kind of have to put a couple of question marks over them. Can they start running away with these fights? Can they actually get some advantages in these games? But right now, they are actually coming away with some okay fights. Of course, this one at the end of it does go to the side of Astralis, but the chain of events which led to this, still very Singularity favored, and that means they are even in gold. They are actually up now. Another track in it. Are you done with analysis? Are you done with listening to me?
Oh, I was just going to bring it up for when you were finished.
Well, okay, in that case, thank you very much. Oh, it's a very cute cat.
Yeah.
Lovely eye.
Regards from Div 3, from Parmesano 13.
Oh.
Don't know which Div 2 team or Div 3 team Parmesano's a fan of, but it's a good cat.
You know what? I don't really care about the origins of it. That's a nice cat, and I appreciate
Sometimes you just got a good cat, you know, and you... Here at the NLC, we appreciate that. We appreciate all pets. Cats, dogs. Still haven't seen a crab, unfortunately, but someone out there watches NLC and has a pet crab and is like, this is my...
It's Zal Esports, by the way.
Zal Esports. I don't believe that I've seen any of their games.
I haven't yet either, but now after seeing that cat, I am suddenly more interested.
I am intrigued.
Crazy how that works.
Keeper caught by Sips on the side, has to dive away. The Nautilus on map has been secured by Sengak. Stax is the one caught out, throws the ultimate down, and actually, if he wants to get the re-engage with that one, he's going to have to pull the trigger soon, but won't be called on to do so.
When you're looking at those kinds of plays, actually you have to start looking at Astralis and how they're going to deal with a Singularity in a front to back. I think that Astralis really do need to find a way into the backline. If it comes into that kind of overextended fight where you've kind of gone in for a jungle camp, didn't really have the vision, didn't really have the waves pushed up to support that. Singularity get to play around a Shockwave, get to play around a Swain rather, which as we've seen is doing an awful lot of damage. A la Camera, who's been showing us how it's done and even took down X7 with that champion. Of course, the Twitch on top of that too. Astralis want to play around more backline fights, want to play around more angles. Singularity on the other side, obviously don't want to give them that.
And with Astralis talent, there's a lot of champions that do have the ability to get into the backline. In fact, all 5 of them do have their own ways of getting into the backline if given the opportunity. Not necessarily the most straightforward, and not every champion is going to want to be in that backline 100% of the time, but a very dynamic, a very flexible and mobile roster.
Let's take a step back for a second. Yeah, not physically. You can't see him. He just walloped himself back into the screen. But
sorry, screen.
This is again Astralis. They came off of a game where they were incredibly impressive against one of our top tier teams in the NLC. Of course, EU Masters representatives from Spring Bifrost went down by their hands, but against Singularity, they are struggling to really close out this game. Their initial game plan, very good, shutting down mid, but has it done enough? Singularity aren't actually out of this game yet. They managed to claw back from Astralis making a number of side lane mistakes. Of course, mid lane has been where it's been good. Everything else, a bit more of a gray area. Singularity, now at this point, even though on paper, in terms of those results, really not looking like the dominant team, you expect them to come in as heavy underdogs. They are keeping it close and they are still in the picture. You okay there, Viper?
Scrooty looked like he was going to engage, but he didn't in the end.
Oh, what?
Papa
Borkmeritus.
Meriton, the van in mascot dog, is here to bless your feet and forgive your sin. Okay.
Borkmeritus.
Pardon, that's how you do a dog mascot, just a heads up.
Oh my god. It's a Shiba too.
He looks so confused.
Aww.
He has no idea what's going on.
I think he's just happy to be there.
Yeah.
And I too am happy with their happiness. Yep. Plep.
Well, no, that is maybe the best dog we've seen today.
Bless Papa Borkmeritus. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate it. I've appreciated every pet.
Yeah, I mean...
Sure. I'm yet to actually see my own dog on stream. Ziggy is out there somewhere.
It was on stream on Monday.
No, but I haven't been on cast to say, oh look, that's my dog. Look how cute she is.
Yeah, I was there and I was like,
have we told the story of Voldazagina Beatrice, the almost magnificent, the name on stream?
I feel like that has been... I've been part of that conversation.
Yes, but it hasn't been on air. Anyway, it's been named after my brother's D&D character, and my parents thought, oh, that'd be really cute to call a dog. So now Ziggy B is not named after, like, Ziggy Stardust. It's a half-elf sorcerer.
Bro plays a half-elf on D&D.
Can't
get more basic.
I mean, you can't it's Fighter Man, human fighter.
Nah, even so, I respect Fighter Man.
Fighter-Man, you know, like, there's the Spider-Man, like, song Spider-Man. There's Fighter-Man. There's a Spider-Man version of that song, which is, like, the most basic D&D character ever. I'll look it up at some point. I know I probably shouldn't bring it up without, you know, I've teased you on what that is now, and now I've given you none of the content to do with it, but there is a Fighter-Man song out there.
It's fine, there's another pet on display. 2 pets, in fact. Froya and Puss are grumpy about Veneer GG playing late and are planning to nap into Veneer have like cornered the market on animal
what's
fans,
happened with
haven't
this?
they?
Like, there's suddenly Pet Central. I mean, I appreciate it. Animal friend, mate. That's it. Veneer are druids. I mentioned D&D. They are druids.
Yeah,
they are.
Actually, do you see their fan on the street segment as well? That kind of adds up.
Which one? Was this the witchcraft one?
Yeah.
Oh, that was wonderful. You know, I went on a magical quest for them once. I did actually find them the cornucopium. They won the next game after I found that. Interesting. Coincidence? I think so.
Yeah,
probably.
Oh, we do still have Veneer coming up. They haven't played yet today. They're in our final match of the day, so stay tuned for that one. Those cats will be. But I just have to wake them up.
Imagine having to talk about slow-paced League of Legends as well. Like, we don't actually have to do that now. We found ourselves the secret to this. And apparently, by talking
we have run our pets now, though. If you've got a pet that you want to see on your screen, let us just send it to the NLC hashtag and pets up.
Just hashtag send it, actually.
Just send it, really. Our social media manager will find it, and if he can't, he's not doing his job. Oh, poor dude. He gets the rough end of the stick on these broadcasts, but
if it exists, we will find it.
Just briefly back to the League of Legends that is in front of us. Astralis Talent have broken down a tower. It's been slow more falling. I think there's definitely been Keevan might have been caught out here. There's definitely been a case of Astralis Talent kind of sending it a little bit in terms of being aggressive and then realizing, oh, Singularity are like a little bit spooky at times.
They are a little spooky. I mean, Astralis have been happy to wail at some of these towers. They are currently at that 4-1 tower advantage. And it's led to an amount of gold going into their pocket, but it's coming to 30 minutes. It's not the largest amount of gold difference. The main thing is you have 3 items, 3 in a bit actually, onto that Kai'Sa, which is kind of spooky. That's 2,000-ish gold lead to the Kai'Sa over the Twitch, and Kai'Sa, when you are diving in and trying to assassinate people, obviously becomes really important. Of course, that mid lane, it was dunked hard enough that you can see the gold advantage happening in there too, but it's not like Singularity are giving up huge sweeping losses. They are still holding onto their vision. They're not getting caught out around that. They've got a lot of good vision around their top side, actually. And they are still in an okay position.
Sips might be a little bit out of position. No, he's going to be caught out by Carlson, chased onto. Remember, he does have that sustain. Keeper can't find the engage, and he's going to be able to just float away.
Float like a something. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. No team is better than Singularity,
except for.
Well, sadly, that's not the case.
That's in the previous 11 games.
Yeah, sadly, that doesn't really work for their scoreline right now. But again, they are still competitive in this one. No need to. I mean, at least in this one, they're actually in a pretty okay spot. Much like the last game, we were kind of talking about how there was, you know, Dusty's composition, which was just kind of waiting for that one mistake, because they didn't have to commit to that much. You're just waiting for someone to overstep. Now, Singularity aren't ahead in the gold while doing that, but they are very happy to just say, yeah, walk up into an Orianna ball at some point. That sounds pretty cool. Can definitely work around that. Sips shown that he can outplay on side lanes too if you don't send enough people to him. So Singularity, as much as this is... It is very slow gameplay. It is not the most engaging gameplay. Are happy-ish with how this is going. This is better than great many other games where they've been shut out of the game very early. Currently in a position where they're happy to play around a number of their champions. And again, just wait for Astralis to make the mistake. No point in making aggressive plays and waiting for that chance of failure on yourself. Let's see what you can do. Yeah, just responding to the plays.
Singularity grouping up in the mid lane. Mirza uncomfortably so just decide to leave immediately and heads down into the bush because, again, Ladyface was not kind on dear Orianna.
No, it wasn't, nor was the phase after that when they'd left the...
game has not been super kind on Mirza, basically, but has been keeping up relatively well in farm, has been moving around the map, and as we say, this Orianna ultimate is going to be crucial in team fights for Singularity, like the one that might kick off right now, but Astralis Talent.
What ult are we using? What ult are we using here? Senkok's stealing the sway, and we got a fight!
Ultimate as Keeper comes on through, nice triple knockup, Crispin on the side, will be caught out a little bit, but goes into the backline towards Spike, exhausted of both of them, so they're both a bit slow, but it will be Crispin securing the kill. Astralis Talent break through the front line as well. Mirza caught out by Mega, and he will grab the kill. Chrisberg chased away by Scrooty, needs to dodge away from the stun, but doesn't, and ultimately goes
that's Kai'Sa's body. You don't fight Kai'Sa now. You don't fight the dead Kai'Sa.
Step forward. Astralis only have 2. Singularity have 3. They've won this fight if things continue as they are. Senkok's looking to escape, but Scrooty wants to get the stun. He's chasing for more. Can't find it just yet. And Senkok's is still on retreat. Vision of Empire will be dodged away from Carlson. Returns to the fray to try and save Senkok's, who goes golden. Nah is here. The rage bar is not existent, but Scrooty's moved away. He's just too low. They've overchased. Sips is cut down. Singularity. They had him in the first half, not gonna lie.
You won that fight, Singularity. Why over chase? You've lost a lot of your burst damage. You didn't have the ability to shut down the death cap Silas after that point. And yeah, I mean, meme about it all you want. They had them in the first half. This was Singularity waiting for the mistake. It happened, and then they made their own the first time they tried to make an aggressive play in such a long time. They have everyone on the front line they want to. Swain doing damage, just making sure that he's getting everyone inside his ultimate. Yeah, it's not the longest lived Swain in the history of everything there. I mean, doesn't manage to stay in that front line after that point, but Astralis have effectively lost this fight as soon as Chrisberg goes down. You can take this win, you can go reset, you can go take over whatever parts of the map you want and just walk away with a feel-good moment of actually winning a 5v5. But Senkok still has stopwatch, still has, or rather Zhonya's even. And during this fight, gets so much value, gets the ability to wait until that extra Kingslayer comes through. And Singularity just way over chase into this one.
The initial fight did look very good for them, so there's positives to be taken for Singularity. Unfortunately, the follow-up did diminish that quite substantially, and the Dragon went in the direction of Astralis talent. So they're now 1 point away from Hextech Soul as Scrudy moves forward.
You okay there, friend?
Not sure about that one as Spiky opens fire. Chrisberg goes down, and now the fight could go the way of Singularity. Tax's clone takes the brunt as Sips moves forward looking for more, but cannot find any.
Oh my god.
Goes golden, just a T-pose on him before Singularity turned to Baron.
What did I just watch? That was incomplete information from Astralis. Seemed like Chrisberg just felt it, didn't have the vision, and goes and dives into his own doom. Singularity were waiting for a mistake, and that is one hell of a large mistake.
Axe is looking to try and get the steal potentially. He goes on into the pit. It's just on the Baron as the fight kicks off. Scrudy's there as well, though. They're both invisible. The damage going through. Who's going to secure the objective? It'll be taken by Scrudy of Singularity. The fight kicks off, though. Senkok with Swain ultimate bursts through. Will anyone get away with the Baron buff? It's just Mercer alive. And, you know, he's teleporting, but it's... Oh! And Astralis will grab the ace.
No one has won in this game. Look, you can't... We were sat here saying, Singularity, you're waiting for mistakes, and this is a comedy of errors. I would love to praise Astralis. After that game against Bifrost, we were viewing this team as maybe one of our strongest ones in the table. Maybe they could push further, but this one has left a lot to be desired. I mean, you look at this, first mistake is Carlson going in, sorry, it was Chrisberg rather, going in on incomplete information. Spiky opens up and is absolutely monstered. That's the point when you think, okay, your AD carry's down, you have everyone still alive. Surely this is the situation for you, but another comedy of error comes through. Not having the Zhonya's, big fighting tool, not available for the Swain after this point, and I don't know what to say about this next bit, because I look at this and I think Taxa gets into the pit, is on the Baron, and has a chance to reset their cooldowns. At this point, you're basically looking at this and saying, you have completely flipped this. You don't choose to turn, you don't choose to fight, you choose to do a weird mix of both because Taxa manages to get into the pit, which you've also failed to do at this point. And from a position where Singularity arguably should have been in, again, another game-winning or game-breaking scenario where you've killed off important members, they throw it in the most unimaginable way possible. Singularity looking down the barrel of a 0-12 after 2 close games back-to-back.
I think Senkok has had quite a good game, if we're talking about winners.
Yeah, let's focus on positives. Yeah, Senkok, Silas, revels in the madness, and getting stuck in there into the melee carries has been doing fairly well on that point. It's just, it feels like Singularity have definitely handed it to him on a silver platter.
Well, they kind of dropped the platter on him.
Yeah.
It's covered in hors d'oeuvres at the moment.
Maybe it's a platinum platter. I'm not sure what rank it is at this point, but the team fights have left a lot to be decided.
Scrudy's moving forward, trying to catch out Key, but we'll get a tiny bit of damage on him, but he's just able to walk away. We're getting a recall from Chrisberg. In fact, the whole Astralis talent roster is recalling. Dragon Soul's up in a minute, and that Baron power play is deceiving because no one's got it.
You're actually right. You're actually 100% right. No one
just
actually
waving it in front of Singularity's face like, oh, you've been able to push for 31.
It's just there in the corner saying, I am what you could have had.
This is the worst trade deal in the history of the world.
It's not a trade. It's just dropping your money on the floor. And, you know, we have now got to the point where the Hysteria Horizon has been hit, and we are getting a little bit critical of our teams. And I think the reason why it hurts even harder at this point is because actually Singularity were in a deceptively good position for this team. They were waiting for Astralis to make those mistakes, and they did make them. Every team in this league makes mistakes, and as we've seen, even a team like a 0-11 Singularity can punish one of our top teams if they make those mistakes, but then they make mistakes right back to them and throw it back into the enemy's side of the advantage. Now Singularity looking at for a difficult fight. Those mistakes aren't going to happen again too easily.
Especially looking for something Taxa as well, but his half elf so needs to be a bit cautious as Carlson goes large. Dragon is up on the menu though, so this could be a fight over it as Chrisbuk starts up. Damage coming on down. Scroody has to go golden to stay alive though. Keep breaking up the fight, but it's just so split up. Chrisbuk diving on through the entire fight to get acted on Spike. He will be able to secure a lot of damage with the kill. The flash comes through. Chrisbuk goes on to survive as Mars has broken through. Pearson, last person standing, half elf on the Nautilus looking to escape, but I just don't think there's any way. Carlson's too quick. He's only got little legs, but he's got a big amount of damage. That's going to be the ace. That's going to be the base. Astralis talent. It was not clean, but they should secure the win.
That is, sadly, you have to focus on the not clean part. These games at this point, when you are in this playoffs bracket, yes, it's partly about solidifying your place up in that postseason, getting towards those playoffs, but it's also meant to be a sign of confidence, a sign of momentum, and this is a win, but only in name. The content was so scrappy.
I don't really have that much to say about that. You've meant to put your glasses on, you've forgotten to do that.
Can do that. Well,
I get that done. But
I'm going to look on this with rose-tinted glasses. Maybe that's the plan. Oh, actually, you know what? I feel like Astralis actually had a pretty okay game. It's the glasses, I tell you.
Senkuk's had a very strong game. The game plan from Astralis talent initially, very strong. Singularity's response overall to that, very strong. The problem came when both teams came into team fights, and neither team really knew what they were doing.
So the thing is, I feel like part of that is correct.
Yeah.
I feel like the other part of it is that, again, Singularity were waiting for the first mistake, and they did actually capitalize on that fairly well into the mid and late game. Again, particularly when so early into that mid game, side lane plays started going awry. Into those team fights, random people were dying. It's just like, it felt like those mistakes would actually then bait them into a false sense of security and felt like they had more of an advantage than they did. They didn't successfully close out the mistakes when they were made.
Yep.
And it's such a sad situation. They find themselves once again not able to find themselves at a victory, and once again find themselves on a lossless streak.
Very unfortunate for Singularity. We're going to hand over to our desk because we have to, basically.
Yep. Gonna put these back on. Yep. Take it away.
Wow, we have to. Thank you, Viperoon and Cool Nymera. I would like to meet that personality.
It's pool party, Nymera.
Pool party, okay, Nymera. We're evolving. We're getting deeper into this universe. And that universe where Singularity could have taken Astralis, or Astralis could have let Singularity take them. There's a lot of questions, and
it was a handshake. I say every time for someone to throw, someone has to be there to catch. And Singularity were not slow on that. They were catching, Astralis overextending, which has happened before. I think, yes, proactivity is great, but you need some limit to your proactivity. And yeah, they got punished. And I feel like, had this Orianna maybe not been 0-5, the Swain scaled really hard into the late game, and it could have been a big problem. And I feel like after the pick on Chrisbuk in the mid lane, that Baron was a big no mistake from the Singularity because they had no ultimates. Astralis had all their ultimates up, and Senkuk's, for the second game in a row, has been huge on his pick.
Yeah, it's been an incredible week for Senkuk's. I think that's definitely something that's very important to highlight. He's a player who hasn't always in the NLC really found his footing, really. We know how good he can be. We've seen it before through so many years of competitive experience. But in this NLC, it's been very up and down, and having this massive week is hopefully something he can build towards moving up. But I mean, Astralis, I know Vendetov, work behind him, and Tex as well. They will not be going into the break room being like, yeah, this was a good game. They know that this was not an acceptable performance. And today we had Bifrost, Dusty, a lot of these playoff teams with very good, confident wins to say we can maybe still challenge for top 2. This was in no way a clean game from Astralis, so they are definitely not happy. They get the win, Nymera said himself, but only in name. That was only a win that goes on the scoreboard, but not into their hearts as that was a good win.
Yeah, you tell him, Duckling, you tell him.
if I could take any sort of sentence throughout the entire cast, that would be it. It is a W, but only on paper. And if you're finding Astralis on the top of the standings looking to these playoff contenders, and if you have this game, this is a lot to explore as an opponent because they fought versus Singularity. They still have a lot of teams to go on the second phase.
I think this is where the pressure comes through, right? When
Yeah.
there's a 0-11 team and you're like, if I lose to this, that might be my playoff spot. That might be my second place spot. Anything that is behind you, especially when you're in the middle of the pack, any team that is below you, you need to be beaten absolutely, especially the team that has not gotten a single win. It would be a little bit dodgy if you lost to them.
They should be shaking right now, and that's why I want to talk with one of them. It's going to be the jungler. It's going to be Taxer. Welcome back into the show. Okay, you're smiling, but you were nervous a few minutes ago, weren't you?
I mean, a bit. We made it an entertaining game, I think. It was quite nice to watch, right?
It was messy, yeah, it was.
Thank you so much, Taxa, for not letting us fall asleep, man. It's been a long day.
Someone had to deliver. You got us. Thank you, Taxer. But guide me through this game, because what do you believe went wrong for Astralis to make it so messy?
I mean, I think early game went quite well, actually. I think we had some problems, obviously. There's always things we can get better at, but like the big thing was obviously the Swain play in top lane when we're like 3v1 diving him. If he just dies there and we get the turret, like the game is completely over. But we made it quite hard after that, so unfortunate.
Taxer, I have a question directed straight to you. I remember your tweet about early game proactivity. I remember you telling us in interviews we're really working on making the early game a little bit more exciting, a little bit more moving. And you have been generally the moving gear of that early game, specifically on the Wukong. Is it specific junglers that enable that playstyle, or have you expanded more than the traditional, Wukong and Volibear that make the early game easier?
I mean, I think you can play that way with all junglers. It just depends how people play their lanes, how enemy plays his vision, how we play our waves. Like, there's so many things that goes into this. But I think right now we are getting better at it. And today we punished the arena as well. We got the flash, we came back, killed her. Like, I think it was good.
Texa, I am very, very interested in knowing, right? You got Keeper in this offseason as a support player, but we know in the past, he has been a jungle main. He has also been a coach. Has he in any way helped you, improve your pathing or helped you out in any way in the jungle with all his previous knowledge?
I think he's a nice player to have on the team because he knows so much about my role. Like, he understands what I have to do, and he also understands when I cannot follow him. So, like, sometimes he will do solo plays, and he knows that I will be doing something else. So it's just nice to have an ex-jungler on the support role.
In the end of the day, it's still a victory, and you guys are getting closer to that solidification of playoffs. So congratulations, Taxer. And, well, on the Lee Sin Jungle Clinic Challenge, you're not on the top, but at least on this one you are. Okay? Thank you so much, Taxer. I will see you soon. Have a nice
evening.
You know what he said? We just want to spice up, guys. Thank you so much for not letting us fall asleep, because usually we kept saying
his plan.
about like the Astralis game. We're like, oh, this is going to be another snooze fest where Astralis literally come online 30 to 35 minutes into the game. We're like, nah, we are going to keep you entertained start to finish.
So we talked a lot about Astralis at this point, but what about Singularity? They're pulling some unorthodox picks. They're playing in a different way, a different sort of personality. We keep talking about this, but it's normal to a team that is just redone multiple times. Is this a new Singularity, I would say, or should I have my hopes up?
I mean, it was an improved Singularity, right? They had some pretty okay moments. The thing I think Trouble highlighted it perfectly. You mentioned, they actually caught the games when Texa and company were throwing on Astralis talent. But the problem is, they instantly threw it back at Astralis and we're like, we actually don't want to win. And that was so annoying to watch.
No, sir, you can have your win. No, sir, you can have your win.
They were just constantly giving it back and forth. And it was so good to see Singularity have some moments of life because it's been a hard year for the Orc coming back off what was a very successful 2021. And to see them hopefully, or maybe even picking up the first one here, they were close to in some instances, but they were just instantly throwing it back at like, okay, they got the team fight, you mentioned it, then around the Baron, they didn't have any ultimates, they still went for the play, and then Astralis, 4-man, all ultimates by the way, just went up, said, no, this is our Baron. I mean, they didn't get the Baron, but they got 4 kills in the end, and Astralis was then back in the lead, so every time Singularity had the ball in their court, they just threw it back in the faces of Astralis and said, no, you win.
A few tweaks here and there, and maybe we get to see Singularity picking up a victory. Well, let's ask Spikey now, who's with us on the interview. Welcome back. Okay, it seemed a little bit different. You guys brought in something different. You faced Astralis, one of the top teams, and it was happening. What happened?
I mean, I think we got... I think we really gapped them on both sides, right? We got the gank off and we started freezing them out and getting leads from bot. Then we had some unfortunate like skirmishes around mid, I think, and couldn't really get leads in other lanes. But I felt like we held them down quite good and just kept scaling, waiting for a good fight. I mean, both teams kind of run it down back and forth over and over again, but I think at least this time it came down to decision making and not just getting run over. So I think like we're happy about this win, I think, and we can look it over and improve from it. So.
Spiky, I'm not going to mention at all the scoreline because I think at this point is a little bit redundant and it doesn't matter, right? Because you guys are looking to improve overall. The W will come in general. And I want you to tell me a little bit how it's been now that Scrudy has joined the team. Because from our perspective, he seems to be having some pretty good ganking timers. And he followed them up on the first game that he entered in the league with the Kazakhs as well.
Yeah, I mean, Scrudy is very talented player, right? He likes to make plays around the lanes, and he's not like he's very different from Pop. Pop likes to farm and scale and play like Hortus and stuff, and Scrudy likes to set up ganks and be active early game and creates leads. So I think that suits us better because I think going up against these teams and try to scale and out macro them is really hard. So I think just punching them early is the right way to go, and Scrudy fits right in that playstyle, I think.
To wrap it up, if possible, and I don't want to look into this game or the score as well, I don't care at this point. I want to know how you feel with this composition, because Scrudy, I was talking with Scrudy, and he told me that the team is just looking for improvement. They're just looking for something better, to look into relegations if they happen, and to take it upon like face-to-face and win in the end. How are you feeling with this new roster, the entire roster? How are you feeling your chances are, not throughout the rest of the split to go to playoffs, but to survive coming into 2023?
I mean, I think this roster is like way better than the previous one, just from motivation alone.
Okay.
I think if we had this roster from the get-go, I think it would be a completely different story. Like now, I think this roster is already like competitive with a lot of these teams, and we just started playing right. I think if we had time and actually started from off-season and got into the split with this roster, it would be a completely different story. But I mean, now we're just trying to improve as much. Just want to stay in D1, right? So I think with the improvements we're making and like being competitive with these teams, I think relegations will be fine, I think.
Does this brings you a new taste to play at the NLC with this roster? Not saying that it's better, just saying, do you feel a good taste while playing at NLC right now?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think like just having players around me that put down as much time as I do, both in and out of scrims, and like wants to win and not only be like this university team that everybody is like beating on, right? I want to be competitive. I want to show that we have like enough talent to actually not be last and get some wins on the board. So I mean, I think just with this roster, that the feel is way better. Everybody's hungry. Everybody wants to win, so I like it.
That feels good to
There's
hear.
plenty of games left, actually.
Yeah,
So.
we still have a lot of games to go, so let's see what happens. I'm really excited about this new one. Thank you so much for the interview. That was close. I'll see you soon, hopefully with a W.
Thank you, guys.
It's good to see a smile on the
I'm just more happy that the fact that the atmosphere, as you mentioned, and
it's different.
And the goal is the same right now. It's not like, oh yeah, we're chilling, we're a university team. I'm not saying that was the mentality before, but he's like, this time people are try-harding even more from what happened previously, and we have the same goal. And it's not just to finish last, you know, get paid, go home. It's more about picking this W, making sure that we develop as players and we like playing with each other. And since the atmosphere is at a better place right now, I think they might be at a better place to actually try even harder for the first W.
In the standings, Singularity doesn't move. They're still at the end of the standings, but let's see where Astralis ends up today to see if they shifted on the standings or not, as we're going to show you in a second. On the standings of the NLC. Third place, 8 and 4, tied up with Dusty. The top 4 is looking so interesting. If you look into the spring split and you see Riddle, who barely made playoffs in spring, Astralis were not even close. Dusty, who were one of the Guardians trying to look into the top of the standings. And nowadays, it's Bifrost and X7.
Fighting for their lives, basically.
Yeah, this was like first and second place, who are now fighting to be there. So interesting.
I just really enjoy the fact that the level in the NLC has gone up. And even though we have a more dominant team than we did in spring, because X7 had dropped a few games by that time, more than JDXL has, I feel like JDXL's game is not stellar, it's not perfect, and the right team will punish it, and the right team did punish it so far, and I feel it is the same case with the other 4 teams, 5 teams, 6 teams right below them. The fact that we're talking about Vanille and Eminem still in a spot of potentially Bifrost or X7 shows you that the level of the teams has gone up.
Yeah, I think it's very clear, right, that we are not a top-heavy league anymore. We have a lot of good teams that can actually contest, because once we reach playoff, I don't think it's going to be the same story of the top 2 teams that make it into the upper part of the bracket will go straight into EU Masters. I don't think that's a reality this time around. I think the 4 bottom teams will definitely be able to contest. We all remember what happened last time around when Dusty were going up against, in the semi-final, they were going up against, I believe, Bifrost after Bifrost 3-2 loss to X7 up in the upper bracket. We all knew that was going to be a 3-0, and it was a 3-0 stump. So it was very clear we had a dedicated top 2. But this time around, I believe that we definitely will have a close fight once we play off, and I'm so happy to see that we have such a competitive league.
So you're thinking that NLC is looking better now in summer?
Yeah, I think as a whole. Obviously, Torek said all our teams are bad, so maybe
including his.
Yeah, including his. But I think as a whole, the general NLC team has definitely improved, and it's so
our
good.
teams might have a better shot
LFL.
at EU Masters. Is that it?
When Torek says all our teams are bad, I don't think that does
Your
well for
opinion,
EU
though.
It's
Masters.
anti-curse, it's the anti-curse.
It's the anti-curse,
yes,
yeah.
It's
Okay.
we're going to stomp you, but you say
So
the
there's
opposite.
no NL Copian quite yet.
Yeah,
So
we're not on the
let's
Hopium until we reach EU Masters,
Let's
right?
keep it.
That's
Now
on the
what
week
we do
beforehand.
is we have one last game for today, but before that, you know what's up. It's NLC Social Clash, where we see our teams clash on social media with the best memes, with the best posts, and the best banter as well, I would say. At the end of the day, we'll show you who's at first, second, because we have standings just for that. We give 5 points to the first team on the day, 3 for the second, and 1 point for the third one. You guys ready?
I am very excited. This
really wanna
is
see
my
this?
segment, right? I had a whole split working for Tricked as a social media manager, so I know what goes into making a good post, and I will be
Maybe you
honest.
can help Dusty.
Maybe
Don't be that
Dusty
rude.
won a few points today. Well, third one
Let's
is
see.
going to Eminem.
Okay.
Oh, we're
Beating any
That's so
NLC
cute.
team? Nah, but beating X7.
Aw.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
That's so cute.
I love that they also use the brand, which is the marshmallow with the little tie on the head.
That is very good. That takes a lot of effort, and it's it's just a JPEG, some would say, but I think it's a very pretty JPEG. It's very cute, and I love it.
I don't know who did it. Kudos to you.
Thank you.
You are
to the
amazing.
It was beautiful.
I don't know. You are amazing. So 1 point for Eminem. Second place.
Is this Dusty?
My man, it's for Vanir. This is one of the best. Does he bite? No. No. Singularity doesn't bite.
I think Astralis would like to have a word.
It's so funny. I don't know. I saw this today and I couldn't stop laughing alone.
It's a good dose.
It's a good dose.
It's a good dose. It doesn't bite.
I can't look at you. 2 points for Vanir.
It's his face.
The dodge.
You lost the host.
Best part is the dose looking completely harmless.
2 points for Vanir at this point. 3 points. Okay, for the first place.
3 points.
Well done.
This is a good one, by the way. This is a lot of story for the first place of today. It's going for Riddle with an amazing video made up just for JDXL match. Look into this.
Okay.
Just...
It's redemption up and in. Shots, Sloku and King. It's an absolute slaughter. Excel, a wipe from the Rift, a wipe from the NLC. Riddle have done it. The upset of the season as our academy team in Excel in the playoffs have been taken out. Riddle put on an absolute showcase in this best of.
CJ, man. My man. That is so good.
And they lost. But they won today, though. Okay, they won NLC.
Aster is there to explain. That was Riddle taking down XL in our spring playoffs and denying them any chance for U-Masters, by the way. Third time in a row.
I mean, this is so good.
I love CJ, right? When I was in when I was in the social media space, it was pretty much me and him just battling it out for who would be the better social media manager. In the end, my team got the result, and I will say we also won the social battle. But I mean, CJ, man, you have some good potential in the social media business, and wow, you're making bangers at the moment. Keep it up.
If I can say anything, if today Riddle won versus JDXL and this showed up, I don't know, Torok would just disappear.
This is even better. The fact that they lost makes this meme even better.
So I know Torok is watching the show now with T on the one hand, like, oh, Messi. Like, just having fun right now.
Remember the Gru meme from Minions, where it's like, beat JDXL, make video beating JDXL in the playoffs, lose first round robin, lose second round robin.
This was a good day for the NLC Social Clash. I hope you guys enjoyed this. So if you guys want to see more of this, if you guys want to see more of this, even players are allowed to participate. So you guys can bring the banter, can bring the memes. You just have to do it as we have the standings for those teams. We get 5 points for the first place, 3 points for the second one, and 1 point for the third one. Exactly, as we move on to the next match, which will be M&M versus Vanir. Okay, this is an interesting one. Why? I can set up the stakes if you guys want. If Vanir wins this one, they're 1 game away from X7. You okay?
Vanir are literally 1 game away from making playoffs, technically. They're 1 game away from X7, which means they're on their tail, ready to snatch the last playoff spot from the former NLC champions, EU Masters quarterfinalists, by the way. And M&M lost 3 games back-to-back that they will be beating themselves for, because this could have been 3 easy victories in their resume right now, which would have already tied them with X7, but they're still big contenders. And the fact that we're still saying that Nuriki at 3 wins, M&M at 3 wins, Vanir is at 4 wins, X7 is at 6. They're so close.
Yeah, it's such an important game for both teams, right? As you say, if M&M end up winning this game, then they are tied with Vanir, and then they can look to climb above them, and then put themselves in at a 7th-place team, saying, we are right on your tail, X7. So I think for both teams, this is such an important game, and we have to remember the momentum as well, that we do see M&M coming into this game with just beating X7. And yes, let's be honest, this split, many teams can beat X7, but it is still such a big victory for such a struggling team to say, yeah, we beat our EU Masters quarterfinalists, and we beat our reigning champions.
At the end of the day, Riddle versus JDXL might have been the game of the week in terms of what we could expect from them, in terms of standings. This is the game of the week. Vanir versus M&M. It's time to go into Champion Select. There we go.
Very quiet.
A small tap. A small tap. A gentle one, because this is going to be a bloodbath.
I'm Greek, I'm sorry, it's all about the...
I'm Portuguese, so you know I'm the same, but I'm trying to educate myself.
It's the fire.
What can we expect?
Right, so... Last time, I felt like M&M won straight through soft, picking the Volibear, getting Michigo ahead onto that Kalista, and then allowing Chimera to slowly but surely scale into the later stages of the game. Now, Michigo is not going to be allowed to play the Kalista, but let's not forget, he has another early game ADC. He has Samira that he plays a lot towards the bot side of the map. Lucian Nami is still a thing towards the bot side of the map. So if M&M really want to play early game and snowball through that, there are still picks that you can put on Michigo.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I in many ways agree. What I'm very excited for to see here from the side of Vanir is how will Merbs fare? Because what we saw Merbs do mainly in the NLC Division 2, he was being protected very well. He had like 15, 20 minutes where he got all the gold on the map, and then he steamrolled the late game team fights. I want to see if they bring that out here today, maybe if they go towards that, or if they maybe play more towards Dreampool, the new acquisition they added a couple of weeks ago.
So I really like this, because they banned the Lucian and the Kalista, and I feel this is more of an invitation of, if you want to pick Samira, feel free to do so. We've got the answer to that. They're going to pick the Zero, which is not necessarily a Samira counter per se, but it does scale better later on in the fights. But seeing that Soft again locked in the Volibear, I actually would not mind seeing the Samira right here, because if you want to snowball, this was your win condition last time, you allow Caleb the pick later on when he has something safer to pick, potentially even a blind pick since your blue side. And yeah, you just prioritize your bot lane at this point.
And if you pick on one side the Zeri, we have to reply with the AD carry on the other side, or else the champion pool is going to be heavily nerfed as well. They're going to ban on the bot lane for a Michigo. They know they're one of their carries. They need to pick it right now,
Do it,
no?
do it. Samir or Nautilus, slam it.
Okay, you're predicting this scenario. You're very confident in it. It will be the Esper instead, though. And that is a bit more boring, I think we can all agree on.
For Michigo?
Sorry.
All
right, so the reason why I like this and I don't mind seeing it is because it has perma-prio bot lane. So your bot lane is going to be permanently shoved in, and we could potentially see Soft start top side of the map, Ericsson, you're my boy, top side of the map, into bot side where you have the full push and using your bot lane to actually invade and utilize the early game kit from the Volibear.
Yeah, that was not going to happen. That was not going to happen. Don't try to bait us in, as Adi is going to get locked into the mid lane. No support.
Champion.
I know, but he went for the action. I was like, nah, don't do it. That's not going to happen. The Pantheon? The Katarina? Maybe next patch.
Ooh, spicy.
I would like to see Katarina next patch.
It would be fun. It would be very fun, but something that's
deserve it.
very sad to see, guys. I have to highlight it. Look at it. The Swain has been removed. I mean, what will Chimera play then? Well, what is he going to do? I'm very excited. Obviously, he will probably go towards the mages, but yeah.
I'm just going to say Lissandra. Chimera is a very known Lissandra player as well. Swain and Lissandra are the two champions that you usually want to play into the Ari. But
you're gonna ban it.
Who's your carry here? Because you pick Lissandra, you're lacking damage because you've got Ezreal down the bot lane and a Volibear in the jungle. It's not necessarily a hyper carry in the jungle, like a Graves, a Kindred, anything of that sort. So here we might have a situation where Eminem relies heavily onto Caleb to do the damage, which traditionally has not served them wrong. I think Caleb has done a very good job, but especially when he's on picks like the Camille, to actually facilitate that damage. And now that the Lissandra has also been banned, Chimera might even default towards something like a Vex.
That would be interesting. We don't get to see that a lot, even though it fall a little bit off priority with the new patch, right? The durability patch. I forgot about the name, the durability patch. Maybe it comes back on this specific one, but now it's Vanir's time to finally reveal another card. Maybe they can go for the support and save the top lane.
I think right here you do traditionally go for the support because you already know that the Karma Ezreal has been locked down the bot lane. I think you also go potentially for an Enchanter together with your Zeri. The Lulu works wonders here. You can also use it for Wukong. Renata is one of the best supports in this particular patch, so...
That's exactly, not surprising in any way. What we're looking for here, though, is what would be the pick for Chimera. Maybe the Orianna, something he has deviated to a lot. You mentioned the Lissandra is banned, so wouldn't surprise me if they just say, okay, we go with the stock standard. The Orianna always able to offer something good in the team fights, unless you go 0-5. Regardless, though, what we're looking for is actually not that they're going for the top lane at the moment. Caleb would obviously prefer a good matchup, but he will be counterpicked in the end. So the Camille, something he has played a lot.
But you're safe as a Camille, unless you see something really hardcore, I would say. You're safe as a Camille on the top side. Caleb as well versus Dreampool that hasn't been able to pull his own weight so far. He's still getting used to the team.
His best champion so far has been the Ornn. For the side of Dreampool. And I wouldn't mind Ornn when you've got a Zeri, a Wukong, and an Ahri on your team. Especially trying to reach the backline, especially playing into the Camille. You're a little bit more undiveable. You don't care too much about your brother, which is Volibear. So I wouldn't mind seeing something more of like a tank towards the top side of the map for Dreampool, which is traditionally what he has done better in the 3 games that he's played this split.
Oh. Yeah, the Corki. Obviously Corki. We all know how strong he is. Hit level 16. Your rockets deal a lot of damage, even level 11. And it's something we saw Chimera players a lot as well.
It's not a joke. It's not.
That's a Renekton.
It's not a joke. The crocodile is back.
Okay, so I'll give you more.
Priority Herald.
Sure, that and the fact that the Empower W breaks shields from Renekton. So you do get that sort of advantage versus the Camille. Again, 2 proactive junglers that want to play for the early game. Volibear's choice is only top lane. You only play towards Camille. You're not going to play towards an Ezreal Karma lane. You're not going to play towards your Corki lane. On the other side, you've got 3 setup lanes. Handshake into Wukong Gang works. Taunt into Wukong Gang works. Stun into Wukong Gang works. So for the side of Vanir, Crayox has a plethora of choices.
Yeah,
I'll take for you.
I mean, all I really want to add here is Dreampool is very comfortable on the Renekton. It is one of his most played champions competitively, and I'm very happy for that, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Eminem take the game.
So Eminem is going to take this one. What about you? Reminder, you guys are tied.
I really like what Vanir have. I like the setup. I like the mid jungle prio and duo that they've drafted for themselves, so I'm going to go for Vanir.
So it has to be for one of you, the prize for tonight. I'll show you on the post game as the last game is ready and set go to go into the Summoners Rift. Without further ado, let's toss it to the gentlemen. We know them. It is Nymera and Viper1.
Yeah, it is. That's us. We're the people who are going to do the game. And...
Yes.
So, Renekton, eh?
Yeah, so, it's worth saying Renekton has not really had a happy adaptation to the meta ever since Sterix and Gordrinko were really hit for this champion. He was a big user of those items. Since they were gone, kind of sucked for him. Now, what Renekton does do, and actually I was theorizing about this actually today on Twitter, which is very strange, didn't expect this to come up today. The only reason Renekton should get picked is because you can win Herald fights. At level 6 around Herald, he wins that. You get to snowball through the game with a team with like the Wukong and the Ahri, the Zeri, lots of abilities to run through the fights, which we've seen in terms of high mobility comps in today. Maybe you can take a big enough win there that it's okay. It's such a slim reason to pick this though. And actually, you know the way you stop that from happening? You don't fight Herald.
Well, I mean, if you pick Belveth, Renekton, the best buddies on the Rift, because you get the Herald, you get your...
Yeah, that's great, but Belveth wasn't even picked at all today.
I know, but honestly, that's fine for me. We are on to Summoners Rift for our final game of the day. Veneer up against M&M Gaming. Both of these teams looking to stamp their authority on the bottom end of the table and say, look, we're still contesting those playoff spaces. X7 beware, because we are here. And both of these teams, we've got the Zoo coming in on one side with the Ahri, the Wukong, and the Renekton. We've got Volibear on the other side. Menagerie of Championes.
Yeah, it is worth, again, speaking about how close these teams are now, actually, to X7. We said this on Monday and a little bit at the end of last week, too. The tables are close enough that one good week, one bad week can get you in and out of playoffs. There was a divide, but it wasn't so big that you are safe. Now, you have a team like Veneer, who is sat 2 wins behind X7, who are at 6 currently.
Yes.
M&M, who are on 3. You walk away with a win here, and you start feeling pretty okay about things. And X7 start getting a bit hot under the collar.
And especially for a team like M&M especially, as there's just a bit of an exchange going on in the middle lane.
That's actually really interesting. So that's the E start from Chimera, because the Gatling gun has a lot of base damage if you get someone to stand in it for a very long period of time. Now, what you can do, and I hate saying this as someone who can give secret tips away for things against my champion, you can take bone plating against someone like Ahri. That early trades can get very awkward. Speaking of early trades, it's going to be M&M looking to stop a trade of any kind of jungle camps and walk in and force Kriox off.
Kriox is going to walk away, got one of the wolves, but the other 2 will be stolen away by Soft. But fortunately for Wukong, wasn't caught out and killed, but now the blue buff could also be forfeit.
Blue buff could be. It could be an entire quadrant. It depends what we want to see from Soft, because what you can do as Kriox is try and use Ahri to get some priority over mid lane, and then try and get Wukong to cross-map, go over to the enemy Raptors, enemy red, and contest that very quickly. But the problem is, you're doing this against a Volibear, rather, and once Volibear hits level 3, which you will do, Bill will be getting very quickly, and you can potentially get ganked in mid, and maybe blow a flash on that Ahri. Once that Ahri's flash is down, things get a little bit awkward after that point. Maybe you can out-duel that Wukong. Instead, actually, it's going to be Kriox very quickly heading over to the enemy jungle side of the map and trying to take away that blue buff to make sure that Soft, hopefully, is going to lose out something on himself. So Soft actually choosing not to commit to everything, but this is the worry, right? Again, you can try and get jungle advantage for Kriox, but does it expose mid?
Soft's looking towards Ericsson, has just hit level 3, but he moves upriver towards the top side. Does have Wukong in support if he can get there quick enough, but a lot of damage going down to Ericsson, of course. He does have flash available. It's coming on through. The flash forward will go over the wall, but Soft and Chimera might look to chase. Renekton has all the priority in the world, though, so Veneer should be okay.
So I thought Ericsson might have been doing a bit of healthy trolling there at first, because he didn't use that flash. Oh, it's the level 2 Kriox. Didn't even have the Warrior Trickster to get that clone out of the way. But yeah, I mean, Ericsson somehow trading flash for flash against Chimera. I actually think that works out for Veneer now, because you return to that at your level 6, which of course will be around about the 6 to 7 minute mark for, well, 6 minute mark is about when you hit level 6 for your laners. Ericsson TP's back. Now, of course, Chimera not going to have a flash for potential Herald, for potential level 6 all-ins. That might be a little dangerous for M&M.
Just at this bot side, Ezreal Karma up against the Zerina Glass. Some very familiar faces if you've been watching on this patch. A lot of champions that we see a lot of Karma, maybe a little bit less than the others, but it's still certainly a regular.
It was very high priority at the start of the durability patch. It's always been a favorite of Korea because they love getting safe and easy lane pro and bot lane. Really feels like something like a Kalista has been the easier way to achieve that nowadays. But either way, Karma, Ezreal, been receiving a little bit more attention, a little bit more presence in the drafts than we have been used to the last couple of patches. So that's normally there, of course, for that early priority. Hasn't really done much except for the early invading towards bot side, which is now kind of ended up evening out as the weird jungle stuff happened, and we're kind of back to a reset jungle state.
We have a dragon up pretty soon. Ocean to start us off, as the top lane hasn't been all action, all fighting, all exciting, with this Renekton coming in for first one we've seen in a long time. Did have priority, of course, when there was that scrap in the mid lane moving up the river, but past that has just been pretty happy going even against this Camille.
Now you start, we have to focus down on what is this Renekton actually going to do. So I theorized, Renekton tends to be pretty good around Herald fights, and we'll have to check whether Eminem even want to commit to that. I think that they have enough priority in their bot lane to commit to neutral objectives if they so wish, whether that is a early dragon or a rotation up towards Herald. And either way, though, I feel like maybe just don't give Renekton his point of power. I feel like that's the way you beat Renekton. The one time he wants to fight, don't fight him. It's a little simple. But with that, Eminem going to use that bot prep, as we were saying, to start up that dragon.
Sov is being very careful not to get caught out, but the dragon, who will step up and should be spotted up. It doesn't really matter, though, because Eminem have priority in the bot lane, moving on forward.
What happens with this is, so obviously Vinay will now know this is happening, but if you don't look over to the shrine, Dragon doesn't have an icon on the map, so you don't actually get to see on the mini-map whether it is happening. Your camera would have to be over there at the time, so pulling it out with the Sky Splitter. Just a little bit of min-maxing. It's not the most important thing in the world, but worth calling out, because I think that's quite intelligent.
Sov's an intelligent guy.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Expect into that one instead of wisdom, like Vinay, who are the druids, remember? All their pets.
Yeah. All of the animals in the world as Ericsson and Chimera continue trading.
The great battle between what's an intelligent wizards and druids. I mean, wizards are the intelligence class in D&D. Yeah. Or artificers. Could be that too.
Wow.
But no one plays them because they're a weird niche class. They break the game.
I was playing in 4th edition when Sarnax came in.
Oh, 4th ed was so weird.
Rammed my head through a window because then I might make sense of what all the words mean. But I was like 12. I wasn't a smart kid when I was playing.
And what's happened to that now you're an adult?
Concussion. Head injury.
It's lasted that long ever since you were 12?
Full-time job as a League of Legends caster.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying.
I mean, they're moving up towards the Rift Herald area. It doesn't spawn for a minute, but they might want to get something going in the top side. But Sof is also there in response. So if they go aggressively, they're going to walk into a bear, which could be pretty problematic.
Yeah. So Chimera just about to get their flashback up, actually. Ericsson has a little while off it, but it's
brave.
It's very brave. It's a volley bear. It's a level 6 Camille. They're popping the ults.
It's a 3v3 under tower. I don't know if they're going to be able to secure this. Dreampool will be able to survive, but Kalim's falling through. Needs to be a little bit careful. Falls down the ultimatum. Dreampool is really overextended. Will be cut down for first blood. Eminem, excellent response.
What a strange decision by Vanna, because you do have a window of time to make it into a 3v2. Maybe you can play around that, but then they're slow on it. They let Chimera come up, impact that fight. Now bot lane, seeing everyone topside decide to go for a 2v2.
And for Eminem, they take the worst of the trade and will be forced to back off.
What a strange decision again, because again, you've stacked up the rage. When you're looking at Renekton, the big thing is you pop this ult and you're looking to get 2 empowered abilities. That's your point of power for Renekton. That's the first, the empowered W. And I believe that's actually an empowered E, which is not the best. Actually, I wasn't sure if that was a Q. Either way, I mean, you don't commit to this decisively enough. I actually wonder if you're waiting for that rage bar to stack up for that second ability. That Corki gets to impact that fight. That's the one thing you really don't want to happen. Even though the CS advantage going very heavily in favor of Dreampool right now, Camille always been a little bit awkward in this matchup. He can win it, but Renekton takes it over a little earlier. But Veneer give that advantage right the way back and kind of give Kalem a way back into the game.
And now Eminem are the ones who are going up towards the Rift Herald. Renekton's on the top side, and he loves fighting around Rift Herald. I've heard on Twitter. We'll have to see if they decide to. Veneer are contesting it with the Wukong and the Ahri. In fact, they've moved up their entire bot lane, so no Renekton required, as the objectives should be secured.
So this is going to be Herald. It happened in a little different way than potentially I would have foreseen it happening, because that top lane dive throwing things into account. Chimera is going to use this time, of course, to push in that wave, make sure that they can maybe go in and push some extra vision in. Mishki Shredder going to go on their own little mission at this point. They don't have any sweepers, and they put down their one pink ward, so their vision control is now down, but they found a Merbs.
The Ember's there as well, but so is Soft, so it'll be a 3v2, but Veneer, they're deep in their own jungle, should be able to just walk off.
So is there a cross map available? See Croaks up towards that top side, but Kalem playing very respectfully. It's going to be more farm away from the Camille. Really getting a little anemic at this point. Not that many resources onto this top laner for Eminem. Kalem has been actually a fairly high resource, fairly high value player for Eminem. Particularly on James like the Gangplank. We actually had a chance to talk to him on an interview last week too. Or rather on Monday, that was on. After the X7 game. But in this game, it's been a little bit off the script from what he's normally been working for.
Dive coming up through, but there's teleport. Soft's like, this is cool. We've just burnt their teleport. Ericsson's now down in the bot side, so I'm just going to leave.
And that's a freebie. You just threaten the dive, get something for it. I mean, you've already cleared through most of the camps that you want as Soft. You're not exactly wasting any time or wasting your presence. And now, Volibear's going to go for a quick recall, get that next base in, and Vanir now have to look at a situation where they've used one of their teleports, which can maybe help them make a big power play, which also means at this point, Eminem are safe for the next couple of minutes in terms of a lot of the big playmaking tools they have, and that's going to tide them over to getting that package. They can do whatever they want now. It feels like Eminem now have the choice of what they want to do next, and I would imagine a lot of that is just safely farm.
And, you know, there's no reason not to. You've got Dragon up in 20 seconds. It's only second Dragon, so it's unlikely it's going to be a real fight, especially with Chimera picking up the package. Would that dissuade Veneer from anything?
I think you still have a point of power briefly for your Renekton. It's before items really come into the fray, so it's just your kit. And of course, Renekton doesn't really have the best items anymore. A lot of his were nerfed along the way. Package is very strong. I'm just not sure you want to go into a Dominus. At least you don't have the flash on their Renekton to worry about. And actually, with Renekton not even having teleport, not even going to enter the equation. What am I even talking about? Didn't wander his way down. And Eminem picked this one up. And Veneer leave themselves. Without too many options, can't even force the dive on top side.
No, KM just very happy to set down tactical sweep, and Dragon secured by Eminem.
Chimera covers top again, has the package, and we're saying as long as they're safely farming, it's probably working out for them. They of course get themselves another Dragon on top of it. They get a play into mid.
I don't know if that one was going to work, but Chimera gets the charm, dives up towards top side. They've got pressure and a Rift Herald up there now as well. So Ericsson should be able to just run backwards.
So now, actually, this lead in topside, after the tower has gone down, after these waves have gone, it's getting a little bit awkward for Veneer. I do think that maybe it's a little much for them to go towards topside. Kalem.
Oh, nice knock-up coming through from Creox. It's a 2v2 right now, but Chimera is moving forward to make this one unfair. Snipes through for the first kill of the fight, and now Dreambull is in trouble. Tries to back away, but there's 3 members of Eminem waiting for Kalem to get the re-engage going. There it is, the knock-up, the stun. Dreambull gets a nice heal and gets towards his tower, but I think it'll be cut down just beneath it, as it's a kill for Volibear.
And just as Vanir maybe gets to the point where that top lane lead is getting a bit too much, a couple of things happen. One, use that Herald topside. Takes the rest of those plates, but it means effectively the laning phase where Renekton can keep bullying that Camille is now over. Camille can start taking that wave closer into their own side of the map, and if Renekton chooses to push it back, it's not like it's going into a tower to be denied. And then you die on the retreat. So not only have you removed now the good laning situation for Dreampool to find a lot of advantages on this Renekton, you've given a lot of that gold back up. A lot of that gold has gone onto the Corki, and that is a character which loves having resources thrown at them. Not only have Eminem been able to safely farm on their carries, they found ways to get ahead too.
Oh, and Ericsson could be in trouble once again. Soft moving forward. Shred is also there, but I don't know if either will be needed.
Solo kill.
Chimera secures the solo. I mean, Soft was like a decent part of that, even though he didn't.
Oh, 100%. And of course, this is a 2-part play. You managed to take away that ultimate from the first use of the package when Ahri was trying to push in as just some kind of response to this top lane play, right? I mean, Ahri is trying to push in towards that mid lane, and at that point, things are awkward again. But as we said, it's just a bit of an overstay. Chimera once again hovering top, and Chimera has been on an absolute tear this week. Chimera was really the reason, or one of the primary reasons, that Eminem took down X7. You know, our current reigning champions, even though they are falling on hard times in this split. And Chimera has been putting such a clinic on this time around, and this game against Veneer, this would put them even on game score. Again, push them close towards playoffs, let that dream become more of a reality. Didn't make playoffs in spring, even though they had their own run of form, and in summer, might be on the tickets once again.
I mean, winning here, even if you're not necessarily thinking playoffs are something that is super attainable, getting away from that relegation zone, getting points on board to avoid going down towards Division 2, where there are some strong teams down in the NLC Div 2 right now, so avoiding that one is going to be even more pivotal as you see teams, you know, like Lightside stepping up, Unique also having a pretty decent time. You've got Rate Gaming as well, so there's a lot of teams that you want to be avoiding down there, and for both of these sides, a win here takes them a little bit further away from Niriki, who obviously lost today, and Singularity, who also lost.
So, speaking of winning and losing, does seem like M&M edging closer towards a good situation for them. It's even in gold that they have themselves 2 extra dragons. A lot of that gold advantage will be coming at that top side. 50 CS advantage, even though plates and everything else have gone the other way. Fight in the river.
Stun down onto Ericsson, but this one looks pretty good. Soft goes low, has the ult away, but it's going to be followed through. The Renata ultimate gets enough. Going golden, but I don't think that will save your life. Soft as he goes low, shut down by Zeri. Kalem's on the side, but he's going to have to flank the entire enemy team, which he doesn't really want to do. Dream Pool's running, cut off the charm lands, and I think that's going to be another kill going over to Veneer. They catch a double on the Zeri.
It's not the first Herald, but they did fight Renekton around that Herald fight. Did Renekton actually have an impact on that fight? Actually, not very much, but either way, M&M, the basis of that is saying you're fighting before you are ready. And once again, Shredder getting caught out now, and Dreampulp making sure that they chase them off. M&M had worked pretty hard to get themselves to an even state and get themselves to a point where they could get up to relevance. 2-3 items on Corki onto Ezreal. At that point, they are so happy with how things would have worked out, particularly if this top side of the map hadn't snowballed from Vanir. And at this point now, Vanir get themselves a bit of a freebie. They punish one of those mistakes. It has actually been the story of the NLC of the last couple of weeks, and maybe a lot of this split too. Tark was talking about it on the GADXL post-game winners interview too. All of the teams in the NLC are making mistakes right now. They are not perfect teams. We are ARL teams at this level. You are looking to develop, but these mistakes will happen. The question is, what do you do when they happen? How do you respond? Because they are inevitably going to go there. And Vanir, credit to them, are in position to catch the bit of a throw around this fight from M&M. They'd worked very hard to get themselves into an even position, but they capitalized when the opening shown.
And I mean, yeah, all the teams are making errors, and the secondary turret has been dropped down mid, trying to sneak away that mid tower and take away some safety from M&M, and charge should come off. Won't destroy the tower, but it's much, much closer, as Draken could now be in the sights of Veneer. 2 already gone down to M&M Gaming, so you don't want to give them a soul point this early on.
Be a very difficult situation, because M&M could just stall the game out until they get into huge amounts of damage on their carries, as we were saying. Veneer starting it up, though. Kalem on the flank.
There goes forward, will be able to skill themselves. The Dragons are slowing that win condition as Dreampool dumps into the back line. Murbs is going to be caught out. Ericsson's the one calling the ultimatum in the end, but Kalem's a little bit exposed. We'll be able to grab one, but Kamara's there too, looking for the blast gun. We'll be able to take it. Kalem not sent over into the river, though, where the rest of M&M are waiting. Dives on forward. The fight is continuing. Dreampool, pretty much untouched, will be caught by the tether and goes low. Soft marauding forward, grabs another for his team. It's a double for the bear as Murbs skates away. Zaremba
that's
in
Zeri.
forward retreat, flash forward stun. Kalem follows as well. But
That's
Murbs is kiting, grabs 2, moving towards Shredder, but he's too quick on the retreat, and he's going to continue with the chase, the speed up, the damage, but he decides he doesn't want to overextend.
Oh, Murbs just unleashes. He absolutely Murbs out over M&M at the end of it. And again, you don't want to do this into a Zeri. It feels like, again, it is a lot of ill-advised decisions being made. A couple of those mistakes coming through and having to be capitalized on. Vanir making the right decision here. I feel like starting that dragon, making sure that M&M don't get a chance to steal it. They force the engage onto them, and once Kalem and Kamara have kind of used their big engage tools, someone like Murbs doesn't actually have that much threat onto them. You don't have the ability to close down that Zeri. Zeri's already popped the ultimate, starting to stack up on those movement speed stacks, and if you keep hitting your auto attacks, keep hitting those empowered autos, you manage to keep that move speed sticking up. And while Volibear is a run-at-you champion, Zeri is a run-away-at-you champion and does such a good job of it in this fight. Don't quite manage to CC chain, and Murbs punishes them for it.
And with
Murbs out.
If Kalem had been able to grab that CC, I think that would have been a completely different story.
I agree.
Unfortunately, a little bit too quick on the flash from the Zeri means that he was able to grab an extra double and get himself even further on the board. 4-0-1 is a pretty nice scoreline to be on a Zeri when you're in this kind of game. And Eminem still have these scalers, right? They still have a composition that, by and large, will feel pretty happy going into the late game on an even keel, and they're only about 2,000 behind right now.
And see what happens with this skirmish now. Soft looking on the aggressive.
Oh yeah, needs to be very careful as he's going to be slowed up, caught up in the Renata ultimate. Fighting and chokes is not the one. As Soft goes low, will be removed by Ericsson on the side. Dreampool teleporting in a little bit late, but his team won the fight.
That's about that. The willing was there from Dreampool. It's just going to be joining as a cheerleader at the end of it. Calum at least gets a free chance to push in top side, but Eminem, after that Dragon fight, feels like they were just a little too bold to start up that fight again. Again, they shouldn't feel pressured to take these fights at this point. Soft didn't actually have the ultimate for a couple more seconds at the start of that, and of course dies before the CC chain can end, and you can cast that ult afterwards. But now Vanit, much like some of the other games we've seen today, have capitalized on the weaknesses. They need to now do their own due diligence to not make those same mistakes and throw it right back to Eminem. They are on a point now where they can fight around some strong carries, 2 items on the Zeri. Zeri is your real insurance policy for Vanir compared to the Corki and the Ezreal. It's not going to be enough to catch out both of them, I feel like, in the late game, but for now it will definitely do, especially when you've got Wukong and Arya doing some aggressive playmaking of their own regards.
Momentum meter sitting in the middle right now. Neither team has really, either both teams have impressed or neither team have impressed our panel of experts.
Well, I'd put it this way. There is a lead on Vanir who have an earlier spike in comp. That means that they get a little bit of a free pass for this early game, but you know that if they don't get anything done, things are going to slowly get awkward for them. So the lead, it's feel good for now, but they need to do something with it because Eminem will eclipse them at some point.
Is there a kind of a break point where I should be worried for Vanir?
2 items on Corki is kind of rough, not gonna lie. I think when you hit 2 items on the Ezreal and the Corki, which they've just hit, you start getting worried. I think once you get to the point where you are kind of getting to every item beyond that point, the Corki just becomes their own living artillery, and not in a Kog'Maw way, just in the way that they play around this team. I think already we're getting to this point where Vanir needs to be very worried about how Chimera's playing these fights.
Just keep your eyes on the Yordle.
I forget he's a Yordle, you know. He's in the copter. The Ruffle copter.
He's flying a corgi, isn't he?
Yeah, in this skin, yeah. It's, sadly, we haven't got any zoom-in butt wiggles this time, but...
yeah, and Eminem didn't do that either on Monday when he was on the same skin.
There you go. That's why actually we had to bring in the tweets. We had to ensure that we had a way to get our fuzzy goodness from our pets. Dreampool.
Dreampool's looking for a flank fight.
A little more spiky though.
Red, the damage coming through is pretty huge, and the Karma cut down by Murbs. He's unstoppable as the rest of the team. Eminem got 2 side lanes looking to make advantages.
And this is kind of the problem where you're pushing lane on the other side of the map. You're not pushing towards your pushing lanes, and much like earlier into the game, jungle quadrants have become a little bit weird. It's a bit of who's actually owns this jungle, because there's been a lot of back and forth between them, but at this point, Eminem walking into their own jungle, assuming they're safe, and they're absolutely not. Dreampool cutting them down to size.
Side lanes are likely to be where some action is, because Renekton's still going to be able to scrap there, even if he loses a little bit of momentum, because, as you said, bases are good, itemization can be a little bit tricky. He's got 2 items, so he's not a slouch.
Yeah, I mean, Death Stance, Death Stance and Goredrinker definitely helps. It's just it's not the same as this godlike combo of Goredrinker into Starix from Spring, and then obviously, wait, was it even Spring at this point? Was it last year where it was super strong? I feel like it was last year at this point. It's been a while since I've thought about Renekton because he's just not been on the radar for me. But when that was obviously very, very meta, Jinzai was, it was in Spring, obviously, of course. But yeah, that's why Haru was playing so much of it.
Yeah.
Back in Spring. But hey, you know, we have had a lot of conversations about making mistakes. Do you know what happens when I make a mistake? Do you know what it's called? It's called a Nimera. Error.
That joke was a Nimera.
Yeah. You could at least take a second to let it breathe.
Didn't need to. Just did not need to. So when you know, you know.
Do you have it? Quick, think of one for yourself, sorry.
I'm Viper ruining your day.
Huh. Not only is it correct, it's factual.
I mean, those two things mean the same thing, but...
Well, no, technically, I suppose. Well, it depends on the frame of reference, frame of mind. Well. From a certain point of view, as one Obi-Wan can say.
Oh, my word. But, I mean, this game, Vanir and Eminem, again, things feel very even. Makes sense because these teams are very close to each other in the standings. Both teams are fighting towards, looking up towards those playoffs, hopefully and expectantly, even potentially, because right now when you look at some of the questionable performances we've seen from some of the teams up there, you've got to make a case that maybe there is a world where even both of these teams could compete.
I think that we've been seeing close games between our playoffs and non-playoffs teams in the NLC all day today. I saw that a little bit on Monday too. There were a couple more shutouts. Sometimes the early games get a little too rocky for some of our lower placed teams to ride out that storm, but it feels like teams like M&M and Vanair have been having, have been having closer games with those top teams, and now they're up against each other. I'm not going to say it feels tense. I don't think that's the way. I feel like the way this is just not necessarily understanding their points of power. But it has been a slower paced affair again. Again, it's the same problem. The game time going a little bit forwards and not wanting to make that mistake. It has felt like these teams have been more tentative today. I think even on Monday, it felt like we were more ready to pull that trigger. But this time it's been more slow.
I mean, my mum said dinner's going to be ready in 8 minutes, so...
Oh no! We've got 50 seconds!
Hurry up! I saw her next and I was like, yeah, Mum, don't worry about it.
There was one time, actually, when I was going to go to school, and I kind of like... Because I was playing Rome Total War, which is a great game, by the way. Absolutely one of my favorite games of all time. And this was at the time when... Oh, no, I don't even get to talk about this. Well, Kellem's probably going to die because he doesn't have a flash. He's going to knock him up. Oh!
I don't know. Kriok's holding on to the ultimate. Will pop it eventually. Just wait for Mervs to get there so he can get involved and should be able to secure the kill. Kriok's actually diving on down. Shredder unable to do too much.
Much like myself in that one time playing Rome Total War, I wanted to leave the PC on and then go to school because I hadn't had time to save it. Right. So then I got shut down, just like Kellen was in the top lane. Yeah, that's the end of that story. It looks like Baron's going to be started now. Vanair finally pulling the trigger. Is there a package to be aware of? What's on the table? How can M&M contest this?
I think he's just picked it up. Has teleport available.
There he is. Package coming
through as Ericsson is chased away, but Soft going to go pretty low. Has to ult away to safety. Chimera, the package is available, but I don't know how much it's going to do. Have been being poked off too much to actually contest any further. Yes, they have.
Dreampole has no mobility left.
Low. Chimera, what can you do? Ericsson's going to rejoin the rest of his team, but M&M not willing to go that one further step.
You can see one of the many faults of Renekton at that point. You use your flash, you use your E, that slice and dice. What do you have after that point? You're outranged and you're outgunned. Just the threat of teleporting in from Chimera and Vanair have to back off. It is a good pick in that top side. They get something for that, but the game slows down again. And the slower this game gets, the more it favors the Corki. Yes, you are scaling up on that Zeri on the other side, but it feels like Corki is going to be the uncontested DPS king with a little help from Ezreal if this game gets any slower and any longer.
Package, of course, now has been burnt. That is kind of like a summoner being thrown away. It was used to decompress the situation, but didn't actually help too much as Soft goes up in the air, goes low, trying to escape, but can't find it as Kriox is ripping through M&M's backline, looking towards Chimera, but the flash is utilized as Vanair chase further. The charm was missed onto Shredder, who's still looking to escape. Ericsson's chasing forward. The tether will land. The stun doesn't come through in the end, though, as Vanair unable to find more than one.
Once again, I cannot believe it. It is a mistake thrown back in the face of the team that initially kind of created the same problems for them. It's actually, you know, Vanair getting that first pick, then having to pull off with that Baron. I thought that was going to be a difficult situation. They'd have to reset. But M&M lose a pick just after that point. Felt like the game could have slowed down. They make the mistake to speed it back up, and it have to be kicking themselves after that one. So unfortunate for them.
Very, very difficult, and game has kind of stalled out quite a lot. There's a good gold lead for Vanair. They're playing towards Soul Point in 4.5 minutes time, but they've been unable to find
the killer blows.
Yeah, it's been a case of, hey, we're winning these fights, but like not massively, so they're not achieving that much off the back of it.
Yeah, they're getting some slight team fight victories. They're getting some picks here and there, but it's not like a big power play, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're 27 minutes in. You've taken one in a tower. You've taken the dragons. That helps, but it's not at the point in time where you are definitely winning each and every fight, particularly because of the way these compositions are at. We already talked about the Corki and Ezreal and how they are really difficult for Vanair to deal with, but it does feel like Vanair haven't managed to set up the map to get these huge crushing flanks, these great engages, try and get Renekton into that backline. It's a little bit harder to do that when something like a Camille on the other side, something like a Volibear too, much less reliable at getting onto your targets, but if you're not getting onto your targets, the game slows down, and that's what they're trying to do now.
Looking to get onto the targets, will land a couple of knockouts, but gets turned low. Has to go golden to survive. Australia's chased on Dreamball, cutting him through. Kaelin the fight comes onto the side. Mishigu is looking to dodge away from the Renata ultimate, but Veneer are looking for that killer blow to start their lead in earnest. Won't get the slow to Mishigu, but Kaelin's called out. The ultimatum will not come through. Murbs could look to be bailed out here. Won't do, as he's blown up by Mishigu. The shutdown goes on to Ezreal. It's going to look to ult. Ericsson dies forward, dies for the ace, but will achieve it.
That is still the 2 carries down for Vanair. Those 2 kills from Mishigu stop Vanair getting Baron. I was about to praise them, say, you know, they've just found that killer blow, just found that teamfight win, but some last-minute heroics from Mishigu. Of course, it's Mishigu for M&M. Now, we talked a lot about Camera, but Mishigu has been the rock for this team the entire year. Manages to at least salvage something from an awful team fight for M&M.
And for Veneer, slight overextension potentially. Oh, analysts feel like they're heavily favored, but let's have another look at this one.
So this is the patience running out. This is trying to get into those targets. And we said it's unreliable at hitting that backline, getting onto the targets, but at least they managed to get the first engage. I wonder if it was a bit of a mistake from Soft to try and dive back in, especially when you're not able to check Ericsson at the end of it. The Ahri gets in, Everfrost, and burst onto the correct target. But while this is happening, Michigu's not been shut down, and Mishigu, credit to him, seriously manages to land the big combo. I think that was just out of vision, actually. The Essence Flux into the ult, absolutely shredding through Ericsson, doesn't see it coming, and last auto attack comes through for an incredibly important trade. It's slow. Again, this is still a win for Vanair, but it could have been the game.
It could have been taking the game much into their favor, probably not finishing in the League of Legends.
I think it would have been done in everything but name at that point, because if you get Baron, and then you get to reset off at that point, with 5 members, because you've actually not had anyone die, that would have been, I think, the game-breaking play. This has basically made it into a feels bad moment, but it's not actually led to the Baron going down. It's not led to the tipping of the scales.
And our analysts coming out of that replay were like, actually seeing that one again. A little bit less favored to Veneer than potentially we thought. So M&M still in this game in a hard-fought position, but as we said, 3 items on Corki, 3 items on Ezreal. They've started to find stride.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you compare champion like a Corki or an Ezreal, you know the targets you're going to be hitting pretty much all of the time, so you can build appropriately for that. You can see that Corki, Ezreal, very happy to build to hit the front line in a lot of ways, particularly with like the Andres and the Eclipse. Whereas a champion like Ahri on the other side, you can see that Everfrost, the Horizon Focus as well. This is a build from Ericsson which screams to me, I don't really know who I'm hitting. You're kind of playing half utility with a little bit of extra damage and a little bit of CDR. It's kind of sad at that point. Of course, you haven't managed to snowball through anything like the library pass, you know, the Dark Seal going into something like a Magi's late into the game. None of that snowballs happened. You don't have big burst items. Feels like you've kind of had to do a jack of all trades to kind of do utility, kind of do some frontline damage for the Void Staff. And you are so far behind in your efficiency of your build compared to someone like a Corki who is, again, doesn't have the same issues.
M&M going to be moving towards this dragon. It will be solved for Veneer if they can secure it. Creox is going to go in. Doesn't want this fight to kick off. Kalim's already dead as the ultimate burns through. There's the package as well. Chimera out the other side, but Veneer holding relatively strong in the middle, looking to jump onto the backline. Murbs gets Mishigu. Soft has to ult away once again. Never using that one aggressively as Murbs chases forward. Can't get the slow from the zap, but will be able to zone away members. Now Veneer can move towards this Dragon Soul and 4 Hextechs.
Soft is on vision. Dreampool. Why has this happened so much today? Dreampool doesn't even matter. He's not even
and they will take out a second. Chimera was looking towards the Crocodile. Shredder actually stays alive much longer than I thought he would. Chimera just trying to steal away this dragon, but it's just going to be a leash as Dreampool moves forward, looking to steal it. What? Veneer! Come on! They can get Baron, but come on!
Oh, they stopped the soul going up.
Torque was actually, you know, we don't have good teams here.
Oh gosh, it has been so scrappy, hasn't it? And you can see again, it's just so hard for these teams to find the killer blow. And Chimera, that is a man amongst men move. It is going to be the Baron going down, but it's not the permanent objective of the soul going over to Vanair with
This is
with
fine
the
as long as the
respawns
game
happening,
ends.
you don't even get Vanney being able to immediately get uncontested push into lanes. You even get Eminem going to respawn and take a tower. This is absurd stuff. Yeah, don't ask me to characterize this. I don't know how to analyze all of this. It's an experience.
You have exactly 3 minutes. That clock on the top is saying, look, the play was fine because we got Baron, and if they can end there, doesn't matter. But this team fight starts pretty standard, but then I don't know what Vanir are doing.
So the start of this is playing around vision control, getting the first pick, and then trying to roll through it. But then, I mean,
this is all fine.
I mean, this is still a fine team. The team fight is good from Vanir. This is fine. They managed to split the team fight, and as we've seen through a lot of today, the mobility advantage is on the side of Vanir. You don't get to run away from them because you're just slower than them. What happens after this point, though, is that you don't have Yuzera, you don't have your Wukong. It feels like actually Vanir have tried to have their cake and eat it, and they don't even have their jungler at this point. Chimera very quickly realizes, hang on, they actually don't have Smite here, and this is really good recognition of Chimera to say, you don't have Smite. You've tried to get both objectives at once, head up towards that Baron, and a moment of lapse of concentration from Kraox and crew means that M&M get to stop them getting that huge soul. Is it enough, though? Baron's still down. Dragon is one thing, but the amount of gold going in the pocket of Vanir means that they can crush through this area of the map, which they struggle to for the rest of the game. How much are those heroics really going to be worth?
The wallets are fat. How much damage they do when hurled at M&M structures is the question, as Vanir have moved all 5 members down to the bot lane. The mid lane tower did go down, but the inhibitor is only being attacked by some regular minions. We'll get Baron up now as Ericsson heads on over to escort them.
It's an improvised weapon. It's D4, so I've been told. But is that going to be enough to finish off and take M&M down, as they only have a handful of structures left on the map? It is finally going to be that base broken open, and Ericsson has become a library reader. One good fight, and suddenly I'm a much more happy librarian, as the Magi's has been picked up. That's a little more damage. Of course, it's not that high stacks. It's breaking even in terms of gold value. When you get 10 stacks, it is solvent in terms of the amount of gold that it has, but still extra damage, extra ability to close down these carries. Mishigu doesn't have defensive stats. Chimera only has a stopwatch. You hit the right targets now, maybe they're just going to delete.
But they're looking to close this one out. The mid lane inhibitor will be a big gain because it allows them to have pressure whenever they want it. Of course, side lanes are always lovely, but there's nothing to fight over for a couple of minutes at least. Vanir still looking to keep the pressure up, but M&M have that poke. They have the ability to defend pretty effectively. Zaremba survives.
And the Ezreal and the Corki, they've hit their items. We were saying pretty consistently, look, you give enough time to the Ezreal and the Corki, and they're going to do a lot of damage. Now, the way that the fights have worked out is that they're not slow enough for Corki to have uncontested damage enough. It feels like Vanir have been playing well enough around Vision to get that first pick. Use the Flash Renekton, use the Charm, use whatever else it is available to them to get those first picks. But if you do manage to sit in one of these siege scenarios, even if you're on the receiving end of it from Vanir, it's just enough time to sit there, fire out your skill shots, and see what damage you can do.
Vanir, you've got to imagine... Well, I feel like Vanir have the killing blow in them.
I feel like they do now. That gold advantage is becoming a bit of an issue now. So much more gold in pocket. Caleb overstepping a little, but not enough. Camille, obviously a very slippery champion. Next minute, got that dragon coming up. Vanir looking towards that vision control. That's been the key difference maker for them in a lot of these fights so far. Dream pull on the Renekton. Still able to be that flash point and click CC. And that first target, if they are hit, is going to hit the dirt. Question is that enough to win them the fight afterwards? How much damage can Chimera and Mishigu do even against Vanir's first pick?
Decent amount of damage goes on to Shredder. Chimera flying on forward with the package. This could be it, as this one's picked up a little bit before any of the objectives actually spawn. They're looking towards Zaremba, get some damage onto Creox the jungler. It's half health. Remember, Chimera's going to be picking up damage, but they're turning the fight around. Bully Blast. Oh, Shredder's almost deleted. He's shredded through. The Renata ultimate doesn't catch onto anyone important, as Chimera has to fly away, but ultimately we saw the package used defensively, and now Vanir can move towards that Hextech Soul.
Okay, but this isn't over just yet. You do have ult from Ericsson. That's the last remaining playmaking tool. Flash in an ult. What can you do, Ericsson? No other mobility available. Oh,
Ember goes low, caught up, but Dreample on the side, looking for the assassination, the ambush from the bushes, as Vanir get themselves the soul. That could be all they need, breaking the lines of M&M Gaming. Mishigu dives forward, but it's only into the grave, as the Shredder stands not strong, as Vanir should be able to close this one out.
Oh, Vanir, they make a meal out of it, but they do manage to find the advantages they need around the big team fights and finally walk away with the win.
Vanir, in an above-average game time for the NLC Division 1, secure themselves a win, go one place, one game below X7 Esports towards those playoff spots. M&M Gaming probably be kicking themselves a little bit after that one.
Feels like it. I feel like there were a couple of side laning mistakes, a couple of easy opportunities thrown over to Vanir. I think that Vanir picked up those opportunities well. I think particularly Dreampool on the Renekton, it won't show in that KDA, did a fine job of finding those picks. Yeah. Being there at the first kind of play, flashing onto the right targets, and then Merbs on that Zeri was such a factor. That big kiting play around that Dragon fight was one of the big turning points for Vanir. They managed to out-team fight M&M at the end of the day, where it did feel like they had the damage they needed to seal that win, but Vanir just managed to outplay.
Realistically, the teams in our bottom half of the table didn't really show up today, unfortunately. I don't think any of them had a great standing. Obviously, some of the teams at the top also lost out. But to talk about this game and then all the games we saw today, we're going to head over to the analyst desk, who are no longer at the desk, to chat about what we just saw.
The analyst chairs.
Yeah.
Welcome to the lounge, I would say. Thank you so much for the cast as well. You guys were amazing throughout the entire day. Always a pleasure to hear not only Nymera, but also Viperone. Or Elton John, I don't know, one of those.
Yeah.
It's good.
We like them both.
Are you not used to love? Like, what?
Oh, he wants to fight, damn.
I'm commending you. I'm saying you did a good job. There you go. That's the ambience of the... No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Everybody goes well with each other.
Love, man.
It is tough love at the NLC. And a tough game as well for M&M. Even though they brought in a Renekton and everybody's like, well, Renekton is not good nowadays. It actually is if you have a late game carry like the Zeri.
I felt like they used the Renekton in such a way that he was not necessarily an early game snowballing champion, but they used him more as a tool. The way Dreampool would fight flanks through the jungle, the way he would fight flanks in all the team fights, the way he would protect Merbs to allow him room to go into the later on fights in the game. I think it wasn't the Renekton that we all know where it's like, oh, go drink a Renekton, he will take over the game. It wasn't that. It was more like a tool to neutralize Camille in lane and then give a lot of space to his team to play the fights.
Yeah. I was honestly very happy with Dreampool's Renekton. I was not expecting him to do nearly as well. And as you say, it was so interesting seeing it used in such a unique way. The last team fight, we saw it. Camara, he got flanked by Dreampool, and if that hadn't happened, maybe the fight had gone differently. If he could get some good bombs off with his rockets, and he couldn't do that when there was a crocodile on him.
And Vanir is one step away from getting to X7 spot, which leads us to this interview with Flash, the coach from Vanir, to talk about this much. Oh, there you go. Welcome back. I haven't seen you in a long, long time. So congratulations on this victory. You're so close to getting to those playoffs moments. How are you feeling?
I think it's pretty fine by defeating M&M and seeing that X7 is not in a really good shape. I think we can knock them out of the playoffs because, you know, M&M won versus X7, we won versus M&M, so we are better than X7.
There you go. That's the logic. That's the logic. And I want to ask you, you brought in the Renekton, you have the Zeri lead game. Do you think people are looking into the Renekton the wrong way nowadays and is actually viable in specific parts of the game?
I mean, honestly, it was not really planned. Dreampool just called that he wants Crocodile, and we picked that because it's very good versus Camille, and we can dive since we already had the Zeri. However, I feel like the game should be a little bit harder, especially on the bot side. I think M&M did the same mistake as we did versus JDXL, which is they pulled for the Volibear, and they went for an invade that also Dreampool called for because enemy are noobs, so it's obvious they're gonna do that. And because of that, we had two lanes with the Prios. We could all play with the Ahri, so the game was, I would say, a little bit sloppy. However, it was controlled by us most of the time.
So we have a few games left until, of course, the split is over. You guys are like also a breath away from playoffs. Does this add any more pressure on your shoulders, knowing that the team had previously made playoffs in spring?
I don't think so. We're just doing our job. We are trying to win these games. So we are trying to learn from our losses, from our mistakes also. So we'll see how it will go.
Was this a listen to Flash draft? That's the important thing.
What? Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Was this a listen to Flash draft?
Okay, was the draft good then, in your opinion, or it was bad?
So I don't remember who said that.
A meme, yeah.
There was a meme. Somebody said it on the desk. Who did we have? There was a guest that we had who knew you personally, and he's like, "I know Flash. He's really good at draft. He seems to listen to him." M-test, yeah. And then there was a draft which didn't go your way, guys. He was like, "Yeah, don't listen to Flash for this one."
Because like when draft is not going our way, then is Dakrek drafting and just chilling on the bed, you know. But when the draft is good, it's me and Dakrek.
Obviously, it was a meme, so thank you for your answer.
It was a meme. And as soon as he said M-test, his place was like, yeah, M-test.
Yeah, this guy.
Thank you so much for this one, Flash. Congratulations on the victory. You're so this close to get to that spot, and I wish you the best. Have a nice one.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
See ya. I really like Flash. And there you go. Yeah, it was M-test. Yeah. Is this a listen to Flash? On the other side, though, Eminem, was this a complicated... Because you voted for Eminem on our little game.
Want to drag that out again, huh? I mean, I did not expect the game to go the way it goes. And I think for me, mainly, I thought that Kalen would be able to scale into the late game, and he would actually do what Dreampool managed to do in the late game. Get those flanks, assassinate the backline. But in the end, Dreampool on the pick that probably should have been allowed to do it. Just managed to do it instead, and Kalen ended up actually being pretty useless that game. Didn't really add much.
Yeah, you have the Camille, your weapon to lock in the Zeri and not allow her to run, and she was running amok the entire game.
I think Renata is just really difficult to go through. You also had the average, so the second the ultimatum goes down, you don't really have many tools to dive the backline. We saw Chimera really struggling with the Corki package as well. He didn't have many ways of getting into the fight. Soph was trying to engage, but he was getting peeled. So yes, Kalen was diving the backline. He was finding targets. Like every time he would either lock in Ericsson, he would lock in Merbs. But I just think he just didn't have enough follow-up to help him achieve his goal.
Now Eminem a little bit away from that position. We don't have many weeks to go into playoffs. So looking into the math, this is going to be really complicated for Eminem. Do they still have a shot, though?
I mean, if they find their form that they had against X7, you know, maybe they could do it. And that was the team that I was hoping to see today, but it just didn't come through. And I mean, if they play like they did on Monday, yes. If they play like they did today, no.
So every game counts for the rest of the split. Let's talk with Shredder, the support, to understand how they're feeling. Welcome to the show. Obviously, this is not the result you were looking for. Can you tell me what went wrong? Because I look into the draft, and I feel like the draft was really good. Was this some sort of execution issue for the team? You guys were not on the same page today?
Yeah, I mean, the draft, I think, was really good from us, but we kind of struggled. We didn't expect a Renekton pick, so we were planning to play bot side. Of course, we have Ezra Kama, we play bot side, we stack waves. But then Soph said that he has to cover the dive, right, on top, because it's Renekton against Camille. So the game plan was a bit messed up from that point, so we couldn't really play our game. And we also, I mean, of course, we hinted, and it was even more harder, but so, yeah.
And now chances to go into playoffs are getting a little bit slim. How is the team mentality right now looking into that opportunity?
I mean, we're still really confident. We're really, we're really confident we know we can for sure still make it.
Okay.
And we will work even harder now. And yeah, I mean, of course, we still try.
Yeah, you have to focus.
Obviously, Shredder, since you work very closely with Mishigu, since he's your AD carry, we saw today in the draft there were two bans completely targeted towards him. One was the Kalista, which he shined previously. That's the way you guys beat X7. And also the Lucian, which is another of his early game AD carries he can play towards the bot side of the map. Now, one of your other successful bot lanes was the Samira Nautilus. Did you guys go through that process, the fact that they banned the two early game to like sort of push you onto the Samira, maybe?
I mean, about the Nautilus pick, I mean, last weeks we were really forcing Nautilus, I feel like. But now we are kind of changing our plan. So we were trying new stuff and not picking Nautilus. I mean, we're not forcing it anymore because it wasn't really playable. And we are trying some new stuff. But I mean, yeah, if there is an angle, of course, we go for like not Samira, whatever, because I mean Mishigu is really good on Samira. It will carry us, so why not?
And you're an insane Nautilus as well, so yeah, I think it matches.
That was my question, like, why didn't this show up? But, well, thank you so much for this interview, Shredder. Best of luck with that objective right now. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Let's see if you guys have it in you. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thanks for having me.
Always, man. Oh, see you. I love that. Now we know. Obviously, these teams are still looking to go into that position that allows you to go into playoffs. And it's really hard to look into this one. These teams are fighting for the spot of X7. Of all teams, it's going to be a rough one.
I'm just going to say that M&M still have to play JDXL.
Yes, it's not a good schedule for them.
The thing is, you need to win all your games from here on out, and you need other teams to lose theirs. And there's teams above them that have yet to play Singularity, that have yet to play Noriki, that have yet to play M&M, who are the 3 last teams in the standings. So there's other teams who have an easier task, if you will, in quotations, and they still have to play the giants of the league.
Final take.
As a whole, I just think it's a very hard belief to be going into a playoff battle against the reigning champions and EU Masters quarterfinals, right? Because you always have that feeling that this team from X7 can always turn on. If they get on the same page, suddenly they're one of the best teams we have in the league and they fly up the table, and then that playoff battle won't really be happening. So it's kind of like, okay, if X7 really start playing like X7 did in spring, then it's going to be a very tough battle if you want to get into playoffs. But there is hope, and I hope especially Vanir, who had a good day today, and now 5 and 7, believe that they can do it, because I want to see them push X7 to the limits and maybe even take their spot in the end.
Let's bring the visual to understand what they need to do. So let's look into the standings for today to understand what these teams are required to do in order to get to that position. Vanir are 1 game away from X7's position. Obviously, this is not, okay, we do it, we're done. No, it's a continuous race, but they're getting close. M&M, though, it is still a long journey, I would say.
Yeah, and we only have, if I'm not wrong, 6 games left to play from what I've seen. Yeah, because it's 9 for each team. Yeah, 18, and I'm seeing JDXL at 12, which means they're missing 6 games. So we have 3 more weeks left to play. That's only 6 games, and you already need, if you're M&M, 3 wins to reach an X7 if X7 do not pick any victories up themselves. So it's a really rough game to play. They still believe in themselves, and rightly so, because they'd been 3 times so close to capitalizing.
Yeah, and it's just a heartbreak for M&M, and I think for Noriki as well, right? Noriki is also a team that has had some games where maybe they should have actually gone ahead with the win, but you know, you need to be able to go out and get the result, and if you don't, you end up in the bottom of the standings. And while it's heartbreaking, and while they now have to calculate other teams, they just needed to have taken those games when they had them in their hands.
This is how it works. We have to live with it. We can also show you right now the NLC social media clash standings. We got it ready for you guys. We're not able to show you before, but now we can do it as we get to replay Riddle, who takes first place on this one, followed up by X7. They're tied up. Vanir 3rd place. This is so good.
What is this nose scared of? He's literally shown cupcakes.
No, that's Torok.
He looks like he's terrified. The nose. What have they done to the nose?
He's just contemplating life.
Honestly, that is terrifying. It's happened 3 times in a row. It's like the sequel. It's like Nightmare 1.
In the Amsterdam.
Summer 2020, Nightmare 1. Spring 2021, Nightmare 2, you know?
Riddle and X7 tied for first. Vanir just looking in the shadows, so maybe next week we can see a shift.
I see now. He was trying to eat one of them.
But he's not
and
allowed.
They pulled away the plate. That's why he's upset. Okay, now I get it.
She found meaning to life at this specific moment.
Now I get it.
The play of the day by MasterCard. This is our new next segment to understand what was the play today, the defining one, or maybe not play, but plays. Take a look.
Oh, very spicy.
Is it the bonking season?
Yep, this is going to be back to back kills from Cries in the top lane. I think he deserves the highlight this week. On Monday, he went 0-4-0 on this Aurelia, and right now, he was given the champion to carry from his team. He was given the counter pick, and actually he shined. Yes, Dan put him ahead in lane with the early game ganks, but then later on, he managed to snowball. This was his 2nd solo kill onto Jaxbank as well, and he gets a third one also later on underneath his inhibitor.
You can kind of say it's a return to form, right? This is finally Kreis showing what he can do, and it's very good for him to bounce back. So he doesn't go out with a very bad week where he had one bad game on Monday and then maybe got clapped here by Jaxbank. No, this was an asserting win against the second place team in the league, so they're now solidly in first place. He had a great game, and I think that helps a lot moving into the latter half of the split, winning these last few games, securing that first place, and more importantly, top 2 for the upper bracket.
Return of Kreis with a little bit of help from Dan. That's all he needed. Oh, I heard you like the split push, Jaxbank. I don't die. That's exactly what Tryndamere does for you. What an interesting champion. What an interesting day we're going to have on the next week, as we're going to show you the schedule for that one to understand what teams are going to be facing against each other. It is going to be Riddle versus M&M. So Riddle have to play versus JDXL. Riddle on the next week as well. It's going to be a tough one. Nuriki will face off this new team Singularity. Dusty versus Bifrost. What a spicy one. Astralis taking on JDXL, and wrapping it up, Vanir versus X7. We kept talking about it. I know you want to talk about it, Duckling.
That is the game to look forward to, because while we have some, this is more for standings inside the playoff battle with Dusty and Bifrost, Astralis and JDXL, that is the one you want to look at. I know Vanir has so many fans out there, and if you want to keep that playoff hope alive, you have to win this game.
This is the game.
That is the game you need to win. So every Vanir fan, you have to send messages into the players like, you need to win this game. Don't put too much pressure on them, but support them. Like, we believe in you.
Yeah.
Give them faith that they can beat the reigning champions, because they need to win that game. And if they do, it would be so good for Vanir fans.
I'd like to put a little bit of pressure on M&M because I remember that they had to play JDXL because that was the last game on the first round of it. But they also have to play Riddle. So they literally, to make it to playoffs and hope to tie with someone, they have to beat XL and Riddle. That's #1 and #2 in the league. Now, showing up the way they did versus X7, I believe they can do it.
But let's see what
I'm not betting any donuts this time, though.
state of M&M we'll see on Monday, because we're going to wrap the show for today. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, and by the way, you won the game.
Nothing?
No, I'm serious. You have a prize. I don't know these guys. So your prize, because you won this one, is a hotel key, just so you can sleep.
It's not my key.
Well, it was. Thank you so much for watching this show. I'll see you on Monday, and keep climbing that mountain, you beautiful viewer.
How am I going to sleep?
On the street.
You stole his hotel
You stole my
key.
hotel key. I have no bed now.